You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday night, 11 p.m., October 28th, 2022. And we are continuing our month of playing creepy, horror-ish mystery games. And that's what we're doing tonight. We're planning on playing The Body Farm from Deadbolt Mystery Society, and we'll have a lot to say about that before we get started. But first, let's check in on the chat and catch up. You can see I messed with the YouTube chat display a little bit. I was watching Paul Grogan, who does the Gaming Rules channel, and he was doing a live Q&A the way I'm scheduled to do on November 2nd. And he had a very fancy display of YouTube comments as he was talking. And I thought, oh, okay, maybe I need to up my game a little bit there. It doesn't quite look as nice as Paul's looks, but it's got some little separation between comments, which I think might help a little bit. All right, so that seems to be working okay. Jonathan says, I finally got around to seeing Barbarian. Enjoyable, but by the time I got to it, it was a little overhyped. I can see that. I really liked Barbarian a lot. The trailers did not make it look, did not give anything important away. Although I don't believe in spoilers ruining anything, so I don't really care about that. But I really liked Barbarian. I didn't love it, but I liked it. I'm kind of a little bit surprised that Jonathan didn't like it more. I noticed something right before I started broadcasting today that I'm really excited about, which is a new Netflix movie called The Stranger with Joel Edgerton and Sean Harris. And I'm sure the movie will not live up to my expectations, but like the trailer for that movie is like calibrated exactly for me. Like when I watch that trailer, I get chills. So everything about it looks amazing. And yeah, so I'm really looking forward to watching The Stranger. Maybe after we finish the stream, I'll watch it, or I'll certainly watch it before Halloween. And I'd be happy to talk about it on the channel. What else should we catch up on? Okay, a little bit of promotion for videos that I've put up. I put up a video on most epic, longest mystery narrative detective games that we've played on the channel, top 10. So if you haven't seen that, you might want to check that out. And we finished finally, after 4 months, our play-by-mail games, 2 of them that we were playing simultaneously, the murdersbymail.com games, Sherlock Holmes and LA Noire. So we finished both of those. At the end of each of them, we talked for quite a while about our thoughts on the format, etc. And I'll be posting a spoiler-free review of the experience of playing these 2 play-by-mail games probably sometime in the next few days. It'll be up in a week or so. It takes YouTube, could take them 2 days to process a 4K video, but sometime in the next few days that'll be up. And there's some discussion of whether we should actually try to play the third, whether I should buy and play the third game, Murders by Mail game, which is sort of it's called like a cozy mystery. It's set in World War II time and on some British cottage or something. It's the least appealing looking one to me in terms of story, and we didn't really love the play-by-mail experience, but for completeness, I would be open to playing it if people want to play it. All right, what else should we talk about? I already mentioned that there's going to be a live Q&A channel update on November 2nd at 10 p.m., not the normal 11 p.m. I'd love it if you guys could stop by. I don't really have anything to talk about, but we'll just chat. What else should we talk about? I'm also going to make a video soon of latest gadgets I've got for filming that I've been using and stuff. And there's a little bit of, there must be a little bit of confusion to people to subscribe to the channel, because it started out as two-player cooperative board games, and now it's mystery games, but then half the videos I post are about the OBS plugins I've written or Adobe Premiere extensions I've written. So occasionally people will subscribe for those, and then they get the board games, or the people who subscribe to board games, and then they get the tutorials on the software I've written or the electronic scale project. So every once in a while you can see the subscribers drop dramatically whenever I post the videos that they didn't sign up for. But so I will be posting one more of those. You can watch my series, my 5+ hour series on recording and producing board game content in a micro studio and cameras and audio, whatever. So if you're interested in that. All right, maybe lastly, first of all, I should say in the channel's talking, this would be a good time to remind people that this is the way it should be. Like, occasionally there'll be a channel and they're playing a game, like, for example, the Nerd Shelves, which I really like, this very happy, fun couple play board games. But occasionally it can get distracting when they're responding to the comments as they come in, or Rob Oren, who every time someone says something, he'll interrupt in the middle of a sentence to scream some shout out to them. And I hope you guys appreciate that. Most of the time I'm just focused on what I'm doing here. I can't multitask, but you guys chat amongst yourselves in the channel, and then occasionally we'll touch in and talk. Okay, but Robert says something that reminds me. Robert says, I got a copy of The Body Farm. We'll be able to stay up all night on the stream. Okay, great. So Robert's going to join us and has his own copy of The Body Farm. And this might be a good time to talk about the Deadbolt Mystery Society games and costs and all that, because I've just gotten an email from them. Normally these games they sell on their website for like $30, $28. And we played a couple of weeks ago The Cabin, which I bought used on eBay for like $20. And it turned out to be an older copy they had revamped and improved since, but it's okay, all the pieces were there, but it was a little nerve-wracking. When you buy these games, you always worry, did someone put it back in the wrong order? Did they write on stuff, etc.? When we played The Cabin, we really liked it. It exceeded our expectations, which were low. Expectations were low, but we played. It took 2 days, 2 full sessions. There was lots of story and puzzles. It was a very good amount of story and puzzling for such a small box, etc. Was it worth $30? I don't know, hard to tell. And it was also one of their highest ranking games. Today we are playing a game that we know nothing about in terms of reputation, quality, but we do know that it's sort of on the supernatural end and focused on atmosphere and theme and creepiness. Maybe that weighted a little bit more than sort of actual puzzling and deduction, although most of these games are not that much deduction, they're more puzzles. But this one may be even lighter than normal. We don't know anything about the quality. But getting back to my point about Robert's got his copy, he's going to play at home. Okay, so a couple things to say about that. When we play these live on the stream, if someone has bought a copy for themselves, that's fantastic. You have some choices to make, though. You can play synced up with us, so you don't look at anything before we look at it. You only look at it when we're looking at it. And then you join us in our trying to solve things live, contemporaneous as we play it. Or you could play it on your own, go off, spend time working on stuff, but then don't give us any clues, let us have the pleasure of trying to solve it live. Okay, that's the first thing. More specifically, for Deadbolt Mystery Society, however, I said that their new games, newish games, or their normal price on their website is like $30. But like most of these companies, these subscription buy on the website companies, they have sales regularly. And Deadbolt Mystery Society just sent out an email. They're having sales, and you can see what's happening. A bunch of their games are now on sale for $10 each. Not the Body Farm, but the Cabin, the new version of the Cabin, is on their website for $10. I think you probably have to go to the link from the email to get the sale prices, but I'm not 100% sure. There's a link to that sale on the Board Game Geek Guild forum for this channel for Quote for Two. You can find a link to that under the community tab on the YouTube page, where we discuss what games to play next and reviews of these games, etc. There's a whole thread on these subscription box games, including some links to some good review sites, but also including a link to this sale. A bunch of the boxes are on sale for $10. I picked up a couple. If you haven't watched our playthrough of the Cabin, that was a great experience. You can get the new version of the Cabin for $10. That's a lot of game, a lot of good game for $10. And then there are a couple more games on there for $10, or bundles of a continuing series that basically come out to $10 each. There's the Catch Me If You Can series, there's the Copycat series, there's Duel and the Initiation. In fact, you can see some of them that I bought earlier that I paid more for are here. Maybe a little bit premature to recommend this Deadbolt Mystery Society yet. We've just played the one game with the very good reputation. But what I would say is, and it looks like especially for Deadbolt Mystery Society, I don't think I would buy games there at full price, but I would absolutely sign up and buy the games that go on sale for $10 if they look good and interest me. For $10, it's kind of hard to go wrong, and if they're even half as good as the Cabin was, I think there's some fun puzzle stuff. It's not going to be the deductive mystery games that we normally play here, but they do scratch an itch. If you haven't watched and played the Cabin, that's a sort of no-brainer recommendation. Okay, that's that. We got a couple more things to cover before we get started. So we're going to play this today. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. But I think on the weekend, on Friday, no, not on Friday, and this is Friday. On Monday, on Halloween, since my real life Halloween plans have fallen through, I think what we're going to do on Monday, on Halloween night at 11 p.m., is I think we're going to play through this. And I say play loosely. This is a dossier book called Dracula's Heir. Now, this is directly descended from the Dennis Wheatley crime dossiers from the 1930s. Here it's called an interactive mystery, but it's really a dossier book. Okay, so what is a dossier book? If you haven't watched my spoiler-free reviews of Dennis Wheatley's books, this is in a very different format than normal, but, well, let's see what does the blurb say? I can't read it without my glasses. Let's take a look together. It tells us the story. In 1897, Archibald Constable and Company published Bram Stoker's Dracula, the most famous horror novel of all time. The first chapter of Dracula was cut from the book just weeks before publication. Here, it becomes the central clue in a spine-tingling original interactive mystery. Dracula's Heir begins 10 years after the horrific events described. Okay, what does it say about the book? Okay, here. This chilling mystery novella features 8 removable clues, including a newspaper, a death certificate, Renfield's private journal, original first chapter of Bram Stoker's Dracula. When you think you've solved the crime, open the final signature sealed at the printer to test your powers of deduction. So basically, what this is an unfolding story with lots of text to read, but also occasional little pockets of evidence of physical documents to read. It said a newspaper. Here we've got a newspaper. Okay, so that's all you need to see of this to know whether you might be interested. We'll be playing this over Halloween. There's a lot of reading. Most of it is probably going to feel like I'm going to be just reading a story, like reading to your kids. I don't know if your mother or father read these kinds of stories to you when you were a kid. My mother used to read to us, me and my sister and a friend. And Treasure Island was one of the ones I remembered. So that's what we'll be doing. We'll be discussing it, but there'll be lots of reading, and you might turn off the lights and use the channel to help you go to sleep if you don't get creeped out by the story. That's what we'll be doing over Halloween. All right. Back to the body farm. Don't know what to expect. We're going to set our expectations quite low. We don't expect hardcore deduction here. We're going to keep our system of, for these games, not writing on them if we can help it. I don't think we'll need to take notes too carefully. Do not know to what extent this is going to use their website. The cabin had some website use. Not sure if this one will. I don't even remember the story behind this one. Robert says, I just checked the website content to make sure I have all the parts. I have an older version I got on eBay. So that's an interesting little piece of trivia, which is Deadbolt Mystery Society started making their games in 2018, I believe. It's a subscription service, so most of what they want you to do is sign up and get a new box every month. But interestingly, and they've produced more games than any company in this field, but they're mostly standalone small box games. They come in this small size. I think in 2018 their boxes were bigger. So if you find a larger box like our version of the cabin was, you probably have an older edition. And with the cabin, they made some fairly substantial changes, and they have a nice, I wouldn't say they have a nice website, but they have a nice complete set of PDFs for all of their games where they list the content, so you can check if you buy it used on eBay if you got everything. Your version, Robert, may be slightly different, organized a little different. We'll find out this if someone says they haven't messed with them. But I think my plan for Deadbolt Mystery Society and my advice going forward would be, unless you're in a rush, try to probably buy them new and when they come on sale at $10. You're not going to get a better deal on eBay used than $10. So you'd be better off buying it new when it comes on sale if you're not in a rush. And then if you don't write on yours, you can sell yours on eBay and you probably could get all of your money back. You could basically play these games for free, not even eat the cost of shipping, as long as you buy them at $10. You buy them at $10, don't write on them, resell them at cost on eBay. Robert says, I'm curious to hear how his version differs. Well, I am curious as well. I think if you could let us know at some point how they differ, that would be interesting. I won't talk about how the cabin differed in case you want to play it yourself, if you haven't watched our playthrough. All right, shall we open this box up and get started? It's been 20 minutes. Anything else to catch up on before we begin? Jonathan says, the setup for this one is some paranormal investigators going to a farm where a man murdered his family during the Depression. I do remember Jonathan had some reasons why he was interested in the body farm. All right, let's open it up and see what we've got here. So we've got a little collector's card. This is something that I guess they do with all of their games, and some people collect them. Occasionally, if you watch them being sold on eBay, it'll say complete, untouched, but the collector's card is not included because people want to keep their collector's card to help them remember what games they finished. All right, let's see. Here's our collector's card. Actually, you know, let's not read this because this gives away something that maybe is too soon to give away. One of the things that's odd with all of these games, with these types of games, is the feeling that you might be encountering stuff out of order. Or more precisely, that the designer of the game didn't. The way the games are structured, there is no order. Sometimes that's part of the challenge. But when we played the dossier books by Wheatley, we sort of appreciated the control that a designer can have if they can control the order that they present these in. And I wonder, it's curious that none of these companies, these document games, seem to have decided that they want to control the order. Although what you do see occasionally is something separated into acts where you open an envelope full of documents at a certain point, which makes some more sense. Okay, since one of the interesting things here is that we played the Cabin, the old copy, so we got a flavor for how they made games in 2018. Now we're playing a much newer mystery from Deadbolt Mystery Society. I don't know exactly when this was published, but 2020, 21, something like that. Maybe 2021. So let's see if anything has changed here. So start here, compare everything in your box with the contents list on the website. We're not going to do that. I'm going to assume it's all here, but that's where the PDF, this company loves PDFs. Everything is PDF. Okay, our boxes are equal parts storytelling, puzzle solving, good old-fashioned detective work. We don't really agree with that. It's more like 70% puzzle, 20% story, maybe 5% good old-fashioned detective work. Look for things in the box that could connect to each other. This we did find interesting and true. Pieces work together rather than standalone documents. Follow your instincts. This is reminding us that we might occasionally need to go to websites, Facebook pages, email addresses, phone numbers. Okay, so something to keep in mind, and then we must solve everything before we try to finish it. All right. It's reminding us that there's QR codes. Yes, I forgot about that. Quite often a puzzle will have a QR code. When you solve it, you go to that QR code. It opens a web page, usually a PDF. That's password encrypted. That's what it's telling us here. So same thing as in 2018. Don't be afraid to use hint files or talk to other people in their Facebook group. Okay. Let's proceed. So here we've got a beginning brief. I like it. One of the things we noticed is that they're pumping these games out once a month. No other company is producing as many games. And the puzzle quality of the Cabin was quite good. But you can see some shortcuts are taken, such as there were some documents like a photo of writing on a wall, and they were just like, all right, we're not going to go to the trouble of making it look like it was really writing on the wall. It's just a font overlaid. So a little more abstracted puzzles, not as thematically believable documents, but that's a compromise. During the Great Depression, the citizens of Valley Falls were hit just as hard as everyone else by the economic downturn. However, not everyone dealt with the hardship the same. Burdened by overwhelming debt, an impending foreclosure on his farm, and the shock of his unmarried daughter, Alice, becoming pregnant, Jackson Montgomery finally snapped under the pressure. In the middle of a drunken summer night in 1930, it was reported that Jackson drugged the 4 other members of his family and buried them alive in different locations scattered around the farm. They were all found in shallow graves, dead from asphyxiation. After the deed was done and he was free from the responsibilities that went along with being the sole breadwinner in a time of extreme poverty, Jackson disappeared without a trace, never to be seen or heard from again. Dubbed the Gravedigger by the papers, Montgomery's legend grew as the manhunt for him intensified. Stories were whispered around campfires that Montgomery still lived in the woods surrounding his farm and would attack anyone who trespassed, burying them alive just as he had done with his own flesh and blood. Soon it became a rite of passage for teenagers and curiosity seekers to try and spend a night on the grounds of the Montgomery place, or the Body Farm, as it was called by the locals. Okay, that's creepy. We should mention here, it's a little late, that these are adult games with some gore and real killing, unlike lots of these mystery games that are sort of nominally about a homicide, but without the grisly details and sort of a family-friendly. These games are a little more adult. Okay, so back in the 30s, the Great Depression. All right, so we've got a little bit of lore here about why they called it the Body Farm, and the guy Montgomery, who was not captured. Now, if this game is set in modern times, that would be 90 years ago, so he would be dead. If it's set in modern times and it's a story about the 30s, we're not going to have this guy. We're not going to meet this guy unless, of course, there's some supernatural stuff going on, which there might be. Okay. Now, this is going to be interesting for us because this is going to set up a recurring set of characters, I think, in this game. Stalk. Supernatural trackers, annihilators, and light keepers. The year is now 2019, and the legend of the Gravedigger has grown. Numerous paranormal investigation groups have investigated the Montgomery farm in hopes of finding evidence left over from the killings, but to date, no one has been able to determine what really happened. Earlier today, a group of adventure seekers from Museum Nocturnus decided to explore the Montgomery farm in hopes of securing Gravedigger memorabilia for a serial killer exhibit they plan to open in the near future. You and the other members of Stalk, Valley Falls' premier ghost hunting outfit, were set to help with the exploration and do some additional paranormal investigating. Cedric received a cryptic photograph texted from Jake Parker's phone that apparently shows him with a bag over his head with his hands tied behind his back. At first, you're convinced that the picture he received is a joke. After your calls and texts to him go unanswered, the group decides to head over to the farm, thinking everything will be cleared up once you arrive. However, when you get to the farm, you discover signs that the Museum Nocturnus team is there, although you're unable to locate anyone. Unsure of what's going on, you and the members of Stalk must explore the Montgomery farm, determine what happened to the Museum Nocturnus employees, and uncover the truth about the Gravedigger. The Montgomery home has been long condemned and unoccupied. Aside from the Museum Nocturnus vehicle parked in the driveway, the only trace that anyone has been there recently is Ash Stinson's locked phone, which you find in the dirt, and a note nailed to the door. The moment you read that note, you immediately take a second look at the photograph you received earlier and wonder if the Gravedigger has, impossibly, made a return. Okay, so a whole bunch of information here for us. First of all, this group, Stalk, the paranormal investigators that we're a member of, is a recurring group in the Deadbolt Mystery Society games. The supernatural focus games, these people are involved, and so this is our first encounter with this group. It also mentions the Museum Nocturnus. I know there is a Deadbolt Mystery Society game called Museum Nocturnus, so that's another recurring character in this world. All of the Deadbolt Mystery Society games seem to happen in a sort of fictional town, like a Stephen King-like town. So there's some recurring characters, and we've got the names of some of these members of Stalk. I guess we're a member of Stalk. One is Cedric. He works in tech. Anna is a medium. Lisa does audio and something. And Mickey or Mikey is a skeptic and the photographer. And who's been kidnapped here? We've got Ash Stinson's phone, Jake Parker's phone. Jake Parker and Ash Stinson. Okay, those are people from the Museum Nocturnus, maybe. Okay, and here he is. We got texted. Did we get texted this picture of this guy? Someone got texted it. All right, and this ties into what Jonathan said he was interested. Jonathan said, one thing I'm interested in is the old case interacting with modern times. So basically, unlike a pure cold case, the way these games are normally framed, this one seems to directly be putting us in this world in danger. So there are people currently actively in danger, and we're trying to go into this place and maybe rescue them. So this isn't just like dryly solving a cold case. This is a case where people are in danger, we're in danger, and supernatural horror. So we could get killed if we're not careful. All right. Maybe if I put these over here, I can just leave them. We're using my OBS Auto Zoom plugin that automatically zooms and crops in. All right, so that was our first brief. All right, what have we got here? We're just going to go through these in order. We don't know. We're told we found a locked phone and a note on a door, but we haven't seen those yet. All right. The way we normally play these games is we quickly go through all the documents, get a glance at what we're dealing with, and then we'll go back and read them in more detail. I'm not sure if that's the best way to play these games. It may be that the best way for suspense is to go through them in order and carefully study each one before moving on to the next. We're going to learn that as we play. Okay, so here's a photograph of Abigail Reese. Don't know who she is, but she may be a member of the Museum Nocturnus adventurers. Let's see what she says. Jake wants everyone to think that going to the Montgomery farm was his idea. Not true. I'm the curator of the museum, and it was my idea to do a little exploring to see if we could obtain some items for our exhibit. It was also my idea to bring in the ghost hunters, that's us. They've even mentioned putting a section up on their website devoted to their investigation of the Gravediggers' killings. Those guys are starting to get famous, so a mention from them would certainly provide a boost for our museum. Okay, so she's saying it was her idea to bring us in because we'll provide a boost. Okay, so what do we see here? We see a bunch of underlined letters. A little secret message, maybe. A-E, A-E. Oh, it looks like actually all the vowels are underlined. Is that what we're looking at? The E's, not the U, but the E, the O, and the A. So that doesn't seem like that's the secret message if it's every vowel underlined. And all the T's have big curls on them. Okay, so no secret message in the underlined because it's just the underline of every AEO. Not the eyes though. I'm not sure why the eyes wouldn't be underlined. The A's are underlined, the O's are underlined. Not the eyes. That's a little curious. Okay. Let's put this aside. Anything in this photograph that jump out at you? Abigail Reese. She's got a little hairpin that's a scissors. Love it. Okay. Here's a little brochure. Coming soon. A new exhibit at Stock. That's us. Let's see. I'm trying to... There's this... I keep meaning to widen out my close-up camera. Robert says, let's just check in with the chat. Robert says, I checked the website for the smaller box contents you have and the bigger box. I have the content list. Both lists have the same items, just a slightly different order. I wonder why. One of the things that's a little unfortunate that would be nice to know is that the Deadbolt Mystery Society content list has them listed in an order, but nowhere do they say that that order is important. What we noticed with the cabin is, it was much more significant that the new contents list said certain things were in certain envelopes that you only open when directed. So, but no mention that these should be in a specific order. And in fact, already it looks like they don't care about that, because in the intro, it said we found a note on the door and the phone, right? Those seem like they would be the first things that you would want you to look at. So this order seems to be random to me. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Okay, a little brochure here, new exhibit. Supernatural Trackers, Annihilators, and Lightkeepers. Investigates the Gravedigger. Valley Falls' most prominent and successful group of ghost hunters attempted to contact the long-departed spirit of Jack Montgomery, a.k.a. the Gravedigger, who buried every member of his family alive during the Great Depression. See the evidence they gathered during their investigation and make up your own mind about what happened. Here's a sneak peek of what they learned when trying to speak with Ellie, the youngest Montgomery child. Triangle, square, pentagram, circle. Okay, they've got a little Ouija board. And we've got a website that surely we will need to go to eventually. All right, so this is the brochure for the exhibit they're going to be putting on. The noose used by the Seaside Strangler. The snapshot taken of Bailey Larson right before she murdered 7 people. The mask used by Jason Hover, aka the Valley Falls player. Okay, so Valley Falls is their world. I believe these are going to be from other cases in Deadbolt Mystery Society. And then here, who are we? Jake Parker, the owner-founder. Abigail Reese, the curator. Carly White, manager. Ash Stinson, the tech. And Gene Temple, the guide. Okay, so these are people from Museum Nocturnus. And they're the people who went to investigate that we're following up on, right? And it was Jake Parker's photograph of him with his hand tied behind his back, I believe. And it was Ash Stinson's phone we found. And then we found this card from Abigail. Looks like Abigail is fond of this particular photo. This is her headshot that she uses. Okay. Oh boy, that's creepy. How creepy is that? Okay, we are playing these for Halloween, so I'm going to subject you to a close-up of that. That's pretty creepy. That is pretty creepy. All right, is that going to give you nightmares? Who we are. Museum Nocturnus is a collection of the macabre, the murderous, and the mysterious. We have the largest collection of oddities and curiosities in Valley Falls, including items owned by such notorious figures as the Black Rock Butcher, the Ventriloquist, and the Nightingale, all seen in previous Deadbolt Mystery Society games. So if you like this group and this theme, you've got more games ahead of you. Here's the electric chair from White Hills Penitentiary. Woodrow, the partner of noted serial killer, the Ventriloquist. There's a very famous horror movie called Pin, a very weird, very unusual movie. I recommend it if you're curious about weird movies that seem like something's off, like there must be a story of how it got made, or occasionally you watch a movie and like, this is too weird to not be inspired by something in real life. So I recommend, you want to watch a movie for Halloween, watch Pin. It's not super scary, but it's creepy. Pin, P-I-N. Okay, and has anyone seen Pin already? Okay, and here's the axe used during the Great Clown Riots of 2014. And it just says cute to the doll. Okay. All right, here's a letter, a little card from Gene Temple. Okay. What does he say? I've been a tour guide at the museum ever since it opened. I wouldn't say the bazaar fascinates me, or at least not like it does. Whoops, it's having a little trouble here. At least not like it does for the others. But it's an interesting job, and it beats working at the factory. For anybody... Okay, it's doing... This means my little plugin is having a little bit of trouble. Not sure why it's going in and out. Why would it be doing that? Something's confusing it. All right, let's just turn this off for this one. Or what can I do? I can just toggle it. I don't have a quick toggle. Okay, sorry about that. I guess I'm perseverating on it because I'm curious about what is making it confused. If I cover up one of them, no. Oh, I wonder if that's it. Is it seeing something else? Okay. I've been a tour guide at the museum ever since it opened. I wouldn't say the bazaar fascinates me, or at least not like it does for the others. But it's an interesting job, and it beats working at the factory. For anybody that's grown up in this area, the stories of the gravedigger are part of a local culture. My grandmother used to tell me that the bodies of the Montgomery women were found at the orchard, the smokehouse, the grain silo, and the barn. Jackson Montgomery really must have snapped to do those terrible things to his family. Okay. So same thing, it's just a font where all the O's and the A's and the E's are underlined. The T's and the S's all look like part of a regular font. If we were looking for any code in here, and there's no reason to believe that we are, you might look for any O, A, and E that weren't underlined, or any underlined letters that weren't O's, A's, or E's, or something else. This is one element of the Deadbolt Mystery Society games that we weren't very thrilled with, which is documents that seem to be without any context. Like this one, okay, we get it. It's a little pamphlet from the museum. We don't need an explanation for why that's included. But these seem like they need an explanation. Is this their... This isn't like his... This, you might imagine, okay, this is this guy's generic headshot and biography. But that doesn't make sense for hers, because hers is saying how she's describing some recent events about who invited who. So it sounds like, you know, this is like a postcard she's writing. So it would be nice to get a little better explanation for how those fit in, why we get those. Okay, so here we have something. In fact, this is probably, it's better for me to put these off to the side until we need them. Let's just do one thing at a time here. All right, so here we have a postcard with the QR code, meaning it's probably a puzzle for us to solve. May be connected to another document. We would open this QR code. It will take us probably to a PDF file that wants a password. Okay, I don't see anything that special at the front. Let's see what we've got in the back. Just another photograph. Anything jump out at you from that photograph? Something jumps out to me, but I'm not sure if it's on purpose. Jonathan says, my read is that maybe we're remembering a conversation we had with them before they went missing. Maybe, or notes we got from them. The only thing that jumps out to me here is this tree. This one tree looks a little out of place. Like the rest of them are in a straight line and look natural. This one looks like it's almost photoshopped in more obviously, but I don't know if that's just an artifact of the way it was produced. Let's see, can you see any difference between here? Actually, that tree is still in place here. Do you think this is like what's different between these two photos? Anything? Any tree that's different? Nothing jumps out at me. Yet, at least. Okay. Robert says, my version of the photo doesn't say orchard and the QR code is on the back, which is otherwise blank. Interesting. Okay. Don't share with us any differences if you think they might be clues, because you could imagine one of the things they might do in the new version is make things less or more obvious. Okay. Stalk. Here's our people again. So we get to the Montgomery farm and none of the Museum Nocturnus folks are here. Their stuff is here, but there's no trace of them. After reading the note on the door, I have a bad feeling about all this. I don't think this is a joke. We already did some investigation of this place a week ago in preparation for the museum exhibit. We'll review our findings and see if any of what we discovered might help in figuring out what happened to our friends. We will also do some more investigation in case any of the Montgomery spirits feel like lending a hand, since they know the place much better than we do. At this point, the only thing that's clear is that whoever wrote that note on the door is flesh and blood, not an apparition. That scares me even more. Ghosts I can deal with. People are much more unpredictable. We spent the night in the house and recorded a variety of phenomena. We numbered each room and then used the stalk scale to determine which room in the house is the most haunted. As usual, cold spots are on 1 point, movement captures are on 1 point, EVPs are 2 points, and objects moving are worth 3. I see they've got a scale. They score each room based on what happened, and then they find what rooms are the most haunted. The room with the highest total is considered to have the highest amount of paranormal activity. Okay, I like it. We also tried something new in that room of the house where we recorded the most paranormal activity. We taped off a series of nested pentagonal shapes that are sometimes referred to as witch's sigil. Sometimes the dead can use a witch's sigil to communicate. Essentially, a witch's sigil can be broken down into a bunch of smaller triangles or pyramids. We number the top of each one and then wait for the spirits to write letters in the spaces beneath. In this case, each number corresponds to a specific member of the Montgomery family. The main thing you need to know is which number to focus on. Once you know that, you can use the sigil to see if they have left a message of any sort. The strangest thing happened while we were setting this up. For several minutes, the room filled up with the smell of hickory smoke. Then, as quickly as it showed up, the smell disappeared. There are documented cases of phantom smells, but this is the first time any of us have experienced it. We found some notes in Montgomery's own handwriting, some old photographs of the hall, and as the estate was called back in the day, and an original sketch by Alice Montgomery. We aren't sure what to do with any of it, but I'm sure if we ever find the Museum Nocturnus gang that they'll happily add these things to the Gravedigger exhibit. Strange how things that chronicle the complete destruction of an entire family serve as entertainment for some. Mikey. Okay, pretty cool setup. I like how the paranormal world here is being treated as science. So, I'm telling us a bunch of things. They spent a night in the place. They identified the most haunted place. Then they used this device, this system of a witch's sigil. Triangles, each triangle is numbered according to each person in the family so they can get messages from different members of the family. Main thing you need to know is what number to focus on. Once you know that, you can use the sigil to see if they have left a message. So I guess it's saying once we know what number is what family member, we can see what family is giving us a message. Then he's saying a weird thing happened, a smell of hickory smoke. And then notes from Montgomery himself. That's scary. Okay. All right, so here we have a handwritten note, presumably from Montgomery, that was just mentioned. Here is again where, some of the cost cutting gets done to produce games so quickly and cheaply, which is that this is a handwriting font, not regularly handwritten. So here's from Montgomery. Alice has been studying the stars at night and finding messages in the heavens that just aren't there. She's become fascinated with palm reading, fortune telling, and astrology. I know she's been through a lot lately, but Margaret and I always taught her to seek God first. I don't know where this devilish influence has come from, but I suspect that it comes from the same person who has caused her to stray and become a mother at only 16 years of age. Alice has changed as much in the last few months. She's grown distant, embraced philosophies that I never would have imagined, and turned towards witchcraft. My daughter has disgraced the family, and I continue looking upward for help, not to the stars, but to their creator. I still await his response. The baby is still several months off, but Alice won't reveal who is responsible. Of all of us, she's the one who had the brightest future. I thought her art would take her places. When I asked her yesterday who the father was, she sat down and drew a picture of corn and told me the answer was there in her drawing if only I knew where to look. She's become so cryptic with me as of late. I nearly ripped the drawing in half, but I thought better of it at the last moment. Maybe I can find her message yet. And when I do, I'm gonna find the boy who is to blame and make him sorry he ever touched my Alice. Boy, that's creepy. Anything on the back? No. That's a creepy message, though, but okay. And here we have palmistry. 1 is will, 2 is reason, 3 is passion, 4 is marital. And then we got intuition, fortune, heart, mental, order, health. Water, earth, fire, air. Intuition, ambition, mysticism, love, willpower, and balance. Chiromancy. This might be the... Palmistry is reading of the palm. Chiromancy is what? What is chiromancy? The mystical study of. Are these numbers for the family members? Look, you can see the different positions where each of them would be found on the hand. I don't think he had 9 family members, though, did he? Chiromancy. Someone can tell us. Nothing on the back. Chiro is hand, says Antina. So reading the palm or reading the hand, okay. I see we've got here another postcard very similar to the other one. We shouldn't assume that all these QR codes in Deadbolt Mystery Society all work the same. It's possible that scanning this won't go to an encrypted PDF to solve a puzzle, but will rather open up something. Oh, here we've got something written at least. You find a storm shelter door in the middle of the cornfield. It's locked with an old lock that needs 6 letters to open. It appears to have been recently tampered with. Okay, so good. Here's a good picture, a good illustration of the kinds of ways these puzzles seem to be set up in Deadbolt Mystery Society. This is a card representing this puzzle. We're told, we're given a little location, and now here we're told about, actually, like in an adventure game, we found this locked door. It wants 6 letters to open. It gives us a little setting and a scene. When we're ready to solve this case, when we know the 6 letters, then we would scan this. It will be encrypted PDF. We can see it's got an underlined O and E, and it's in this font, but it's not self-contained. Right? This is not a self-contained puzzle. We'll have to find some other piece document that will help us know what 6 letters to use. I like this system where like this, it almost reminds you a little bit of Chronicles of Crime, where we've got like a physical item, a card with a QR code that represents this puzzle. We might need to use other documents to solve it, but this is our physical representation of this puzzle. We can put it in a pile of things unyet resolved, and we know when we are ready to solve it. This is our way to get to it. I like that system. Okay, well, here is something nice. Actually, really nice. So far, so good. Look at this nice, dense document, a blueprint of the Montgomery family home. Okay, so we've got 9 rooms, much like we had 9 items on the palmistry chart. Here it looks like we've got 9 rooms. We can see where Jackson slept, Annie slept, Alice, Margaret, Ellie, name of my real-life sister. Then we've got the dining room, the bathroom, the kitchen, and the garage. Okay, what are all these X's? This is the stock paranormal investigators recordings of what paranormal stuff they found in each room. So green marks where an inanimate objects moved on their own. Blue is infrared cameras captured movement. Black is cold spots recorded. And red is an EVP. EVP is probably some term of art that people who are fans of this genre of movie know. Maybe something potential like extra, normal, extra. But anyway, there's a whole bunch of movies. And Tina guesses it's electronic voice phenomena. Electronic voice? That doesn't sound right. But there are a whole bunch of movies set in these that have become famous. Paranormal is one of them, I think. And I do not, they're too creepy for me. They're jump scary, I don't like. But okay, we can see. So if you looked at this, what room looks like... We were told what the scores were based on, like, this gets 1 point, 2 point, whatever. I forget what they were. But based on these, we could figure out what room they had the highest score. Right? What was their thing? They said... What was their scoring system? Okay. Cold spots are 1 point, movements are 1 point, EVPs are 2 points, and objects moving are worth 3. So the greens are worth 3 points. And EVPs, so it looks like maybe Annie's room might have gotten the highest score based on 2 greens, but we could add that up and see. So I guess we could theoretically get 2 numbers in each room, or multiple numbers if you want to consider each of these might be a separate number, like the number of greens. So here would be 2 red, 2 green, and 2 for Annie. Anyway, lots of different ways to get numbers from these rooms if we wanted to. Pretty cool. Anna already has a guess for the 6-letter word. Okay, yeah, don't tell. This is a good time to remind you, one of the things we don't play too many puzzle games on this channel. I do like puzzle games, but I don't... The idea of playing them on a live stream seems not all that appealing for a bunch of reasons. One is that I like to take my time with them, and that means lots of time on the channel where we're just sitting silently. And there's some puzzles that, for some games, that you might even need to spend overnight on, take a 2-hour walk to chew on. That's not really conducive for a live stream. But so there are compromises to doing these live and risks. But one of the things we've set up is we have a little silent countdown timer. So occasionally if we get a puzzle that we really need to chew on, I'll ask that no one try to solve it ahead of time. We'll put up the countdown for like 10 minutes, and then everyone will work on it separately for 10 minutes on the channel, anyone watching. And then when the 10 minutes are up, we'll talk about it if someone thinks they come up with a solution. So Anna says, I think I have a guess for the 6-letter word. So when we get to that, maybe we would put up our 10-minute timer, let everyone at least get 10 good minutes of fun work on their own trying to solve it. No one shout out if they think they have it. And then at the end of the 10 minutes, if someone figures it out, we go with their solution, just as if you were playing it in real life with a bunch of people. And you said, okay, if someone can solve it, let us all get a chance to work on it. But then after a while, if someone knows the answer, let us know. It's one of the reasons I tend not to like real life escape rooms, because they feel to me like it's 8 people rush in a panic into the room to each quickly solve things on their own. And you go in there with 8 people and you're like, this is an interesting book. And from around the room, you hear someone say, hey, I found something and I solved it. Hey, I found something and I solved it. And it's kind of like, where is the fun in that if other people have solved it all? So we have our workarounds on the channel. All right, that's a good place to take a break. So we're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll continue going through the documents. So far, so good. Okay, we're back. You're watching Culper 2. We're playing through the body farm from the Deadbolt Mystery Society. We're about an hour in the channel. Dispamanite has joined us and says he's talking about a real life escape room, paranormal escape room that they just went to with ghosts chasing them down, etc. Fun. Okay. One thing that I just wrote down that we have to remember to visit the website that we found on this. One of the things that we don't tend to do when we play these games, remember from our Detective Remedial School video, always check the back side of pages. One of the things that we don't have a habit of doing, which I think is dangerous and we need to get into a better habit of doing, is at the very end, one should get into a system, a habit of quickly reviewing all the documents at the end. Like just flip through them, make sure there's not a website or something on them that you, not that's hidden. I'm not saying go through the documents, look for hidden information. I'm just saying there are times when we say, okay, we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that document or something obvious on it that we'll come back to. And I think one should get into the habit of at the very end doing a final pass through to quickly look for things that one put off. All right, let's go back to our documents. So here's something cool. It's a Ouija board. All right, So it's a Ouija board, except it's a little bit different. I can see certain letters have circles, squares, triangles, pentagons, and some have all three. The first time we came here, I spoke to Ellie. She doesn't communicate like other spirits I've spoken with. I think that has to do with the age she was when she died. She had barely started school when tragedy struck. She's extremely smart but likes to play games. I've marked the letters she focused on, but she thought it was funny to place them out of order. Okay, so it sounds to me like what we're being told here is that she's written a phrase out or a word that's made up of letters, and probably it's going to be an A, a C, two I's, a K, two L's, an N, two O's, an R, three S's, and a U. That's my, and two U's. That's my guess that what we've got of how this is, when there's multiple shapes, it means there's multiple letters. That makes sense too, that we've got doubles of our vowels and multiple S's. Okay, we'll come back to this. This isn't our 6-letter code though. And it is, I think it pays to talk about this for a moment as we're getting our footing on how Deadbolt Mystery Society works and the sort of internal language of this game system. And you can see this is sort of like shorthand for giving us context to this. It's a little quote. So it's not like you found this document with this quote written on it. It's more like this is sort of shorthand for saying, here's a document, here's the context in which it was found, to frame it. That's an interesting system. It's not what we normally see. Normally you see a document that's meant to look like a facsimile of its real thing. This is sort of a combined thing, a little shorthand language of this world, and that's completely fine. All right. In the original box, I'll bet this was full size and not folded. That's just their new system of these small boxes. All right, so here, Fluffy Bunny Feets says, one of our new subscribers, welcome to the channel, says, the Stalker pamphlet mentions the shapes on the Ouija board. Yes, I believe that's right. Let's see here. Here's the discussion about speaking with Ellie, the youngest child. Triangle, square, pentagon, circle. Here is a sneak peek of what they learned. And then there's a website. I don't know if this order is important for us. Like, is triangle first, second, pentagon, circle? Is that what we're looking at? Maybe. We'll come back to that. Oh, sorry, I wasn't showing you that. So here's what Fluffy Bunny Feets was saying, and maybe this is telling us the order of things, like if we take the triangle letters first, or if we take a triangle, square, pentagon, etc. Or maybe this website gives us information. We'll get back to it. All right, here's the phone we found. A little odd that this wasn't sort of the first document we got. Here's his locked phone. Only a true dummy would think they could hack Ash's phone without the password. So we're told we found Ash's locked phone on the ground. You can see this looks like it's a 7-digit or letter password. When we think we know it, we would scan this and we go get to a encrypted PDF. Remember again, looks like there are some interesting colored things here, but that might not be relevant to the puzzle at all. It may very well be that this is not a self-contained puzzle. Something else will direct us. We'll have the information we need. This is just the proxy for this puzzle. Is it going to have something to do with this person screaming? It almost looks like the image from Psycho of Janet Leigh. Was it Janet Leigh who was in Psycho that got killed? We don't know. Spoiler. Okay, looks like we've got another letter from the father. These were scary. I assume this is from the father again. August 2nd, 1930. What was our first letter from the father? Let me find that. Okay. The first one actually had no date, and this is a different font, so maybe this isn't from the father. Remember, we're going to scan through all the documents first quickly, then we'll back up and do things. August 2nd, 1930. This is one of these things where I don't know what voice to read it in yet until I figure out what it is. Writing you from my favorite place, the cornfields. I know that sounds weird, seems weird, but out here is the only place where I can go to escape my problems, to think about the future. This is from the daughter that's pregnant. This is the daughter who's pregnant that the father was writing about, who's 16, who won't say who the father is, and maybe she's writing to the father of her child. My father is so disappointed in me, and that breaks my heart. He and I have always been so close, but that's gone now. Things are different. Everything changed when I told him the news. I come out here sometimes to the abandoned storm cellar on the edge of the cornfields when I feel like crying, like how I feel right now. How did things go so wrong? Falling in love isn't supposed to cause this much pain, is it? When I first met the boy I would give my heart to, we came out here to be free, to gaze up at the stars, to dream about our future, to be with each other. We would look at the constellations and imagine how they might correspond to certain parts of the farm, and joke about using constellation names as code for where we wanted to meet up. Now I come here to hide from everyone and hang my head. Looking up is the last thing I want to do. The baby's father is apparently with a locksmith in town. The baby's father is apprenticing with a locksmith in town. He's not old enough to be out on his own yet, not like me, but he's determined to learn a trade. He's even more determined to succeed now that he knows he has a child on the way. For the last few weeks, I've been hoarding things from the house, money, food, jewelry, and storing them inside the storm cellar just in case things get too bad at home and I need to make a run for it. I'm not worried about my father finding it, since I have my own personal locksmith now. I was able to get a lock of special design that uses my paramour's first and last initials and the name of his favorite constellation. Daddy will never be able to open it. Okay, so she's been stealing stuff away, hiding it in the storm cellar, locked with a lock that we're told is made up of her boyfriend's first and last initials and the name of his favorite constellation. All right. So this was August 2nd, and here we are August 5th. In the beginning, I thought what I found was true love. Now I know it wasn't. I've seen what kind of a person he really is. I've seen behind the mask, and I don't like what I saw. We agreed that we would each tell our parents about what kind of trouble we were in. I told mine. He hasn't told his. My family is angry with me. His are completely oblivious to it all. I told him I was going to talk to his parents, and he told me if I said anything to them that I would be sorry. I feel so alone. I have no intention of marrying this boy, but none of that matters now. The damage is done. Update. I'm even a little afraid for my life. I told the baby's father that I needed to end things with him, and he flew into a rage. I'm frightened to tell my father who he really is because I don't know what might happen. My father might kill the boy, or the boy might kill my father. Either way, I don't see it ending well. What am I going to do? I'm thinking of running away. It's not what I want to do, but I don't know what other choices I have. For now, I guess I'll go to the cornfields and think about things for a while. Okay, well, that is compelling, scary, adult, nerve-wracking. Okay, now we've got another postcard of one of the Museum Nocturnus people who are missing. And then some information from them about them. Ever since I was a kid, I've been fascinated by the story of the gravedigger. It's an urban legend around these parts. When I started Museum Nocturnus, this story was definitely one I wanted to showcase in one of my exhibits. I'm pretty sure there are details about this case that the local authorities and the newspapers got completely wrong. I intend to find out what those details are and expose the truth about this case in a way no one ever has. Something like that will put us on the map for sure. Maybe the father was never found, right? Maybe the father is not the killer. Maybe this boyfriend is the killer. Okay, so nothing obviously encoded in this message. What's this now? Is this the family? That's pretty cool. That is an old-fashioned looking photograph. Is this our father, the youngest daughter? And is this gonna be the girl that's one of the daughters that's pregnant? That's pretty cool. Margaret, Annie, Ellie, Jackson, Alice. Margaret, Annie, Ellie, Jackson, Alice. Well, whether on purpose or not, that was a nice little arc of flavor and suspense, like hearing all about this family and now bang, here we have them. So we know the youngest daughter. Which is the one that's pregnant? Alice. There's Alice, right? So there's our daughter who's pregnant out of wedlock and has got herself in trouble with the scary boyfriend. There's the mother, Margaret. There's the youngest, Ellie. And what's the middle one? Annie. We haven't heard much about Annie yet, have we? So 16-year-old Alice, the mother Margaret, Jackson the father, Ellie the youngest, and Annie, who we don't know too much about. Nobody is smiling has been pointed out by Robert. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at us, but notice how she is looking off. Everyone else looking at camera, not her. Looking off into the cornfields. All right. Still got a bunch more documents here. Okay, looks like it's the witch's sigil that we read about, where each triangle is numbered. Looks like it's not each triangle that's numbered, each vertex is numbered. And this helps us know who's sending us a message from where. Looks like each triangle has been lettered. Any order to the lettering? There's B, D, N. Can't quite tell what Y. There's our A. And then it looks like we've got multiples. So A, O, M, D. So I'm not sure what the lettering scheme is here. And we've got multiple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm not sure what this numbering lettering scheme is. Nothing looks like on the back. Okay, here's another document. This is the note on the door. Here's the note on the door. Your friends are all buried. Their time is not long. Can you find where I've hidden them, or will you be wrong? The secret is kept. The truth won't be revealed, like an onion with layers that have yet to be peeled. With wings stretched out wide, the swan begins its dark flight, like a handful of stars on a clear, cloudless night. Find point 4 on the map. Prevent your friend's certain death. Consult the hall and the heavens as they take their last breath. Search near the swan's head, and one friend you will find. They're likely not dead yet, although quite in a bind. Signed, the Gravedigger. All right, so a bit of riddle there for us. Remember, the hall is what they called this whole place. The swan's head, is that a constellation? Is there a constellation with a swan? Okay, well, we've got a nice letter here. Single-sided, nothing on the back. So this is someone at Stock has written this. Let's see what we got here. Oh, this is Anna, one of the members of Stock. I've had some success getting answers from the spirit world in the past with automatic writing, and I thought I'd give that a shot. Automatic writing, or psychography, is a claimed psychic ability allowing a person to produce written words without conscious writing. The words purportedly arise from a subconscious, spiritual, or supernatural source. I wrote down a series of questions beforehand and then allowed myself to slip into a sort of trance where I could channel the spirits and allow them to fill me as a vessel and use me to write their reply. Everything below is written by my own hand. It seems I made contact with more than one of the Montgomery family. Signed, Anna. Okay, so everything here we see, she wrote out, but she was channeling one of the spirits. So one of them wrote, hello. Sorry, let's do this. Okay, I'm seeking to make contact. She writes, I'm seeking to make contact with someone from the Montgomery family. If you're here, tell me your name. Someone wrote, hello, something, and then in a different font, Margaret seemed to write. And Margaret answered the question directly. That's the wife. Someone says, hi, it's me. I mean you no harm. Someone wrote, it's all my fault. And look at this font. We know that font, right? Is that the father's font? No, it's not the father, but look who it is. So this person who wrote it's all my fault looks like it's the handwriting, the fake handwriting, the writing font with that T, that very stylized T. This is the daughter who's out of wedlock. Let's put our photo of the family someplace where we can refer to it. Okay, so there's our Alice. This is Alice's handwriting. Death, don't blame. So she asks a question, says, and then this person says, I need to know what happened here. Can you tell me? This person says, death, don't blame. Maybe it means death, don't blame me. I don't know. The secret was buried. This person says it's all my fault. That's Alice talking. Alice says, again, I want to help. Where should I look for answers? Alice says, I want to help. This person says in an unmarked grave. So in all in threes, in an unmarked grave. This person, whoever's handwriting this is, says the truth is beneath the soil. Then another question from our writer. Tell me something no one else knows. This looks like Anna writing. I wish I could go to the cornfields and apologize for all the trouble I caused. Okay, so more confirmation that this is Anna's handwriting. And then someone else in this weird handwriting, looks like maybe Margaret's handwriting. Says, Jackson doesn't know this, but I was fascinated by astrology and palm readings. I even did palm readings for some of our friends out in the barn. Sometimes I knew he would never check. Sometimes I knew he would never check there. Okay. Well, we're told by the husband, right? He writes about how his wife is getting into supernatural stuff, which he doesn't believe. Alice has been studying the stars. Oh, no, that's Alice has been studying the stars. Margaret and I always talk to her. Okay, so. But maybe this is Alice. Or Margaret, I mean, maybe this is the mother. And then someone writes, we lost everything. And I think maybe Ellie, the youngest, isn't in here. Maybe she doesn't know how to write yet. Not sure. All right. I like it. What's next? Here's a silo. Okay. The QR code, possibly meaning this is representing a puzzle. And then on the back, another photo. So we don't know if this has any meaning in and of itself. This may just be a placeholder for a puzzle for us to solve. And then another one. Here's the smokehouse. So these are all locations on this farm that represent puzzles or places that we're going to. It's possible that scanning this is not a puzzle. It's just brings us to some more information about this place. So we'll have to scan one of these soon and find out. But yeah, here we go. It's just a double-sided photo. Looks like it's the same photo to me. All right, here's another of our Museum Nocturnus people. Ash Stinson. Remember, we found his locked phone. Let's see what he's got to say. The strangest thing to me about the whole gravedigger thing is the fact that nobody seems to know who got Alice Montgomery pregnant. How could her family not know who she was seeing? We know she was seeing a locksmith from her diary. Times were different back then. It's not like she could text a guy without her folks knowing. She must have had a really good hiding place in order to keep something like that a secret. In my opinion, investigating Alice is the key to figuring out who the father of her unborn child was. It may even shed some light on the rest of the gravedigger mystery, but what do I know? I'm just the tech guy. Anna says, maybe the father found that palm reading paper and assumed it was Alice's, but really it belonged to Margaret. Alice was looking at the stars for another reason. That is a very interesting theory. All right, what have we got here? Another little map diagram with numbers. This is the hall, which is what they called this family farm. We've got, again, 9 numbered places. 1 is the grove. Sorry, let's zoom in on this. The legend here says that 1 is the grove, 2 is the animal pens, 3 is the cornfields, 4 is the orchard, 5 is the woods, 6 is the barn, 7 is the smokehouse, 8 is the grazing pasture, and 9 is the grain silo. And there's a little plus here of some sort. Not sure what that's about. Okay, cool little section of a map. And we've got numbers for some of these places, like the smokehouse, we're told, here's our puzzle of it. And we're told that's number 7 and situated, but we don't know what else to do with it. We'll come back to that. All right, here's a drawing of the cornfields. With a green back. That's odd. Anything jump out at you here? All right, you may not be able to see this as well as I do. Let's blow it up a bit so you get at least a reasonable shot at all right, let's see if I can bring this into the good close-up, good camera. Is that on the good camera? Anything, do you notice anything there? I don't know if it's on the good camera here. How about here? There you go. All right, take a good look at that. See if you see anything, because I do see something. In fact, it looks like there may be a bunch of stuff in here. Yeah, okay, I see a whole bunch of stuff now. Interesting. Let's leave this up for a bit and let you guys stare at it. I'll take my picture off it. So there's actually hidden letters, it looks like, all over this. There's an R here, an R here, maybe a D. There's a C here, an R here, an A here, an E here, T. They look like they're written with a different color, slightly different color. Like maybe a brown. There's lots of stuff in these stalks that look like they might be letters also, but the fact that the easy clear letters are a different color, slightly. There's an A there. So there's something here. It looks like maybe that's an S. I don't know if there's something here. But yeah, I mean, even in the stalks, it looks like there could be some hidden letters, but I don't think they are. I think we would just be looking for the letters that are written like in a pencil of a different color. And maybe if we get most of them, we can make out a phrase. It's not the initials. This is where what's her name went? Alice. So, but it's not the initials of her boyfriend because there are too many different letters. R A A R T E R. Lots of R's. And I don't think that's an N, but it might be a letter of some sort. A R T E. R's, maybe an S. She said the initials and the name of a constellation. Yes, I assumed that we weren't going to find those in the same place, though. I assumed that one place was going to tell us the initials and something else was going to tell us the constellation she was looking at. Now, it looks like this could be an eye here as well, sideways, right there. All right, well, let's come back to this. We don't need to solve it right now. I just wanted to give you guys a good chance to look at it carefully. But we know that's where Alice likes to hang out. So this is probably information from Alice. And maybe this is a clue that we should be looking for things of a different color. All right, and it seems like might be, John says it could be his full name jumbled. And Tina says, that's for the code. She said that she drew a picture of corn and gave it to her father and said the name was there. Okay, excellent. Thank you for reminding us. And Tina says, don't forget the story from the father says that she gave him a drawing, a picture. She drew a picture of the corn and told me the answer was there in her drawing, if only I knew where to look. So this might be the full name. Well, she doesn't say I've given you his name, but he says who is the father, and she encoded it here. So this could be the full name of the guy, although it'd be a little harder, like, to get a unique name out of letters. But it could be. We know he's a locksmith. Okay, and then related to that idea of the constellation, here is a constellation chart. Okay, let's see what we've got here. She gave lots of talk about a swan. Is there any of these a swan? A little hard for you to see that, huh? All right, so we're not exactly sure what to make of it. Lots of blue dots in various places. We'll have to come back to that. Anna says the swan is Cygnus. Well, remember that this game does say you might need to use the internet sometimes, so it's possible, you know, it wouldn't be fair for the game to assume you knew that swan was Cygnus, but maybe if you search for swan constellation, some website would tell you Cygnus. It doesn't really look like a swan. But we'll come back to this. Okay. Nothing on the back. All right, then we've got one of the other Museum Nocturnus. Carly White. Let's see what Carly has to say. I'm not much of a hands-on person when it comes to this stuff. I'm the museum manager, not a field archaeologist. Sometimes you do what you gotta do. In this case, that means heading out to the middle of nowhere to look for serial killer paraphernalia that we can show to the curious in exchange for their money. Museum isn't doing well right now. We need a big exhibit to bring people in. Otherwise, I'm not sure what might happen. Well, I take that back. I know exactly what will happen. We'll close the doors on the place and be forced to go find jobs at the mall. So we should at least keep in mind that these museum people have some sort of incentive to stage this whole thing, right? Just to get publicity. These don't now look more like we shouldn't expect any secret codes in them. We're just being familiarized with the people in this group. All right, here we have another location. puzzle or information. We haven't figured that out. We haven't scanned it to find out yet, but here's another card representing a location on the farm. This one's the barn. Well, nothing obvious here. So we may want to just put these all together somewhere. Okay, so our last document of the box is a postcard for when we're ready to solve the case. So what does it say? It says, when you're ready to solve the case, use the last name of the modern day killer and the buried nickname for the original killer. No caps, no spaces. The buried nickname for the original killer. We know the original killer was the gravedigger. So maybe that's what it means when it says there, although I'm not sure. But then it seems it's asking us who the modern day killer is. We don't even know that there's a modern day killer. That seems to be giving something away. Okay, so when we're ready to solve the case, we'll do this. Okay, so let's now go and try to organize our stuff a little bit. Oh, the collector's card, don't forget, says Anna, yes. Now, well, I won't want to say anything more about it. Let's just look at this. Remember that if you buy this used, people are trying to keep these, so let's see if this is important. The gravedigger, this was the legend of this person. Let's read about it. The gravedigger is an urban legend that was born out of the tragedy of the Montgomery family that claimed 4 lives back in 1930. After Jackson Montgomery's entire family was buried alive and Jackson himself seemingly vanished without a trace, people immediately branded him as the killer. Eventually, after it became clear that no one would ever see Jackson again, the townsfolk began to whisper that Old Man Montgomery still lived in the nearby woods, waiting to dig the premature graves of any trespassers on his property. Those friends of Jackson's, however, claimed that there was more to the story of the gravedigger than meets the eye. After all, you only bury things that were meant to be kept secret. Okay, so it seems like just a little flavor, but maybe a little hint. All right, let's organize our documents a little bit. Let's put all of the postcards of locations together. And all of the people together. And then we'll pick what puzzle or clues we want to try to work on. Okay, and then our starting material, we'll just put off here with this card. Ready to solve the case. And then we've just got our evidence here. Got our letters, maybe we can put these together. The phone, we've got a couple maps, maybe we'll put those together. That's our other map. Okay, so we've got our clues, evidence, stuff like that. All right, so let's just see what we got here. Cornfield, orchard, silo, smokehouse, and barn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we've got our members of Museum Nocturnus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it may be that each person is in one location. Regarding that, we're told by our note, let's get our 2 initial things that the intro to the case told us about, the phone and the note. Okay, so the note says, your friends are all buried. Their time is not long. Can you find where I've hidden them? or will you be wrong? Secret is kept, the truth won't be revealed, like an onion with layers that have yet to be peeled. With wings stretched out wide, the swan begins its dark flight, like a handful of stars on a clear, cloudless night. Find point 4 on the map. Prevent your friend's certain death. Consult the hall and the heavens as they take their last breath. Search near the swan's head, and one friend you will find. They are likely not dead yet, although quite in a bind. All right, so it feels to me like we've got 5 people in 5 locations. That might be how this system is worked. And it says near the swan's head. So if we look at our, just trying to get a bearing on this, let's just look at our constellation again of Cygnus. All right, well, there are more than 5 points here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But Swan's Head, Anna in the chat was telling us, look at the swan. This is its wings being spread. That means that would be its head and its tail. So if you were to lay this on a map, it might be saying, this guy's saying, look at the swan's head. You'll find one of our friends. Just for fun, if we look at this map here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there aren't 9 locations, and they wouldn't appear to be lined up. Like the locations on the map don't seem like they're aligned like that constellation in any way. Doesn't look like that matches, so I'm not sure how to make sense of that. Okay, and then we've got a website, and all right, so I think maybe before we get too far into this, we should scan one of these. We know what happens. We know that when we scan this, it's going to want this password. Okay, so I think we can pretty much assume that. But all of these locations are just, well, actually this one says, the cornfield says it wants the code to open the lock where she hid stuff. The rest of these don't. So let's scan one of these and find out what it's actually going to say. Logan says some of these locations were mentioned in a note that said where the bodies were buried in the original incident. Let's see. Let's look at that. Reported that he drugged 4 other members of his family, buried them alive in different locations scattered around the farm. They were all found in shallow graves, dead from asphyxiation. After the deed was done, never to be found. We were told the locations, weren't we? Where were they? Buried them alive in locations scattered around. But where did we read the list of locations? I'm pretty sure we did. Numbered the rooms, the sigil. Does anyone remember what document gave us the list of locations? Was it this brochure? No. One of the documents did give us a little rundown of the locations where bodies were. Who remembers? It was the one on one of the members' photos. Okay. Nobody knows who got her pregnant. I must have seen her. She must have had a good hiding place because she couldn't just text people. This says the bodies of the here we go. My grandmother used to tell me the bodies of the Montgomery women were found at the orchard, the smokehouse, the grain silo, and the barn. Okay, so those are our 4 locations where the women were found buried. And that leaves the one left, which has the cornfield, which we know where Alice liked to hang out, and that's the one with the puzzle. So here are where the people are buried, where the original people were buried. And I think we're going to find that each of these locations has one of our kidnapped people buried in it. And if I had to guess, I would guess that when we scan these, it's going to ask us to tell them which person is buried there. Or maybe it'll just be a password, but we're supposed to know that the password is the person's name, which is on here. So let's scan one of these to confirm our theory that that's what our task is, to find who's buried alive. Very clever, right? Buried alive in each location. All right, so let me bring this over here. Actually, I don't really think I need that. Maybe a little bit I do. Okay. Okay. All right, let me just bring this up. You can do it with me. All right, let's scan one of these and see what we've got. Okay. Updated. It's just directly downloading a PDF. I wonder. Okay, well, we decided what's the best thing to read it in last time. I'm trying to remember. Okay, so it just says it's password protected. Enter the password below. It's their encrypted PDF files, which they love using in this game. But we think that's probably going to be the name of the person buried there. Okay. And then this guy, he gave us a hint that, and these are probably going to be the women who are buried there, if we had to guess. Oh, but there's only 2 women. All right, so there's 5 people in 4 buried locations. Or maybe when you find the 5th one, you'll find where the father was buried. Okay, search near the Swan's Head, 1 friend. So this might be just a clue to one of the people. Like all of the different puzzles might be directing us to each of the different people. All right. So we've got some idea of the 4 puzzles are going to be where people are buried, figuring out who's buried where. Then we've got a cornfield puzzle that wants to know the initials of the person and the constellation. And then we have to hack Ash's password to get this thing. Let's take a look at Ash's card again, because this is the one card that may help us with this. And then after we look at this, we'll decide what puzzle we think is the most ripe, the lowest hanging fruit for us. Okay, let's see what this is. Ash's phone. He says only a true dummy would think they could hack Ash's password. Well, one thing when I read that dummy makes me think of this. Woodrow, partner of the noted serial killer, the ventriloquist. Let's just look at this for a second. If these are the right number of letters, WOODROW, I think his password's going to be Woodrow. That's my guess. I'm going to make an early guess here that he's talking about this dummy. Shall we just try this quickly before we scan his... I guess here's his thing here. Let's see. Let's just read what he says before we try that. The strangest thing to me about the whole gravedigger thing is the fact nobody seems to even know who got Alice Montgomery pregnant. How could her family not know who she was seeing? Times were different back then. It's not like she could text a guy without her folks knowing. She must have had a really good hiding place in order to keep something like that a secret. In my opinion, investigating Alice is the key to figuring out who the father of her unborn child was. May even shed some light on the rest of the gravedigger mystery. But what do I know? I'm just the tech guy. Okay, so nothing jumps out as a clue to his password, but I think he's talking about that. All right. All right, so let's see if we can scan and get this. All right, show our options. We're going to open this in the browser. All right. I don't know why it's not offering to show it to me in a browser anymore, but that's okay. Okay, files password protected, so it's fine. So, I mean, while we're just talking, critiquing the system, this is one of the complaints I had about the cabin, about this system, this attachment to this use of these encrypted PDFs. Like, it would be far better if that brought up when you scan this, it went to the web page, which, you know, said, here's the phone, put in the password to the phone, rather than this. But we're going to roll with it. All right, where's my... Let me try to use my keyboard so I don't have to type it in on the screen. All right, so we're going to try putting in Woodrow. All of the passwords for this game we're always told, always no caps, no spaces. So we're going to just type Woodrow, W-O-O-D-R-O-W, all lowercase, but it didn't get in. G-R-O-W, Woodrow. Okay. And that was it. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Combine reason, passion, intuition, and overkill. Overall good fortune. Then take away health, and what do you get? I would hurry if I were you. So we opened his phone, and we got a scary message. When we did, it looks like the gravedigger has left us a photo of someone buried alive. They've got fingernail polish, but these days that could be a man too, but it looks like a woman's fingers to me. Combine reason, passion, intuition, and overall good fortune. Then take away health. What do you get? It sounds like maybe we should be adding those words sort of numerically. But maybe it's letters, like reason, passion, intuition. If we took away certain letters, what do we get? I would hurry. Okay, well, it's clear it's trying to tell us where to find someone, but I'm not sure. Logan says, look at the palmistry chart, because we're looking at a hand. That's an interesting idea. Okay. Let's bring up the palmistry chart. Okay. I see. Reason, passion, intuition. Oh, smart. Reason, passion, intuition. Okay, very good work. I didn't even make that connection. Okay, let's do it. Let's do this one while we've got it. Okay, reason, passion, intuition. Those are numbers 2, 3, and 5. And combine those. And overall good fortune. Okay. Well, what do we do? Okay. There's fortune. I see, that's just a way of hiding it. So fortune was going to be 6. Okay, so combine these, that gives us 16. Then take away health is 9 minus 9 equals 7. Okay, so 7. All right. But this is interesting now. Okay, so 7, if you look at the map of this place, we're told 7 is the smokehouse. So if we're understanding this correctly, what I think this means is that the smokehouse is where this guy is. Even though those are fingernails, I think that is probably what we're being told. That this guy's phone, therefore we are now told, is at location 7. I'm guessing that that's what we are meant to conclude. The only thing that's throwing me off about that is the fact of those fingernails suggesting there's a woman buried there. But even if there is a woman there, I think we're meant to assume that the password for the smokehouse is Ash Stinson. And again, it's interesting. I think it seems like we're sort of understanding this world and the rules of this world. And these puzzles are a little bit abstract, some of them. And I think it is, we're going to try that in a second, but I do think I want to dwell on this for a second. So in some games, everything you put in, like every password, is meant to be an in-game makes sense in terms of the object. So like one of these told us, you know, the lock is encoded by 6 letters. Figure out those letters. Okay, everything is in-game. Everything is diegetic. It's music that the people in the story, in the movie, can also hear. But then some of these puzzles are much more abstract, and you can't think of them as in-game. So like for this puzzle, we would scan this smokehouse card and put in this guy's name. That's not something that's mechanically, physically happening in this world of this story. It's more like the game is saying, if you understood the concept of the puzzle, then that gets translated into knowing where to go dig him up, and that's how we're going to dig for him. Okay, Anna says, probably the fingers were just pointing us to the palm reading. Okay, so let's try it. So we go to our camera. We scan smokehouse. One of these days, if I show you these cameras of my room, something's going to get revealed that I don't want revealed. I'm not saying I have something revealed in mind. I'm just saying it's dangerous to be showing these cameras all over. Something's going to be like on the floor that shouldn't be. All right, so what happened? It went away. So smokehouse, which is number 7. All right. Or some document on the screen. I remember, I do remember once in grad school, having a meeting with my advisor, and I was demonstrating some code that I wrote to him, and I was just bringing it up on the browser, on my documents. I was going into the start menu or something to go open up this document, and it was like Windows recently accessed, recently opened files, and one was like a porno video that I had watched or something. It was embarrassing, but there's a whole set of ways you can have terrible reveals. Okay, so let's open this up. All right, so we think that the password for the smokehouse, which is location 7, which was found on his phone, is going to be his name. So we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll find out if our theory is correct. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. In the break, I made some copies, as Jonathan reminded me to do, of some of these documents. I've scanned them so that we can write on them. That's something that we've been doing lately, and it seems to be helping quite a bit, especially if you don't want to write on it. In the channel, Robert says, don't forget we should go to the website mentioned in the flyer soon. That's right here. We will do that very soon. I want to show you, after we do this website thing, something from the scanning I did, though. Robert says, I've never stayed for a whole game. Have to go to work during the week, but not on Saturday. This is fun. All right, so let's do this clue. Let's resume where we started. So we tracked down, using the palmistry, where we think Ash Stinson is buried alive in the smokehouse, based on the clue in his phone. And now we're going to find out if we're correct or if there's something we haven't understood about this. So let's put in his name. It's interesting and enjoyable that, if this is right, that the game didn't explicitly tell us to do this. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying the little leap of logic that that's what these passwords are. Let's find out if we're right. No, we're not right. Ash Stinson. Okay, that's not correct. But so it's a little deeper. We're going to have to figure out which daughter was buried at the smokehouse. I think that it's a little more interesting than we initially suspected. That's right. As Jonathan says, we found Ash Stinson's phone led us to the smokehouse, and now we're going to have to figure out the name of the original family member that was buried at the smokehouse. So it's a little two-parter. Okay, love it. Love it. We'll keep these together though, these three people. This is belonging to one person. And maybe it means that this will also be related to figuring out who's buried there. Were we told we were just told that the different daughters were at different places, but we weren't told which at which, right? Where was that one? I know it was on the back of one of these. Sometimes I just don't remember something we just read. Oh yeah, here we go. The women were found orchard, smokehouse, grain silo, and barn. But we're not told where. Okay, that's fine. Let us collect these together in one place. Before we visit the website, which is a reasonable guess of where to go next, I want to show you something. You could try all three, but we're not going to try. It is a little weird that, you know, there's only 4 choices. You could just try each of them. Normally with a puzzle game, you don't want to make it possible to brute force try. But we are not going to do that. We are better than that. Right? We are better than that. Palm reading was Margaret. He thought it was Alice, the daughter, but we know from the Margaret's. He thought it was his wife. Whichever one we know it is, the other one said that they were doing it. Okay, so yes, we could try one of those, but because there's a chance we could get it right by luck, let's put it off for a second. Let me show you, however, the scans, because I want to show you something a little more interesting. Now, whether this is kosher or not depends on, might be a subjective decision, but I think because we're dealing with paranormal investigators, I feel good about this. See if you're on the same wavelength as me. So I made a scan of our cornfields drawing that the daughter made, Alice, so that we could scan it. We noticed that there were some letters written in a sort of darker, slightly darker color. This thing is even green on the back to sort of suggest to us maybe that we're looking for things that aren't green, whatever. Okay, and then I scanned the maps and blew them up in case we want to write in them. But let me tell you what else I did. I scanned this in using my screenshot program. By the way, if you're curious what I do during the day as a programmer, I wrote a program called Screenshot Captor, which scans and takes screenshots and manipulates them. Anyway, I brought this in and I just did some fairly standard. If you were good at Photoshop, you could do a much better job, but I just went in there and I tried to separate these two colors in the most primitive way, and here is what I got. Now remember, this is using a little digital enhancement, but I feel like if we're paranormal investigators, Like, this is the kind of thing we do. We're listening for voices, right? Trying to enhance the audio. So when I increase the saturation to sort of separate these colors, this is what I got. So, assuming this is all, considering this kosher, let's see what we've got here. We've got a T, an R, an A, looks like a V and an I, if we're going from left to right, and an S, Travis, C-A-R-T-E-R. We've got his full name right here. I was concerned that we would not be able to come up with the first name versus last name, but it looks like it's actually in order. Travis Carter. Now, there's the name of the boyfriend, the father of the child, of the person who Alice realized became dangerous. Now, this is directly related to the concept of diegetic music that we've talked about a couple times. It's a term of art in the movie industry to mean diegetic music is music that if you hear it while watching the movie, most of the time you're hearing like background music, the score of the movie, but occasionally you hear diegetic music. That would be like if a phonograph is playing in a scene and they're hearing the music and you're hearing the music. So this is a weird case where the puzzle, it doesn't make sense in game terms. There's no actual message in the corn. These letters aren't in the cornfield. So it can jump you a little bit out of the game that this is the puzzle. Like, how is this translate? But I guess it's her drawing. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I'm wrong. I take it back. She hid these letters in her drawing. Okay, I'm completely wrong. This is a drawing in the game where she hid her letters and the father couldn't find it. Okay. Travis Carter. So I take it all back. This is completely a diegetic puzzle. It's a drawing that the daughter made, that the father kept, that we found, and she's hidden his name, and we found his name. TR are the initials of her boyfriend. Logan says, this isn't the first time, but I do wish some of the visual puzzles in these games would take into account of dyslexia, color blindness. There are ways to do the same thing, but not exclude. I agree with you, at least 50%. The part about color blindness does seem like it might be relevant. Now, I don't know if this dark brown on green would trigger color blindness parts. Sorry, I don't know if this would be, if this color scheme is taking account of people who have color blindness or not be appropriate. I think that dyslexia, however, is a more subtle. I think I would probably disagree with you about the dyslexia comment. And I would think of it this way. It's absolutely true that if you have dyslexia, some puzzles, word puzzles, are going to be substantially harder. But that seems fair play to me. And maybe even desirable. If you have dyslexia and you play a game where there are word puzzles, you know it's going to be harder for you. But I'm not sure that's something that a designer should try to avoid. I think maybe there's nothing wrong with that. A dyslexic person might want that challenge and to be pushed to develop their skills at overcoming that. I think the responsibility of the game designer is to not make puzzles that cannot be solved by someone with color blindness or dyslexia. Their job is not to make it equally easy. That's my personal opinion. Okay, so we've solved this Travis Carter. We can put this away with this and just mark this in our pile. Now, one thing that's a little weird is that the game says when you're ready to solve it, use the last name of the modern day killer and the buried nickname for the original killer. So one question I have for you is like, could we solve it now that we know Travis Carter is the name of the modern day killer? Maybe. We don't know that he's the real killer, but he could be the guy walking around alive, right? Well, not really, I guess. Even Travis Carter in 1930, he'd be dead. Okay, I don't know who the modern killer is. But anyway, the game says we're supposed to solve all the puzzles anyway, so okay. All right. Let's see what the chat says about my controversial statement. Logan says, on the other hand, these are meant to be played with more than one person. I agree with your logic there. If it fits the world of the game too, and then we lost the second half of that. YouTube comments have like a 200 character limit. Okay, this one we got. So this actually goes with this. This one's solved. All right. Let's see. What do we want to attack next? There was an interest in visiting the website. Chat channel says, this boy would be 100 at least. I think he was the original killer. Ah, he's the original killer. Yes. But then we still need to know his nickname, right? Because the rules say when you know the buried nickname for the original killer. Wow, okay, so sorry I didn't show you that, but yes, so we know his real name, but we don't know his last name. We know he was a locksmith. All right, so and Tina is saying we think we know the cornfield lock puzzle, and so let's see. The cornfield lock says, you find a storm-sheltered door in the middle of the cornfield. It's locked with an old lock that needs 6 letters to open. It appears to have been recently tampered with. 6 letters. Okay, that's 6 letters. That's all we're told here. But then, if we find Alice's note, she tells us that the father's the locksmith. And she tells us where she's hid stuff. What does she say? She says, I'm not worried about my father finding it. She's been stealing stuff. She got a special lock. It uses my paramour's first and last initials, so that would be TC, and the name of his favorite constellation. And from our constellation map, we're looking for 4 more letters, right? It's 6 letters in total. Are we told it's 6 letters? No. Just told that it's a special lock. Name of it, so we don't know how many letters it is. Name of his favorite constellation. Now, remind me where we determined that Swan was a constellation. It's because of this from the Gravedigger. Search near the swan's head, and one friend you will find. They're likely not dead yet. Search near the swan's head, consult the hall in the heavens as they take their last breath. So we were thinking near the swan's head is probably a constellation of the swan, and Cygnus, we're told, is the swan. I see. So the chat is saying, Antina said TC Cygnus and then TC Swan if it's 4 letters. Yes, but I think I must have made up the part about 6 letters, right? Oh no, this card is 6 letters. Okay. Okay. So favorite constellation. So probably it's Swan. So then you wouldn't need to know that Cygnus was Swan to make that leap. But it would help you to know that Swan is a constellation if we just for fun searched for Swan constellation, just so that everyone can see that Anna didn't just completely make it up. Cygnus is a northern constellation on the plane of the Milky Way, deriving its name from the Latinized Greek word for swan, one of the most recognizable constellations of the northern summer and autumn. Okay. So, I think we are ready to give this a try. So we think the shelter door, storm shelter door where she's hidden her stuff, is going to be TC Swan based on her letter. All right, so this is kind of exciting. We are about to open this lockbox from this girl from 90 years ago and see what she put in it. Jonathan says, hold on for a second. Jonathan says, I think there was mention of Alice and Travis giving nicknames to parts of the farm based on constellations. Yeah, let's not just assume. Why are we assuming it's Swan? Just because he wrote Swan as a constellation on this one. But this is not necessarily related to this. So let's give some more thought to this. Let's look at her letter. There are 4-letter constellations. In fact, there's 2. Lyra and Lynx. Let's read her letter again and see if maybe she tells us. She says it's his favorite constellation. Okay, how are we gonna, are we told that? Falling in love isn't supposed to cause us much pain. When I first met the boy I would give my heart to, we came out here to be free, to gaze up at the stars, to dream about our future. We would look at the constellations and imagine how they might correspond to certain parts of the farm, and joke about using constellation names as code for where we wanted to meet up. Now I come here to hide from everyone and hang my head. Looking up is the last thing I wanted to do. He's a locksmith. Does that give us any clue? I don't think we're ready to do this. It's not Swan. It's not going to be Swan. The name of his favorite constellation. What would his favorite constellation be? Let's see if she says anything more here. I've seen what kind of person he is. I've seen behind the mask. Okay, so that would be another potential, like if it's a play on words, that could be, if we're thinking what's his favorite constellation, it might be related to being a locksmith. Or maybe if she's making an allusion to seeing behind the mask, We agreed we would tell our parents. He said he didn't tell them. Let's see. Corresponds the constellations, how they might correspond to certain parts of the farm. We might use constellation names as codes for where we wanted to meet up. So constellations to areas of farm, and then where to meet up. And it's his favorite constellation, so you might say his favorite place to meet up might be another guess of what we should look for to identify him. Or she's stealing them from the house, storing them inside the storm cellar. But we're in the cornfields. It's a little weird. What's that? Is there something we've missed here? The fact that she's storing this inside the storm cellar. Is this a different lock? Special lock. Initials. We found a storm shelter door, I see, in the middle of the cornfield. So it's still... There's no separate location for storm shelter. It's a storm shelter in the cornfield. Okay, fine. And it appears to be recently tampered with. That's a little troubling. All right, any theories about what Travis Carter's favorite constellation would be? Anna told us in her diary that it's his favorite. And Anna's saying, we assume because Alice wrote about the swan. Anna says, the Zoom is giving me headaches, sorry. Where did we read about the swan? Well, we read about the swan here. Search near the swan's head, one friend you'll likely find. But did she also talk about the swan herself? Sorry if it's giving you headaches. I'll try to be a little more, what's the word for it? Judicious about my use of it. Where does she talk about the swan? She likes going to the cornfields, abandoned storm shelter, where I feel like crying like how I feel right now. We come here to be free, to gaze up at the stars, to be with each other. So we don't quite know how to map constellations to different places on the farm. How about, where are our other letters? Let's end here. Let's not forget these. Let's see what she says. I want to help. It's all my fault. I wish I'd go to the cornfields and apologize for all the trouble I started. Alice has been studying the stars at night, finding messages in the heavens that aren't there. Alice won't say who's responsible. Oh, sorry about this. Let's see if I can stop it from going crazy. It's a witch. It's the spirits. I can stop it from doing. I need to put the toggle on a little easier so I can toggle it off. Let's try that. I thought her art would take her places. She did her drawing. What would be the boyfriend's favorite constellation? The boyfriend is the original grave. If the boyfriend is the original killer, and his nickname, maybe that's... She might be trying to tell us that. We may have to decode another puzzle to figure out. The boyfriend's name. I think it's time to go to the website. Lyra, Logan says, my guess is TC Lyra. Okay, don't forget a couple things while you're guessing this. Oh, it does have 4 letters, yes. So you could almost guess that it's going to be a 4-letter. Yes, we've basically got 2 choices then, if we're right. Lyra and Lynx. But, so it seems like almost certainly it's going to be Lyra or Lynx, but we don't have a reason to favor one of those, so it feels a little bit like cheating to put those in. L-Y-R-A or L-Y-N-X. So I think we should delay that. I mean, we could get it right by chance, 50-50 chance, or try both, but it feels like that would be premature to me. So I think we're going to have to wait on that. Until we learn a little bit more. But we can go visit the website. So let's do that. Keep your eye open for why she would say Lyra or Lynx. Jonathan says, I think Antina had a good point. Let me read. Is there any constellation the same shape as the farm? That's an interesting idea. Or a constellation with 9 points. Okay. So if I'm understanding the chat, and what was Antina's good point? Is any shape, constellation the same shape as the farm? Okay, that's a good idea. All right, let's look here. There are 9 locations marked on the farm. So one thing you might look for is what constellation has 9. Cygnus, the swan, almost says 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then you were saying the head of the swan is over here, not here. Okay, fair enough. But if we already know the only constellation we're known reference is the swan, And he says, look at the head of the swan where someone's buried. So it wouldn't be crazy to think that it's the swan that's representing the entire farm. But if you look at these numbers, they really don't seem like they match a swan. Let's see, is there? Let's sort of trace it out. I mean, I do have tracing paper somewhere. We used it before. Let's see, maybe if we can put marks to help us see what the constellation. Maybe we can trace it in order too, right? Well, 4 is over here outside of my tracing paper. I'll just approximate. Okay, 1 is over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's our 5? Oh, that's 5, not 3. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, let's see if there's a constellation that looks a little bit like this. Is there any constellation that looks like this? Even assuming it's the right way up. Nothing jumps out to me. I mean, who knows if you would connect it in these ways, so maybe the lines aren't so important. Guess you might look for something that just had 9 in it if you had to guess for a simplification. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So boots is a 9. They called it the hall. They called the place the hall. That doesn't seem to help us much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this doesn't seem to really match it. Nothing jumps out to me. Let's see what the chat says. And Tina says, what's next to the swan's head? Logan said Lyra, which looks like it could be near the swan's head. Well, Lyra is near the swan's head, but why are we looking for something near the swan's head? And then Anna says, maybe we should be looking for 9 constellations, 1 for each place. That makes a little more sense to me. They would say the next time we meet in Lyra, etc. Right, yes, I think you're right. I think you're right that we're probably not looking for 1 constellation for the farm. We're looking for 1 constellation that matches up with each of the locations. We need to put the numbers on the constellations. I do agree with this idea that it's probably going to be that each of our locations on the farm is going to get given a constellation. And so probably once we know what constellation is the swan, that's the place we go for that one. Gravedigger's note said, search near the swan's head to find a buried friend. The killer's note is about the swan's head. That's right. So I think we know Cygnus, but we know Cygnus is where he's referring to, but we don't know what location on the map corresponds to the swan. And I don't think it's going to be that the swan is the entire farm and its head is the specific location. Oh, Jonathan is saying, we're saying Lyra is near the swan's head. I see what you're saying. You're saying the killer says search near the swan's head, and what's near the swan's head is the constellation Lyra. So when we find what area of the farm is Lyra, we'll know what he's referring to here. Okay, good. You might even argue then by process of elimination, this is not going to be the cornfields one, probably. Okay. Find point 4 on the map. Find point 4 on the map. Is it telling us here that point 4, which is the orchard, is Lyra? I mean, is point 4 on the map point 4 is the orchard. So is it telling us that the orchard is Lyra? Point 4 on the map near the swan's head. Is it telling us Lyra corresponds to the orchard? Then the question is, who would be buried there? Like an onion with the layer, the secret is kept, the truth won't be revealed, like an onion with the layers that have yet to be peeled. With wings stretched out wide, the swan begins its dark flight, like a handful of stars on a clear cloudless night. Find point 4 on the map. If it's this map, point 4 is the orchard. Consult the hall and the heavens. Okay, the hall is this whole area, and the heavens as they take their last breath. Search near the swan's head. One friend you will find. They're likely not dead yet, although quite in a bind. So someone tied up. So orchard and then Lyra. Do we think then that maybe this whole, the password for orchard is Lyra, or do we think we're supposed to be a whole bunch of different ideas here. Logan says the stanzas answer with a train of logic that makes sense for input for the 6-space code block. The real question is whether these are separate puzzles, and I'm inclined to believe that these are completely separate puzzles. This puzzle is for the orchard and Lyra, and I think my inclination is that the puzzle of the cornfields, which where have I put it, and the 6-letter code is a separate puzzle. That's the cornfield puzzle. Where did I put that one? All right, you guys talk amongst yourselves for a minute. try to figure out what you think about whether these are separate puzzles while I recover the cornfield. I think this cornfield is a separate puzzle than the Gravedigger's note. Yeah, this is someone who's buried. The Gravedigger's note is about someone who's buried to recover. The cornfield puzzle is about her lockbox. Maybe. Although someone's tampered with it. If they're separate puzzles, then Lynx is probably the 4-letter nickname, or not nickname, but favorite constellation of Carter. If they're the same puzzle, they're not the same puzzle. This one is about the orchard. Unless, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, unless each of these are for a different person. Search near the swan's head, and one friend you will find, quite in a bind. Are these separate puzzles? Do we have a puzzle that's like an onion? Is there a constellation like an onion? I don't think these are separate puzzles. I think this is all part of one. All right, let's not rush. Anna says, my read is the storm shelter's lock tampered with means today's killer hid someone there. I think that's reasonable. The paragraph that mentions the swan and a handful of stars, that might mean the swan constellation name is used for the password for the smokehouse, which had the palm puzzle. Did we not? We didn't answer this one. No, this one's got to be the name of the person. I think. Although I'm not sure. Let's, it's an interesting situation where we're we've got a whole bunch of puzzles that are all sort of clamoring for our attention, and that's causing, when we get one, I feel like the others will sort of start to click into place. But right now we don't know if the passwords are constellations, as Anna said, or the passwords are the girls' names. So yes, but let's try to slow down for a second. And doesn't really matter in what order we attack it, but I'm going to make the case that we're not quite ready to attack one of these. I will only point out that we're told by Alice that the code is her boyfriend Carter's favorite constellation. I believe that means that we're not going to figure out that constellation until we get some clue about what her boyfriend's favorite constellation was. We're not going to find that constellation mentioned by the killer for no reason, unrelated, or whatever. We have to have a clue that ties to that fact. So I suggest we just slow down a bit, absorb these clues we have, and look for the other weak points, the weak joints in the chicken, until we weasel our way into something. All right. Let's do the website first. I don't think it's going to be too important, but let's get that out of the way. And then we'll start moving on to one of the others. And Tina says, use the Ouija board to help us figure out what to do. John says there are 5 paragraphs on the Gravedigger note, 5 locations. Jonathan says, I think the Gravedigger's note is a hint for each location's nickname. That's certainly possible. All right, let's go to this website first. Stalking. Ghost hunters. The best way to get something revealed is to have it come up in an autocomplete search. StalkingGhostHunters.com. Okay. Let's try this. No, what did I do wrong? Stalking Ghost, no double G. Stalk, no stalking. StalkGhostHunters.com. Okay, here we go. Oh, Stalk Ghost Hunters. All right, this is interesting. Connecting the world with the otherworldly, who we are. Okay. Install app? No. All right, let's see what we've got here. So here's Stalk 2018. What can we do here? We can get to the menu. Can we click on these people? No. All right, but we've got a menu here. Okay, Haunting of Indigo House, Carnival of Chaos, Body Farm. Okay, so you can see there's a whole bunch of these Deadbolt Mystery Societies starring this group. And we're on the Body Farm, all right? Our friends from Museum Nocturnus have gone missing here at the Montgomery Farm. We've split up and are out looking for them now. I don't have time to give a complete account of everything, but I'm going to post some of my findings here so other members of the stock can easily access the info. Signed, Lisa. For now, a couple of observations. So this is on the on their blog. We found some strange constellation artwork that may tie in to the legend of the Gravedigger. I'll post it below. The Hall is the term that Jackson Montgomery gave his farm originally because one of his favorite pieces of music was Grieg's In the Hall of the Mountain King, famous piece of music, classical. He often jokingly referred to himself as the Mountain King. So the Hall became another name for home. Strangely enough, most people don't know the estate as the Hall anymore. They refer to it as the Body Farm because he had planted bodies instead of crops. We found a strange note in the room that used to belong to Jackson Montgomery. Okay, let's just look at this for a second. Where's my larger map? Okay, where's Jackson Montgomery's room here? Strange note. The message is a repeating series of letters found on an old manual typewriter that had no ribbon. I aren't quite sure what to make of this or how it came to be there. I'm fairly certain the answer is right in front of my eyes. I just keep thinking over it. Maybe I should start over. Could this be Jackson Montgomery trying to give us some information about what he did to his family? It's a repeating series of letters found on an old manual typewriter that had no ribbon. All right, let's keep going. Here's a constellation artwork. That's a pretty nice piece of art. Is that the links? Kind of snake. Boy, these are nice looking. Can we zoom in? That's Draco. Here are all the constellations in a much prettier form. Okay, Leo Minor and the Lynx That's Leo minor and the Lynx. I guess Leo major is under Leo minor. There's Cygnus, the swan. Okay, so look at this. So if you didn't know or didn't look up, and you didn't have Anna to tell you which thing is which, you could get it here. You could see what these different things are. Is this Andromeda and Perseus? Okay, here's Andromeda and Perseus from Greek myth. There's Gemini, the twins. You get a real education from this channel. Not from me, but from the channel. Okay, there's Ursa Major. I don't know what the story of Ursa Major is. Why is this little creature Ursa Major? Is Ursa Major the scientific name for the creature? And there's Draco, the dragon. There's Leo Minor and the Lynx. Okay, so the only constellation that is confusing to me is there's Cygnus, there's our swan. What's next to it? Lakrita, a lizard. Is there another one there? Hello. Perseus, Andromeda. Where was the other one? Is there Lyra? Oh, there's Lyra. That's the Lyra, musical instrument. Okay. Andromeda and Perseus. The big bear. There's a little bear, Ursa Minor. Okay, so there you go. We've got some history lesson from Antina, who says, the one we're about to see here. There's Orion in the lower right. Okay, so Ursa Minor is the little bear. That's what it is. It's a bear, and it's Ursa Minor, the little bear, and then there's a big bear. Okay, excellent. So we've got a little lesson on constellations. And here's the note found in the Montgomery house. Fun fact, Anna says, in Hungarian, it isn't a bear, but a wheelbarrow. One big one and one little one. The constellations are very open to interpretation, you can see. Okay, so he typed these over and over again. I'm going to put one thing that we do that we're pretty good at, which is key, is we are pretty good at keeping a list of unresolved things that we need to not forget. So we did visit the website, and I'm just going to make a note here that we've got the website letters from Montgomery. So we could print this out and work on it. 2 pairs of letters. It looks like they could be scrambled or missing letters in between them. But they look like little, what would you call them? Digraphs. They look like little pieces of English. Fragments. Is every line the same? Yes, every line is the same. It's one sentence. You might imagine each pair of letters forms a word with some missing stuff. If your typewriter could only type certain letters, certain letters would be missing. Why 9 times? I'm not sure. Robert says, look back at the top of the website and look at number 3. 3 says, we found a strange note in the room that used to belong to Jackson Montgomery. Message is a repeating series of letters found on an old manual typewriter that had no ribbon. Not quite sure what to make of this or how it came to be. I'm fairly certain that the answer is right in front of my eyes. I just keep skipping over it. Maybe I should start over. Yeah, it kind of sounds like... I do agree that I think it's saying that, like, maybe certain letters are being skipped over. I'm not sure what he would be telling us, though. If the theory was that certain letters don't print, or maybe certain letters get skipped, could you add letters to this to make a sentence? You might expect the last words would be TED. I guess I should be looking here. We might want to print that out to play with that. Let's take a screenshot of this. Okay, well, this would be one of those things that we would take a thinking break to work on. So let's not get obsessed with this now. This is turning into a much more compelling, interesting game than I expected. Anna says she figured it out. Okay, so don't tell us yet, Anna. We're gonna take a little break now, and we'll spend some time. We'll give everyone a little bit of time, including myself, time to stare at it and make sense of it before we hear Anna's solution. But it's time for us to take our 8-minute break. But I don't know about you guys, but so far this is pretty compelling and pretty fun case. All right, so we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll work on that puzzle. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're playing the Body Farm from Deadbolt Mystery Society. Enjoying it quite a bit. Logan says what I was thinking is, wow, I'm surprised by how many puzzles they're able to fit into a box with this many documents. It felt like a very light box, but it is so far packed with little puzzles and puzzles that interrelate to each other. And we're in a weird position where it feels a little overwhelming that we've got like a lot of puzzles partially solved, and I think it's a little disorienting. I've tried to reorganize stuff a little bit. What have I done here? Tried to reorganize stuff a little bit, and I think so I scanned the constellations for us to write on, and then I scanned this puzzle. Okay, so Anna says she figured out this. So what we're going to do, remember, this is the note we found in Montgomery House on the typewriter. We're told that it's in the room that belonged to the father, which we know from our map here is this room here, 1, Jackson. It's on a typewriter that had no ribbon. The answer is right in front of my eyes. I just keep skipping over it. That seems like a clue about skipping. Maybe I should start over. Sounds like another clue. All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're going to try our little trick. We're gonna try our trick. What is our trick? We're going to show this on the screen. We're going to put our little overlay. Anna's figured this out. We're gonna put our little overlay on this, and it's supposed to be counting down now. I'm not sure why it doesn't show the countdown. That's okay. You guys start thinking on this. If you figure out the answer, don't shout it out yet. But in a few minutes, we'll let Anna tell us the answer. I'm going to head off to try to correct why the clock's not showing while you guys are working on this. Okay, so there we have our proper timer. Let's see if we can do this. Now, I'm going to be working on this with you. I'll try to stay silent most of all, but I might be writing on this, so you could get given the answer by me by accident. That's sort of the price you pay for watching this channel. But you could go into another room and look away from the screen while you work on it if you want. Skipping over seems the key. Okay, I see part of the answer. I mean, I see something that's clearly related to the answer. I'm not going to do anything on it in case you guys work on it. I just don't know if it's the complete thing. Okay. Take your time and no shame if you don't find it, but I'm going to step away for a bit since I've found it. All right. Well, that was our thinking break. We're not going to say the answer yet because Robert has something he wanted to say. We're trying to make the best and figure out a system for enjoying these puzzle games as a group collectively online. It's a tricky situation. I've talked before about why it's so tricky to play these puzzle games on a live stream. And one reason is because it's hard to know how long it's going to take you, and there's the issue of time pressure when you're trying to solve these things. I'm not a particularly fast thinker, and it's very easy to get stuck on any given puzzle, so you shouldn't feel bad if you're stuck, but it's weird because it's like the show must go on. We've got to progress, usually, although we could sit for hours and solve it, but we're in a weird situation. Let me leave this on the screen. We're in a weird situation when we play these games. If one person knows the answer, when you're playing with a real group, playing these games in groups, that's just part of the fun and trade-off when you're playing with a group, is that one person may solve it while the other people haven't solved it. And normally when you play a cooperative game that's like this, you buy into that approach. You're just going to say, well, we're going to get some puzzles that I'm going to contribute to, some puzzles someone else is going to solve, and I won't, but I'll enjoy vicariously that they've solved it. But one of the reasons that this channel is called Co-op for Two is that I find in cooperative games, as you get more than two people, for me, it's really two is the sweet spot. I don't like to play most of these games more than two. You quickly get to the point where you're not feeling like it's just too many people, too many chefs in the kitchen, too much to really have deep conversations on. So we're sort of in danger of that when we've got a group of people playing these puzzle games, that at a certain number of people, the odds of any one person being able to helpfully contribute to a puzzle starts to go down. And one of the ways we're trying to tackle that is to say that for the hard puzzles, we're going to give people a chance to think about it. But it's not really a hard and fast rule, because when I figure it out, I just normally say it. It's only when we get stuck. Okay, to this puzzle now. In the chat, and it's not really a puzzle you have to figure out. You just need to read it in a certain way, not all the letters. Yes, okay, so I think we're going to talk about the solution to this now. The website description said it's a typewriter. What does it say? Message repeating series of letters. I'm fairly certain the answer is right in front of my eyes. I just keep skipping over it. That was our clue about skipping over it. Maybe I should start over. Okay, so when I looked at this, I started thinking, okay, this is some sort of, maybe if we think about it like a typewriter, he's sending us a message from the grave, but I was thinking maybe it's missing certain keys, skipping over stuff, but it's not quite that. What it is it is skipping letters. So you read it first by looking at the first letter in each pair. And then when you get to the end, it goes over to the second letter in each pair. So it says, dig deep to find the Truth, the truth, N-O-T, not A-L-L-A-R-E-D-E-A-D. Dig deep to find the truth, not all are dead. That's Probably was a little hard to see with that small letters. You see the first letter, you start with the first letter, skipping every other. You basically skip every other letter. I should start using a better pen when I'm trying to illustrate something. Okay, but Anna figured it out quickly. Again, look, I'm, as a philosophy of life, the fast thinkers are always impressive, but that's not what, it's more important to have some determination and stick to it than being a fast thinker. No one should feel bad that they're not a fast thinker, but it's also the case that with these kinds of puzzles, that if your brain locks into the wrong, happens to pick the wrong thing to lock into first, you can get stuck. And if your brain happens on the right approach, then it's all clear sailing. And when you have a bunch of people, some are going to get it. Not saying anything, I'm not taking anything away from Anna's brilliance. I'm just saying don't be too hard on yourself if you don't get it. And, you know, if you're the person who gets it, you take credit for that. That's brains and personality. When the other people get it, that's just good luck. All right, so this feels like this puzzle's basically, though, was it just for flavor, or is it telling us that not all were dead for, not all were dead, not all are dead? Is it saying not all of our friends are dead? Is it saying not all of the originals are dead? Who's not all dead? Or is it just a little bit of flavor? Not all are dead. Doesn't really help us, though. Doesn't really help us. Just fun. Okay. Now let's try not to get overwhelmed here. But let's do a little bit of recap. Sometimes it's very easy to overthink these things and make it more complicated than it is. That was a totally self-contained little puzzle where the hint about skipping was literal. All right, now let's just recap where we are and slow down a bit. We've got a bunch of cards, one for each location on this farm, 5 of them representing 5 puzzles to solve. Some we've made very good progress on, but still don't know quite how to answer it. For each location on the farm needs a password. This one, we've got a bunch of things related to it. We've got the phone, which we unlocked with the password to the dummy. When we opened the phone, that was Ash Stinson's phone. So we used information on Ash Stinson to open his phone. We opened the phone, we got another little riddle. The riddle worked with this evidence to give us a number. That number was for the smokehouse. The number it gave us was 7. 7 is the number of the smokehouse. There's 7. So that's how we took this card and added it to this set. So we think these are all about someone. This is people buried. All of these places except for the cornfield are places where people were buried originally. So someone is buried at the smokehouse, someone was buried in the 1930s, and one of our friends is buried there now. What we don't know is, even given all that, what the password for the smokehouse is. Now, we thought it might be the name of the person from our current day who's buried there, but that's not right. So now we think it might be the name of the person buried there originally, but maybe even more likely is that it's the constellation that the couple, that the daughter gave to the smokehouse. We're told that they gave a name, a constellation name for each location on the farm. She and her boyfriend, who turns out is, we think, is probably the gravedigger. Okay, so until we know what constellation goes with the smokehouse, we don't know. We don't know how to put that password in yet. But other than that, we're finished. But something just occurred to me. Hold on. Before I get to Anna's comment, we're told by the ghost hunters they smelled something. They smelled smoke that smelled like... What did it smell like? Let's reread that for a second. Yes, this is now useful to actually reread some of these. Let's reread this for a second, then I'll get back to the comments. I think I have to turn back on my markers. Okay, let's look at this for a second again. I wanted to read... Okay, she's talking about the sigils. And to see if they left a message. The strangest thing happened while we were setting this up. For several minutes, the room smelled with the smell of hickory smoke. Then as quickly as it showed up, the smell disappeared. There are documented cases of phantom smells. This is the first time any of us has experienced it. Does hickory have anything to do with one of our constellations? Could that tell us? That seems like it's a key about the smokehouse to me. It's either telling us that the sigil clues are relevant to the smokehouse, or hickory is telling us about what constellation is the smokehouse. For the sigil, she says that each number corresponds to a specific member of the family. The main thing you need to know is which number to focus on. Once you know that, you can use the sigil to see if they have left a message of any sort. That's very interesting. I've got lots of thoughts on this game, but it's premature to start talking about it. Sometimes when I would play with Greg, we would drift into discussion of the game in the middle of it. In the middle of like focusing on trying to solve it, we would have a long discussion about the game design in the game, and we'd have to remind ourselves we need to finish playing the game first. So that's what I'm reminding myself about. Okay, so anyway, that's the smokehouse. Let's just get back to our recap for a second. These other 3 locations where people were buried, we haven't gotten to yet. The puzzle that we're also halfway done with is the cornfield. The cornfield is a locked storm shelter door. No one was buried in here, but we don't know what's in here. We know that Alice was collecting stuff and hiding it in here. We know the lock needs 6 letters. We're told by her what she set the special lock password to. She set it to her boyfriend's 2 initials. We know his name is Travis Carter from this puzzle. So we know that's TR. And then 4 more letters. That's his favorite constellation. There are only 2 constellations on that map that are 4-letter names. One is Lyra and one is Lynx. Although if someone told us it was Ursa Minor, we would just type Ursa, so that might be another option. And then one of the Gravedigger's clues says search near the swan's head, so we think maybe that means Lyra. But we're not quite sure if we've got 5 stanzas for the 5 different puzzles or if this is all for one puzzle. That's sort of been the story of this game. All these interacting parts, we're not sure if they're which puzzle they're for. But we have decided that we're going to wait rather than guess until we get a better clue as to one of these. So we're still looking for the weak joint to carve the chicken. Let's catch up in the chat, though. Not all of the women were dead. Alice had the child that is now the killer. Dun, dun, dun. That's Antina's idea. That is a very interesting idea that the child could still be alive. If the child was born in 1930 and it's now 2019, the child is 89 years old. That's old. You could be alive at 89, but you're probably not running around as a killer at 89, but maybe. Anna says, we got answers from how many spirits? 3? I'm not sure what that means. Could we look at the paper where Anna asked the spirits and they wrote at certain Anna's now asking the spirits? Okay. Can we look at that paper where Anna, and that's right. Okay, so Anna is talking about her namesake, Anna, here, who asked to do some writing. So Anna wants to look at this again. Okay, so let's look at this again. But first, let me finish catching up on the chat. Father said she's at the beginning of her pregnancy. Maybe that's how we read the Ouija board. Everyone has a sigil. We haven't gone into our sigil puzzle, which is here. That looks like a weird complicated one, but maybe it won't be so complicated. And we haven't done this puzzle, which seems a little easier by my eyes to decode. But okay, we could start with, sorry for all the jumping around. There was a possible hint about the spirit board with the museum brochure. Yes. Okay. So let's maybe look at, Anna wanted to look at this. And maybe let's look at the Ouija board. So let's just review what we've got here. We think this font is Alice, the pregnant daughter. She doesn't seem to be giving us too much new information. It's all my fault. I want to help. I wish I could go to the cornfields and apologize for the trouble I started. I think she just means by getting pregnant and stuff. All right, who else do we have? We've got handwriting samples from the father and from the gravedigger, and they're kind of similar. The gravedigger and the father have similar handwriting, but okay. It looks like, and we have Alice's, yeah, oh no, that Alice's with the weird T. Okay, so someone is scratching out. Death don't blame, or death don't blame me. The truth is beneath the soil. Well, this seems very similar to what the father wrote us on his typewriter. So this could be the oh no, we say, what's your name? So Margaret. So this is Margaret here, the mother. The truth is beneath the soil. Jackson doesn't know this, but I was fascinated by astrology and palm reading, even did palm readings for some of our friends out in the barn. Sometimes I knew he would never check there. Okay, so that's Margaret. So what handwriting don't we know? It's this script. Do they each, we've got 3 people, and they each answer each question. Okay, that's simple enough then. So who is this person? Hi, it's me. I mean you no harm. Can you tell me the secret was buried in an unmarked grave? And then this person says, we lost everything. Is this the father? It looks like his handwriting. Is it exactly his handwriting? What can we identify? What's distinctive about his handwriting? It's very loopy. It's got a loopy Y's and G's. Let's see about them here. There's our loopy Y. There's our loopy G. It looks like this could be the father. This is just a weird way for a formal father to talk, "Hi, it's me." So I don't know. I don't know if that's the father. It's someone not giving us much information, though, so maybe it doesn't matter. The secret was buried in an unmarked grave. Almost sounds like they buried the illegitimate child in an unmarked grave. Interesting. But the child wasn't really a secret. Logan says, check the O's. Yeah, the O's are a little distinctive. They sort of cut down through the middle of them. Let's see, these O's do cut down the middle as well. So yeah, I think maybe this is the father's handwriting. I don't know why he's talking so informally to us. "Hi, it's me." That doesn't sound like a 1930s father. But okay. I think we've mined that for all the easy information. There's a couple puzzles that we haven't tackled yet. The sigils, the Ouija board, and this thing. And we think this thing might be tied to something else. Where are we told about this? Okay, let me just read this part. We numbered each room and used the stock scale to determine which room in the house is the most haunted. Let's do these calculations. Cold spots are worth 1 point. Okay, so what we've got here, cold spots are worth 1 point. Movements are 1 point. EVPs are 2 points. That's the talking. And objects moving are worth 3 points. Okay, so if you were to add up the score in this room, you get 3 plus 1 is 4. Let's try it. Let's do it. Okay, it doesn't matter. There's a whole bunch of colors. This has got a 4-point room. This is a 4 plus 2 is a 6-point room. This is a 1 plus 4 is a 5-point room. This is a 1 plus 1, so this is a 2-point room. This is a 1 plus 2 plus 1 room, which is a 4-point room. This room is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here we have in the garage a 7-point room. The bath is a 5, 6, 7-point room. So make sure I'm not doing anything wrong here. Okay. The kitchen is a 3-point room. Dining room looks, let's see, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so the dining room is an 11-point room. So there's our most haunted room, the dining room. All right, what can we do with this information? Room with the highest total is considered to have the highest amount of paranormal activity. And we've now given a score to each room, but I don't know how to use that to help us, okay? But at least we've annotated that if that becomes relevant to us at some point. We could get other numbers for each room. If we wanted to give each room a 3-digit code, we could, or 4-digit code, we could. Doesn't seem useful. All right, let's look at this puzzle now. All right, so we've got 2 clues related to this puzzle. One is what it says here. The first time we came here, I spoke to Ellie. This is the little daughter, the youngest daughter. Where is she? There she is. There's little Ellie. I think she doesn't communicate like other spirits I've spoken with, so she's not using normal words, full words. I think it has to do with the age she died. She had barely started school when tragedy struck. She's extremely smart, but likes to play games. I've marked the letters she focused on, but she thought it was funny to place them out of order. Okay, so she purposely placed these letters out of order, and I think we've got the number of symbols tells us how many times that letter can be found. And then we've got one more key to this, one more clue here, which is this, which says triangle, square, pentagram, circle. So if that's in order, triangle, square, which we don't know, but you might figure, okay, triangle is the I, then we've got an L, triangle, and we've got an O, triangle, and we've got an S, triangle. Okay, squares, we've got a C, and then a K, and then an L, N, O, U. Okay, and then pentagon, we've got the I, and then we've got the S. And lastly, circle, we've got an A, and then we've got an R, and then we've got a U. Sorry, I missed an S. Circle is A, R, S, U. Okay. So here are all of our letters in order. Triangle, square, pentagon, circle. But no reason that these should be in order. You might guess that each word was scrambled, but is otherwise proper. And one of these might be telling us a constellation name. So I think I can see that we've got Ursa here. I think this is telling us the constellation Ursa is, and now this is going to say silo. And what is this word? Silo, it's going to tell us like silo symbol or silo what? What is that word? It could end in CK. What is the word here? But this is telling us the silo is Ursa. Yes, it seems like we've got some agreement in the channel. What is this word here? It's not important, but this is a U, by the way. So OU is probably one little part. OU. So we've got L and N. But might not be ending in CK. Clock. Unlock. Anna says unlock. This word is unlock. That makes sense. Okay, silo unlock is Ursa. Okay. So, our silo card unlocks with the constellation Ursa. I don't know if that's the complete password, but we now have, it sounds like perhaps a major answer. Well, it looks like a major answer to our question of what form the passwords take. Maybe each location's password is the constellation that it's associated with. Let's try using that as the exact password for this location. If it's true, then I think we've got our pattern that each location is going to unlock with the nickname of the constellation that was used. So let's go to our camera and let's try to open this up using just the word Ursa. I guess we should go to the chat and let everyone get their credits. Okay, so I'm going to go to the camera here and we're going to scan in this address and it's going to download it and we're going to open it. Okay, so we're going to put in as the password for this location just the word Ursa, and we'll see if that's all it is. Let's see if that unlocks it. Yes. Gene's lifeless body lies beneath a freshly upturned mound of dirt. You are too late to save him. A single letter has been drawn on his forehead, a message under it. Y. Move 3 to the left in the alphabet. So look, just to let you know what it's just told us, this person is dead. Now remember, this game is not watching what we do in what order. So this was predetermined he was going to be dead. But Anna says, guys, this is not a hoax. Yeah, this isn't a hoax anymore. Clearly this is a real killer. All right, so Gene is dead. I'm sorry, Gene, we did not get to you in time. He looks a little bit like a douchebag. Like maybe if any of them were going to die, this is the one we would pick. But that's a shame. Okay, so, well, let's write down our note. It says Y, move 3 to left in alphabet. And that was carved on Gene Temple's. At least the letter was carved on him. All right, we don't know what that clue is for, do we? And Tina says, does that mean we should move that Y 3 spaces to the left? That would give us a V, T, U, V, W, X, Y. So I'm wondering if it's giving us a like a Caesar cipher shift, but why is it telling us a specific letter? There's also the Y here on the Ouija board, but we don't know what this is telling us, and we don't know if it's specifically related to the silo. But let's put these all together with the silo. Where did the silo go? Orchard, barn. What did I do with the silo? And it says, judging the book by its cover, not fair. I would have liked to talk with this Gene guy a bit. Well, Anna, you can talk with him. You just have to use a Ouija board or the writing skills, but I think you could still talk to him in this world. All right, where is our silo? There. Okay, so Gene, we found his body at the silo. Y moved to the left. We don't know what that information is telling us about, though. So we put this in our pile of not fully solved clues. But this one appears finished, so maybe we'll put this with that puzzle. Maybe finished, probably finished. Okay. Now, let's be smart. So now we think that all of these probably unlock with a constellation. That's very helpful. Now, what about, can we return to this and help us figure out which of our theories of this are correct? We have two theories about this. One is that each puzzle has a stanza, and another is that all of this is about one location. Okay, let's see if we can see if any of these related to the silo and Ursa. Remember, Ursa's the bear. Secrets kept, truth won't be revealed. Like an onion with layers, they have to get peeled. No. With wings stretched out wide, the swan. No. Points on the map. Point 4. Point 4 was the orchard. No. Swan's head. Okay, so it seems to me that the evidence we have now is that these are all about one puzzle, rather than one of these being about that thing we just solved with Ursa at the silo. Logan says, what role did Gene play in the original team? That's a good question. I don't know if it's a good question, but it's an interesting question that we would like to know the answer to. Where is Gene? Gene Temple was a guide. Sorry, from the brochure, Gene is a guide. Who's the next person who's going to end up dead? Oh, I think maybe were we meant to believe that Ash Stinson was dead when we found his hand reaching up? I think that might have been his hand. So I think Ash Stinson may also be dead. And we might even ask ourselves if is anything that he wrote, could we shift his alphabet Y to the 3 spaces? I don't know how that helps us. Tour guide, since it opened. Interesting, beats working at the factory. Y, move 3 to the left. I think that's the gravedigger giving us a clue about something, but I'm not sure what. Okay. Logan says he's happy as long as it wasn't the skeptic that got killed. Okay. Now, if I'm right, which I'm not sure about, but if I'm right that this is about one puzzle, then we know it's point 4, meaning it's about the orchard, probably. And near the swan's head would suggest that this location opens with Lyra. So that would be my guess, that this one is Lyra, but I'm not 100% sure about that at all, so maybe we wait on that. Although if that's an easy one, It might get us one more clue. Opening these seem to get us additional clues. Let's go to our puzzles, though, because we've still got the puzzle that seems weirdly difficult. Let's see if we can make sense of it, because it is intriguing, this puzzle. The spirits feel like lending a hand. Okay. We spent a night in the house. We recorded the scores. That's the scores we gave here that we don't know what to do with. The sum of this paragraph is just that the highest total is the highest amount of paranormal experience, and we got the dining room for that. Okay. Now, then it just leaves it there, like, okay. We tried something new. Oh, okay, here we go. This is useful. Okay, so let's look at this. First, they say, we spent the night and they recorded the scores. Then they say, we tried something new in that room of the house where we recorded the most paranormal activity. So this is now, we know, in the dining room. So in the dining room, they put the pentagonal shapes. We taped off a series of nested pentagonal shapes. We taped them off. Sometimes the dead can use a witch's sigil to communicate. A witch's sigil can be broken down into a bunch of smaller triangles or pyramids. We number the top of each one. Wait for the spirits to write letters in the spaces in beneath. Okay, so the spirits are writing inside of the triangles. That makes sense because we've got in each triangle a letter. Okay, starting to make a little bit more sense here. Each number corresponds to a specific member of the Montgomery family. So 1 belongs to maybe the father, 2 belongs to Alice, etc. We don't know what number belongs to who, but each number belongs to one of the people. The main thing you need to know is what number to focus on. Once you know that, you can use the sigil to see if they have left a message of any sort. So if we find that Alice is number 3, then we look at the 3s, the 3 triangles, to find their message. I see. So 6 numbers. Okay, so this is a little more, what looked initially very confusing. It's a pretty clever, cool little thing. So let's see if I can explain it if it wasn't clear. We've got 6 numbers labeled on each of the vertices of these pentagonal shapes. When you nest them, you create a series of triangles. For each triangle, orient it so that you're looking at the number at the top. That each number corresponds to a person in the house, and they're going to write a message in all of the triangles with 1s at the top. So if we take every triangle we see, this would be useful to scan, and it's about time for another break, we'll do it. But if we take every triangle we see and we put it upright, so for example, this triangle here, we would go like this, and we would say, okay, this is a 2 triangle, so person 2 left us the letter D. And if we wanted to see all the messages, the whole message from person 2, we'd look at all the triangles with 2 upright. So here's a message from person 2, letter D, And then here's another triangle with 2 at the top. There's an R. And then in the next nested one, there's their next letter, A. And here's another deeper nested C. And then yet a further last one is O. So person 2 says, let's see, let's find the R. D, R, C, O. D-R-C-O. D-R-C-O. Chord. Chord, maybe? And so maybe scrambled in different orders. And maybe even that we have to shift the Y's. Draco. Okay. So D-R-C-O is chord, but more usefully, says Anna, it's the constellation Draco. Okay. All right, well, let's do it before we take our break then. Okay, so person 2 is, let's just do it by hand. Don't jump around. We'll do it together. Person 2 is D-R-A-C-O. Did I miss the A? Maybe I missed the word. Let's do person 1. Okay, person 1 is N, F. Next level deep is a W. Did I skip a letter? N, F. I did skip a letter. N, F, F. N, F, F. So 2 F's. Then the next level deep from person 1 is a W. And the next level deep is an A. We're always going to get 5. Okay, NFFWA. What constellation is that? Hardly seems like enough vowels. I'm looking at the constellations here. Did I do it wrong? Well, let's keep translating. This is the way to do it. Let's not get hung up. Let's do person 3. Person 3 starts out with a B. Then the next level deep is a J. Then the next level deep is a V. The next level deep, I skipped. Looks like a G. And then the next level deep is an A. B, J, V, G, A. These are, again, not enough vowels. Let's make sure Draco is right for person 2. D, R, A. Yeah, okay. All right, so person 3 was that. Let's do person 4. Looks like a T. And then an I. And then an R. P. M. Okay. And person 5. Boy, you might be getting dizzy watching this. Person 5 is a G. Next level deep is an E. Next level deep is an I. Next level deep is an O. And next level deep is a D. That looks like it could be a word. Okay, so those are our 4 words. Jonathan says, I don't think everyone was guaranteed to give us a message. Well, you're right that it says the key is to know who's number to focus on. Once you know that, you can use the sigil to see if they have left a message of any sort. But then as it showed up, it's the smoke. So what you might, if we think about what Jonathan's saying, Jonathan might be saying all of these are irrelevant except for number 2. And 2, who are we talking to? If we know who we're talking to, we know which of these to pay attention to. Draco and smoke. Could that mean that the smokehouse clue answer is Draco? Now, that would mean that the constellation that Travis Carter liked best was the dragon. I think that would make sense. That would mean person number 2 was our Alice talking to us. She would be the second born, probably, so maybe that makes sense. Or I can't tell if which one's older, Alice or Annie. And Draco, why? It's interesting. Draco doesn't work because Draco's 5 letters, so that doesn't really work, does it? It's a little strange. Draco's favorite was involved in the cornfield, not the smokehouse. Oh, thank you. But so maybe the smokehouse one is Draco. Okay, so thank you for that, for reminding me of that. So the smokehouse one, which we didn't know what constellation to associate with it, but now maybe the smoke and the message tells us that this one is Draco. I like it. I'm still not sure if the rest of these are meaningless, which seems a shame. I think this one, we should know that who this is, though, because the palm reading person is the mother, we think. So maybe we've put it together that it's mother, that it's the mother and Draco, but I'm not sure whether... shall we try to see if the smokehouse password is as simple as the constellation Draco and just type in Draco? What do you guys think about that? Logan says, from what we have, the other letters don't make sense to me. I agree with you. It would only be if these letters shift in some way. Like if we get another dead person who says shift alphabet 3 to left, like if we shift these letters 3 to the left, do we suddenly get a message? But we can worry about that later. Let's try Draco as the password for the smokehouse location and see if that's sufficient to solve it. Everyone got why we're associating Draco with smokehouse, right? Because while they were conducting this witch sigil, the smoke came up. All right, but first we got to take a break. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. You can decide if you want to stop me from trying this password if you think we're not ready yet, but I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're going to see whether Draco works to open up the smokehouse. I do think, though, in the chat there was a little discussion about knowing the name of the people. We've got each person, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, giving us a message here. And we only made sense out of one of them. The rest don't seem to be words, although they could be. So we have a theory that maybe only one of them is supposed to make sense. The rest aren't people talking to us because of this explanation. But there are two things that are a little bit confusing. We are going to try this, but two things that are a little bit confusing. First of all, it kind of says the main thing you need to know is which number to focus on. Once you know that, you can use the sigil to see if they have left a message. So the only thing that's a little confusing is it really saying we're only supposed to focus on one of these? If so, I wonder if it's just sort of we've jumped the queue in figuring out that we should be focusing on person number 2, just because we couldn't make sense out of the others. Although that could be misleading. In other words, were we supposed to have some other clue that told us to look at number 2? Or did we just jump the gun and know that? The other thing that's weird is sort of like, is it important that we know who is giving us this message? If we're right that it's the clue to the smokehouse because of the smell of smoke, we will have solved this without knowing who's giving us this message. Although this fact that it's about palmistry suggests to us that it's the mother who's number 2 giving us this message, if we're right. And then we also have a map of the house that tells us which room everyone lived in. And for that, number 2 is Annie's room. So if Annie is telling us this, why is it Annie that's giving us this clue if we're right? And we could do it the other way around, right? Let's imagine for a second that we conclude that Anna just came up with something very clever. She said smokehouse makes sense that you would nickname that dragon the dragon that breathes smoke. Then you could solve it without even going to the sigil, though. And Jonathan is saying what I said, which is the palm reading was the smokehouse one. We think. How did we get smokehouse? Because maybe that number, we got a number from the phone. The phone gave us the palmistry. The palmistry gave us a number. I wish I had written down. What was the number we got from the palmistry? It was 7, right? That's how we got smokehouse. And we got that because we did what? 16 minus 9 was 7. And 7 was the smokehouse. But if we thought, if we attack this the other way, Jonathan's saying, I'm saying it's not related to palmistry. Yes. No. Jonathan is right that the palmistry got us the smokehouse number 7, which we believe is the smokehouse on the map. And if you look at 7 in the house, it's the bathroom. So that doesn't point to a person. But what if, and then you could imagine smokehouse gets to Draco, whatever. But what if we do it, what if we thought about it this way and thought, okay, palmistry, that means it's Margaret, the wife, giving us this message. Where does Margaret stay? In room 4. So what if this is the password? Person 4 is giving us the password to the smokehouse. And we just don't know how to make sense of it. So let's try Draco. It makes sense. But if it's wrong, then I think maybe we should be looking at this one to see what Margaret might be telling us about the constellation. But let's try Draco first. Let's try to answer this and do Draco. Ash is in the smokehouse, but the password could still be Draco. Ash is in the smokehouse. That is a clever little play on words there. All right, let's go to our camera, scan the smokehouse. Do you want to download it again? No, smokehouse reveal is what we want. Smokehouse reveal. Okay. All right, so we're going to try Draco. It makes sense. If it's not, we're going to have to rethink. Draco. Okay. You find Ash buried beneath a pile of brush behind the smokehouse with his hands bound behind him. The bag over his head ensured that the suffocation happened quickly. You are too late to save him. A single letter has been drawn on his forehead with a message under it. X. Move 5 to the left in the alphabet. Okay, we've got another move. All right. So this is on Ash. We're told X, move 5 to the left. So Y moved 3 to the left, X moved 5 to the left. Whatever that means. Okay, what's X minus 5? T U V W X. I guess that's S, right? T-U-V-W-X is S, whatever that means. Okay. So we put this with our smokehouse. Wink and Ash. And now we've got 2 puzzles solved. Each one had a letter and told us how to move it to the left or right, left in the alphabet, how many spaces. Okay, so where's our brochure? So Gene is dead and Ash is dead. So I guess he wasn't dead when we found his phone image, but we just found him dead. All right, we got 3 more. 3 more to, maybe one is going to survive alive. Could one of these people be the murderer? Because we've got 2 more clues, but 2 more pure clues. and then one more that's got its own lock. So maybe that means all three of them are going to be dead. I don't know. But it said not all are dead, remember? Not all are dead. I think that not all are dead was talking about our people. These current day people. One of them we're going to be able to save. All right, let's put this with the puzzle we just solved. Although I'm not sure this one's... We're done with this yet. But we've transcribed it, so we don't need this clue anymore. Okay. Probably we're done with that too. All right. So it wasn't more complicated in terms of knowing who was leaving the message. So maybe it's time to return to one of these others. Okay, let's catch up on the chat. So Ash was in the smokehouse. That's a little, and Draco was the constellation, a little bit of play on words. Is Gene Temple? Is Temple have anything to do with a play on words of where he was found? What was his Ursa, the bear? That's not really have to do with a temple. Logan says, is it a Caesar cipher for each of the room messages? It doesn't hold up in game scrutiny. Yes, it doesn't. I don't know what it means. It may just be as simple as we're going to get 5 different letters that shift, and that one will suddenly make sense out of a message. I think that's probably be more likely, but I'm not sure. Okay, so what have we got left? 3 more. We've got the cornfield that we need to know the constellation for each of these. It's just the cornfield needs a constellation and something else. All right, now let's think about this one. I think we know how to solve this one now. I think if we confirm also that this one has nothing to do with the smokehouse, then the natural conclusion is this is all about one thing. It's about the constellation near the Swan's Head. And this is the person that might be still alive. Search near the Swan's Head. One friend you will find. They're likely not dead yet, though quite in a bind. So this says find point 4. 4 was the orchard. So I think if this is orchard near the Swan's Head, I think was what we had talked about before, that the thing near the Swan's Head is Lyra. So I'm thinking that this one is Orchard Lyra. I think it's that simple. Shall we try it? All right, let's try it. Orchard near the Swan's Head. So we're gonna. Sorry, I didn't show you that, but I scanned orchard. Here we are, and I think. Let's see, Lyra. Yep. Okay. You recognize Abigail's ring and know who lies beneath the dirt. You are too late to save her. A single letter has been drawn on her forehead. L, move 1 to the left. All right, well, we're too late to save Abigail. You remember Abigail? With the scissors in her hair. Well, we're too late to save her, I'm sorry to say. All right, Abigail says L, 2 spaces to left. So that would be J. It took me a while. J is 2 spaces to the left. Okay, so this puzzle was all about the orchard. That was a simple one. Probably we should be keeping track, maybe, just so we remember, the constellation names that we used to get into each place. So this was Lyra, right? This one was Ursa. And then this one was Draco. Okay, 3 down and 3 dead. Abigail died. So let's put her in her pile. Sorry about that, Abigail. We'll have a little memorial when we're all done for all of these people. This got dark quickly, says Anna. Logan says, the ring stands out a lot in the image. Is that important? It looks photoshopped. Well, that's a very good question, actually. We know that they don't spend too much on this kind of stuff in the Deadbolt Mystery Society stuff. So it would not be surprising if that was just a cheap Photoshop. But I think you're right that that's worth dwelling on. What is that? What is that a picture of? I mean, if she was looking at it, right, it would be, I can't rotate, it would be upside down. It's like stuff coming out of the ground, like a smoke plume or something. Logan says, we gotta save one of these people. Anna says flower. Jonathan says, looks like upside down flower to me. Upside down flower. Okay, sort of an abstract flower. I can see that. Oh, it's Abigail's ring. I guess it's not a clue left by the killer if it's Abigail's ring. You recognize Abigail's ring. All right, so I guess it's not a clue. All right, well, there's only 2 more places left. And there's only 2 more people left. 2 more people and 2 more places. We don't know which is in which. Could Jake Parker be the mastermind behind all of this? He's certainly not the son, though. All right, let's see. Well, what have we got left? We do not know how the dining room, being the most supernatural place, has any bearing on anything. And we haven't found the unmarked grave. So it's interesting that we've got, okay, so we've got 2 places left. One of them we've got clues about. Let's look at that one. You find a storm shelter door in the middle of the cornfield, locked with a lock that needs 6 letters. Okay, we remember that well. And in the note from the daughter, we know that she says she goes out to the abandoned storm cellar, which is what this is all about. This seems like it might be the odd one out. This might be the living person. Okay. They joke about the constellation names for where he wanted to meet up. That's the code words they used. Looking up is the last thing I want to do. Okay, he's a locksmith. She has a lock. That would be let him break into her lock, right? We didn't really think about that, but we can see that this lock is tampered with, so we know he can use it. She's been hoarding things, money, food, and jewelry, storing them inside the storm cellar. She's using the first and last initials. Okay, we know that's Travis Carter, TC, and the name of his favorite constellation. And then he refuses to tell his parents. She tries to break it up. She's afraid they're going to kill each other. So the question is, what's 4 letters and is Travis's favorite constellation? The thing is, we feel like we could probably guess based on one clue already used, Lyra. So it would make sense that it's Lynx. But I guess one was Ursa. But it feels wrong to just type in Lynx. Like, why is Lynx? Why are we supposed to know that would be his favorite? It feels wrong to just type it in based on process of elimination. Is there really no way that Lynx is in here somehow? Not the right letter count. So maybe it's not. Before we go typing in Lynx, I'd like to think about this a little more in terms of well, let me ask you this. How do we solve this one? Even if this is Lynx, if it's like all the others, it's going to give us a letter that changes, that says something goes back. But how are we supposed to do this one? What do we even know? I mean, it seems like it's probably this, related to this, right? But on what basis? On what basis are we supposed to know what to make of that? What's the barn? We did read something about the barn. Was it in the father's letter? She's 16 years old. She's changed. She's grown distant. She's into witchcraft. He's praying to God. She gives him the drawing. She says the secret message is in there. That's it. Where do we hear about the barn? Unmasked grave, unmarked grave, underneath the soil. What is related to barn? It's weird that it feels like we've got a puzzle that doesn't have things associated with it. I seem to remember reading something about the barn, though. Maybe we need to go reread the web page for stalks. Maybe we missed a clue. Ogan says, at this point, I trust Anna's gut completely, implicitly. The barn is where the mother did palm reading. Interesting ideas. Did they name? We know the names. It's true. It's a good idea. It's a clever idea to say we've matched up 3 of the locations with their constellations. Does that tell us anything about the others? Well, let's see here. And then I do think we should do what Jonathan says and visit the webpage again. Okay, so the silo went up with Ursa. Let me just do this thing here. That was Ursa. The orchard went with Lyra. This one's Lyra. And then the smokehouse went with Draco. Smokehouse was 7. So if we just look at this, Lyra, Draco, and Ursa. Where's our constellation map? Lyra was all the way over here. Draco is kind of next to it here. Lyra, Draco. Then Ursa, depending on how you look at it. Lyra, Draco, Ursa. Or Lyra, Draco, Ursa. This doesn't seem very helpful to me. I don't think they named it based on some spatial arrangement. Let's go back to the website and check that. Okay. Some observations. We've got the artwork. The hall is the term that they used because he liked Griggs in the Hall of the Mountain King. He jokingly referred himself as the Mountain King. So king or mountain, would that be Perseus? No, Perseus wasn't a king, was he? I mean, if we look at our constellations, Perseus and Andromeda. Was Perseus a king? No, he's the person who killed Medusa, right? That's what he's holding in his hand, Medusa's head? No, I'm wrong. No, yeah, that is Medusa's head. Can't remember if Perseus was a king. But I don't know that helps us. All right, let's keep reading here. So he considered himself the Mountain King or Mountain. Then there's the strange note. That's when he said, not all are dead. Didn't really help us. I don't think there's anything more here. I mean, home. Who we are. Yeah, you're all dead. Museum Nocturnus is the name of one of the games. That's why I'm not clicking that for general information. These are all other games. why do we have this crazy thing? Let me reread the part about how Margaret is in the barn. Where did we read that, Jonathan? Was it the note from the father talking about Margaret? Margaret and I always taught her. No, it's just talking about the daughter. Maybe in this message. Jackson doesn't know this, but I was fascinated by astrology and palm reading. I even did palm readings for some of our friends out in the barn sometimes. Is there something more in this clue that we haven't made full use of? Like, we haven't used any weather, earth, fire, air. Look at these triangles. Triangles. So we've got Y to V, L to J, X to S. In these messages, do you have any messages that would be helped by those? Y to V, L to J, X to S. Is there any message with X's and L's? No, these don't have any of those letters. The name of his favorite constellation. Why would his favorite constellation be Lynx? Really reluctant to put it in just because it's the last constellation. I just don't like that. Travis Carter. They're in the cornfields. Let's look at these constellations again. John says, Google says Cepheus is the king constellation. Logan says, have we used Cygnus proper as opposed to the nickname for its swan? We haven't used Cygnus at all. The only reason we use Cygnus is because the clue said is next to the swan's head. So that made sense. So I'm not sure we actually have to have any use for Cygnus. Mensa constellation means table mountain. So is that the dinner room? Is that the dining room dinner mountain? I mean, we have one very good guess at the answer to this one. It's just everything is screaming out that we shouldn't be able to guess it without some better clue. Favorite constellation. Lynx, bear. Travis Carter. Hannah says, is there something in the brochure about the barn? Nope. The things we haven't recently read through was this little brief here. Debt, foreclosure of the farm. We found the guy, photo of him, but we can't find him, no answer. We found his phone. I mean, I guess I'm ready to try links as the password. I'm just not thrilled that we don't have a good reason to know that it's link other than process of elimination. We found notes in Montgomery's own handwriting, some photographs of the hall, as the estate was called. Sketch. Does it have a photo of the barn in the brochure? No. I guess I'm willing to try links for this password. Nothing would make me happier than it not being correct. Let's reread this whole thing again, though, before we do. I'm writing this to you from my favorite place, the cornfields. She says, I know that seems weird, but out here's the only place I can go to escape my problems, to think about my future. My father is so disappointed in me. That breaks my heart. He and I have always been so close, but that's gone now. Things are different. Everything changed when I told him the news. I come out here sometimes to the abandoned storm cellar on the edge of the cornfields where I feel like crying, like how I feel right now. How did things go so wrong? Falling in love is supposed to cause this much pain, is it? When I met the boy I would give my heart to, we came out here to be free, to gaze up at the stars, to dream about our future, to be with each other. We would look at the constellations and imagine how they might correspond to certain parts of the farm, and joke about using constellation names for where we wanted to meet up. Now I come here to hide from everyone and hang my head. Looking up is the last thing I want to do. The baby's father's apprenticing with a locksmith. He's not old enough to be out on his own yet. He's not old enough to be out on his own. Is that why he would be the lynx? What is a lynx? For the past few weeks, I've been hoarding things from the house, storing them in the storm cellar, in case I need to make a run for it. I'm not worried about my father finding it. Since I'm my own personal locksmith now, I was able to get a lock of special design that uses my paramour's first and last initials and the name of his favorite constellation. Daddy will never be able to open it. Then she says, in the beginning, I thought what I found was love. Now I know it wasn't. I've seen what this person really is. I've been behind the mask. I don't like what I saw. We agreed we would each tell our parents. I told mine, he hasn't told his. His family's angry with me. My family's angry with me. His are completely oblivious. She said, I'm going to tell your parents. He's told me if I said anything to them that I would be sorry. I feel so alone. I have no intentions of marrying this boy, but none of that matters now. The damage is done. Update, I'm a little afraid for my life. I told the boy's father that I needed to end things with him, and he flew into a rage. I'm frightened to tell my father who he really is because I don't know what might happen. My father might kill the boy might kill my father. Either way, I don't see it ending well. What am I going to do? I'm thinking of running away. It's not what I want to do, but I don't know what other choices I have. For now, I guess I will go to the cornfields and think things over for a while. Okay, so that's her telling us about the boy. And then on the hidden writing, she's telling us, hello, it's all my fault. I want to help. I wish I'd go to the cornfields and apologize for all the trouble I caused. Well, that doesn't help us that much. Then it says, I agree with Jonathan. It feels like we're missing a clue. The boy's favorite constellation. Yeah, I agree with that too. So the only question is if we're supposed to get that by going to the other clue first, because the other clue we're even further behind in terms of knowing how to get to it. Let's see if one of these people was buried in a place that is relevant to them. This woman, Carly White, says you just go out looking for paraphernalia to bring people in. This guy says he's fascinated by the grave killer. There are details that aren't known. Put us on the map. That's not helpful. Okay, if this guy is the grave killer, do we know anything about his modus operandi, which would tell us what his favorite constellation is? He likes burying people. He likes asphyxiating them. He likes binding them. That doesn't really point to a constellation. Am I doing this? Lynx is a constellation named after the animal, usually observed in the northern celestial hemisphere. Constellation was introduced in the late 17th century by Johannes Helios. Faint constellation forming a zigzag line. The lynx used to use the dark to hide itself. Like lynx, while at the same time it used its sight, like Licinius and Hevelius, to see features hidden in the dark. Because of this triangle of connections, Hevelius named the constellation well. Doesn't really help us. Doesn't really help us. Why would that be his favorite? Are we missing any documents? The bodies were found at the orchard, the smokehouse, the grain silo, and the barn. That feels like the cornfield is not going to be where a body is. And we still do not understand how to make sense of this, where to put this thing. That's very strange. Very strange. What places are left that don't have bodies? I believe it's just the barn. I believe of the places that the bodies were originally buried. Smokehouse, grain silo, the barn. Yeah, it's just the barn. Because we've done the orchard, the silo, and the smokehouse, yeah. So just the barn is where there's supposed to be a body. So probably there's going to be a dead body at the barn. So if we go to the cornfield and we're right, we're going to save someone. It feels like we should do it in the other order. Feels like thematically we're supposed to go to the barn first. It feels like Okay, stop for a second. I got something. Hold on. Okay, let me just show you something. We're thinking links, right? Now look at this. Look at, it's a little hard to see. Where's my dark marker? I keep threatening to use this. Okay, look at the translations carved into everyone's head. This one was Y goes to V. This one was L goes to J. And this one was X goes to S. What do you notice about those? What do you notice about these? Now do you notice something? That's right. That's right. L, Y, N, X. So the barn is going to be the N. That's right. But it is odd that... So let me tell you what I'm guessing here, which is really clever. I'm thinking maybe that the remaining the cornfield clue, his favorite constellation is going to be Lynx, as we've guessed. But that if you try typing it in, Lynx, it's going to fail. Because it wants us to solve the barn first, and then we'll get the translation, and then the password for this is actually not going to be Lynx, but it's going to be the conversion of Lynx. So it's a very clever way for the game to gate us so that we can't go to the cornfield before we go to the barn. That's my guess. So I think if we try to type in links for this, it's not going to work. I even suggest we do it just for the fun, but then we have to do the barn. It's absolutely true. So let's try this just for fun. If it does work, I'm going to be disappointed. This is what happened. What was the game we played? We played another game recently where I was like, oh, this is super clever. It's going to be this. And then it wasn't. So let's just see if this is right. We type cornfield. And we open it. I'm going to type in links, but I'm really going to hope it's not right. Okay. Fantastic. Oh, I didn't show you. It didn't like it. L-Y-N-X. Wrong. Okay, awesome. Okay, so L-Y-N-X is going to be JV something S is going to be the password. We can't know this until we solve the barn. And we don't know how to solve the barn. In fact, we don't even understand what the puzzle is for the barn. And we don't know who's in it. I have a feeling one of these people might be related to the... What's Carly White's job? One of these people are going to be the new hires at this museum, and they're going to be the killer. Well, and Tina is being clever. She's saying L is 1 to the left or 2. And Tina is almost like cheating in a clever way. All of these are like move 2 spaces, 3 spaces, 5 spaces to the left. So if we know this is an N move so many spaces, you could probably guess that it's going to be 1 to 5 spaces to the left of the N. You could sort of guess at it, but that's not how we're going to play this game. But I am curious to see in the brochure which one of these people is new to the team. What about the website for these people? Oh, home of stock. We don't care about stock. We want. Well, why don't we go to Museum Nocturnus? No, that's for a different game. Where's our intro? This guy started the museum, so Jake is not the new hire. She's not much of a hands-on person. She's a museum manager. All right, well, they're both fully involved in it. Okay, so I don't know. I changed that idea. All right, let's go into the chat. Let's see who has a clever idea. Are we missing something from the solution we got from the puzzle on the web page? Are we missing something? You mean on the letters that formed a sentence about one is still alive? Dig deep to find the truth. One, not all are dead. That just means one of these people is alive. This is the puzzle that there's 2 places that seem like they could have a little bit more information. Palmistry, because we know she practiced in the barn. She says explicitly. We haven't made good use of this document. I was fascinated by astrology and palm reading. I even did palm readings for some of our friends out in the barn. Sometimes I knew he would never check there. So there's her palmistry. We already used this for one thing, but we never made use of water, earth, fire, and air. They're drawn here in weird ways. Water, earth, fire, air. Got diagrams. Barn. Do you see anything in that photograph? It would be pretty cool if most of the photographs had no information, but this one did. It seems like this should have to do, the answer to this one should have to do with that diagram. The barn is location 6. That's where it is. Surely seems like it has to be related to this, doesn't it? The mother Margaret did readings in the barn. She's number 4. That's her bedroom. Anything in that photo jump out at you? One ghost was saying they're friendly. Hi, it's me. I mean you no harm. The secret was buried. I think that means it's going to be buried under the... Yeah, that's going to be in the last clue in the cornfield. It was buried in the storeroom. We lost everything. The secret was buried. Hi, it's me. I mean you no harm. Hi, it's me. Tell me your name. Hi, it's me. I mean you no harm. Why is this the website said the father referred to himself as the king of the mountain. King constellation is Cepheus. Cepheus kind of looks like a building outline. That gets us to barn. I'll tell you why that doesn't work. Look. Here's Margaret writing. I was fascinated by astrology and palm reading. I even did palm readings for some of our friends out in the barn. Sometimes I knew he would never check there. He doesn't ever go to the barn. So the barn can't be the father's hangout. The barn is location 6. 6 is also where the most 6th room is dining room. That's where the most paranormal activity was. Anything about this map suggest a clue for location 6? Not really. Margaret is the one who hangs out at the barn doing her palmistry. Is there a constellation that Margaret would like? That Margaret would be attuned to? If this is Margaret's place in the barn? Also, what's this about? In an unmarked grave, in an unmarked grave, in an unmarked grave. Why is this 3 times? That's probably the father. I mean you no harm. I guess that's the father saying, you know, they think I'm the grave killer, but it's me. It's... The secret being buried is going to be the father. I think you're close, but not quite right, Jonathan. I think the secret that was buried is the father. The father is buried in the cornfield in the storage area that the locksmith knows how to open. And that was never found. This was never found, this body. And in the storm shelter, the father has been killed by the real killer and buried there. So in the barn, we're going to find one of our people. And the one that's alive is going to be the one in the storm shelter. But the question is still, how do we get into the barn? If it's the mother's favorite place, because she knows she's the only one who goes there. Margaret's in room 4. The only clue we have to room 4 would be this one. If this is Margaret's in room 4, this has got to be our clue. TIRPM. What constellation is that? It's got to be Is there a word we can build with that? PRIMT. Sorry, I used this twice. I need a T. Let's make sure I wrote that down right. Number 4. Where's our message? Okay, bedroom 4, if that is indeed 4, let's recode it. Let me do it with my glasses. Okay, so first letter is T, lowercase t. The next 4 is I. The next 4 is a lowercase r. The next 4 is a lowercase p, and the next 4 is a lowercase m. Okay, so I did translate it, right? Now let's think for a second if there's a word we can make with this. PRIMT. TR would be a natural start. Then you'd have to have an I. Then you don't get anything useful. Okay, how about PR? Then you have to have an I, MT. That doesn't work. Okay, TI or PI would be the next natural. Wow, it's hard to make words with just the I as your only vowel. a little unusual of this game to have this piece of this puzzle that we have no idea what to do with. Very interesting. All right, it's almost time for us to take another break. Before we take a break, let us read about this this map again to see if there's something we overlooked about how we're supposed to interpret it. It says, we spent a night in the house. Where's my markers? We spent a night in the house and record a variety of phenomena. We numbered each room, then used the scale to determine which room in the house was the most haunted. Something's 1 point, something's 3. Rooms with the highest total is considered to have the highest amount of paranormal activity. Then it says what seems like a clue that we need to use that information. We also tried something new in that room of the house where we recorded the most paranormal activity, which we're calculating as the dining room. We used the witch's sigil. Wait for the spirits to write their letters. We wrote a number on top of each one. In this case, each number corresponds to a specific member of the family. The main thing you need to know is which number to focus on. Once you know that, you can use the sigil to see if they have left a message of any sort. Then the room filled up with the smell of hickory smoke. Then it disappeared. I mean, we could revisit some of our clues to see if some of them aren't corresponding to other stuff. Like here's the note from the grave digger. It's like an onion with layers that have left to be peeled. I wonder if this isn't a reference to the onions in the storm shelters, not where you put food. That's the swan. Swan head. Yeah, it feels like we did that. What about this layout of dots? Could this be a constellation? One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. They're mostly in a line and then 3. Four in close proximity and then 3 separate. Or you could look at it the other way. If it's Margaret, no, Margaret has 2 vertical, Jackson has 2 horizontal. We've just got a 2 horizontal. But the dining room was the one where there's the most activity. 7. I thought that was it for a minute. Jonathan says the last team, maybe the Swan constellation goes to a barn where astrology and harmony was being done. Could there be a message hidden in one of the constellation pictures on the web page? Well, it's absolutely worth a look because it seemed like, if nothing else, that web page was giving us a hint about what constellations were relevant of all of them. Like they were the highlighted ones, right? So there was like the Swan Cygnus is highlighted, but I guess so is Lyra, and so is what? Lakuta. Where is that on our other map? This blizzard. What is that called on our other map? Lacerta. All right. And then we've got this other one. There's our Ursa, the bear. So these seem to be all the ones that are actually in our case, right? So Draco is colored. He's in our case. Leo is the king. The lion is the king. So we've used Lyra, we've used Cygnus in our case, and the lizard was Lacerta. We've never used Perseus and Andromeda. I don't know why we would. Gemini, I guess we not use that either. There's our lynx, the bear. But it's not, the farm is not where the father goes. It's where the mother goes. Water, earth, fire, and air. And she gives us a bunch of triangles. All right, well, it's time for us to take another break. So let's take a break and people can give some thoughts about where you think is the best place for us to try to solve this last part. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're playing the Body Farm from Deadbolt Mystery Society, and we are in the enviable position of being stuck. So let's take a moment to be grateful for that, because that is a pleasure in a game like this. At least in the early stages of being stuck it is. We know where we have to go. We've actually figured out a very cool part that is going to means that we need to go figure out what's at the farm, find the dead body, then lastly at the barn, and then lastly we're going to go to the cornfields and possibly save someone. But we're sort of stuck. We don't know how to tackle the barn. We don't even understand what clues correspond to it. So I think what we're going to do here is I'm going to detach the organization where we've put of our solved clues so that we have all of our documents back. And we'll walk through all the documents looking for something about the barn, etc. Okay, so we've got our scan of the family house and where signals were come at. So I'm just going to, in our star charts, I'm going to put those away. I'm going to put my scanned versions. Well, yeah, all right, let's use the scanned versions. That means the others can go away. Okay, so we're going to detach this, but we think we've picked up his name. We don't need the rest of these, we think. I mean, I'm not putting anything away that we don't have a duplicate of. So we're going to have our entire copy of everything. Let's organize the family photo, the victims. All right, we're detaching everything. I think that we've been told very clearly the mother did palmistry and astrology in the barn and the father doesn't go there. I think that's really suggesting that maybe this clue has to get reused for the barn. Maybe. Let's detach everything. We're going to keep these since we need these to decode eventually. Okay. Put all our victims. Our victims say stuff on the back of their cards, so maybe we care about that. Abigail died. Sorry, Abigail. I don't think that's relevant. Okay. Those are our scans. Those are our locations. We've got our card. Now this might be a good time to check our contents with the website to make sure there's nothing that like fell off. And then of course we know there's a website, but we haven't actually, we didn't take care to copy each clue that we got from unlocking each document. We might need to, oh, most of those told us what letter turned to what letter. So maybe that's all we need to know. All right, I'm afraid we have to rescan, relook at everything again. All right, let's start. Logan says, being stuck is nice when you can still trust the designers. That's very well said. That's exactly right. We've talked before. You have to trust the designers to not make mistakes or typos or bugginess causing you to get stuck or not unfair. So far, everything about Deadbolt Mystery Society has pointed us towards the direction that it's fair. The puzzles are fair. Okay, so the cornfield is the one with the code. We understand that. Everything else is very straightforward. We haven't been able to notice anything on the barn that would point us towards a constellation. Let's remember, we're looking for constellations. palmistry and astrology is what she went to the barn for. Okay, so these are our two things that we don't understand. Margaret we're looking for any mention of the barn. So let's look at Margaret's stuff. Who are you? There's Margaret, scratches her name out with straight lines scratched. So we didn't pay attention to this scratching she wrote. What happened here? Can you tell me? Death. Don't blame. Look at all her triangles. Everything's a triangle. The D's are triangles. The B's are double triangles. In fact, those triangles match on our palmistry chart. Not quite. They're not the right direction. And they're not double lined. Okay. For a minute there, I thought that was going to be a little code. Water, earth, fire, air. But not really. Okay. Let's keep going. Death, don't blame. What does that mean? Death, don't blame. Then she says, the truth is beneath the soil. And then she gives us her, tell me something no one else knows. Jackson doesn't know this, but I was fascinated by astrology and palm reading. I even did palm readings for some of our friends out in the barn. Sometimes, period. I knew he would never check there. Boy, that seems like the biggest clue about the barn. She did palm readings for friends in the barn. Palm readings. Well, let's read the palm here. What do we got? It says, lifeline, fate line, health line, headline, heart line, bracelet, first, second, and third. I've got some numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here are 9 numbers for our 9 house locations. Is this going to be our astrology, our constellation? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is this going to be, oh, here's our 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that going to be our constellation symbol? Here's our graph paper. Let's look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 was way up here. 5. Actually, yeah, 5. Okay, 6, 7, 8, 9. If you connect those lines, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 5, all the way up to 6, 7, 8, 9. That sure doesn't look like much of a constellation. Or maybe if you didn't draw lines, you'd just get 1, 2, 3. Connect them all to nearby stuff. That's actually, there's no 9 there. Oh yeah, there's a 9. There's the 9. There's the 7. But that's not a 5. Does that look like anything? Let me draw it with the... Does that look like a constellation? Maybe like this. Here's our constellation chart. Is it possible it's Hercules? Not really. Maybe I shouldn't have connected those lines. Let me just do it one more time, just because it seems so compelling that she's into palmistry. What did I do with it? Let's just do it one more time, just drawing where the circles are. It would be interesting if it was actually, you know, to real size. Okay. 1, 2, 8, 3, 4. Does anything match those? I know this is sort of doesn't seem like it is, but let's just play this out as if it was a real possibility. But this isn't actually to scale. I shouldn't use this one because those get zoomed in when I copy them. Where's our real star chart? Where's our non-scanned star chart? Is it on the scanner, possibly? Let me see. Okay. Let's just see if this matches anything. I suppose we know we should be looking for a 9-sided thing. It sure does not look like it matches anything. Oh, I really thought that might be something. Okay, that looks like a false lead. Let's go back to our regularly scheduled plan. With the cabin, I remember when reading hints after finishing, there was a mention of going to Facebook. We bypassed that. Could we need to go to Facebook? What's our number for the barn? 6. First, second, third bracelet. 6 is the fate line. It's one of the constellations about fate. Gemini is part of the zodiac, which is one of our options. Oh, that's interesting. You're saying astrology would only be Gemini. Gemini is not on our list here. All right, let's continue our what we were doing, going through all of our documents. Also, she doesn't say she's doing astrology in the barn. She just says she's doing palmistry in the barn for their friends, whatever that means. All right, so we've got the palmistry thing. We've got the grave killer's message. Friends are all buried. Their line is not long. Your friends are all buried, their time is not long. Can you find where I've hidden them, or will you be wrong? The secret is kept, the truth won't be revealed, like an onion with layers that have to be peeled. The wings stretched out wide, the swan begins its dark flight, like a handful of stars on a clear, cloudless night. Find point 4 on the map, prevent your friend's certain death, consult the hall and the heavens as they take their last breaths. Search near the swan's head, and one friend you will find. They're likely not dead yet, although quite in a bind. Okay, then we got this one. We're just going through all of the documents. First time we came here, we spoke to Ellie. She doesn't communicate with like other spirits because of her age. She gave us a clue. What was her clue again? We deciphered it. I just don't remember how it turned out. Oh, that was it. Silo unlock is Ursa, is what she gave us. I don't see how there's more. I don't see any more information here. So let's put that away. This is the other most promising one, because when we converted this, we got a message from each person in the family. And only one of them we made sense of as Draco, which gave us the key to get someone, but we've written down all the others in case we can make use of them. All right, when we opened up this person's key, we were told, and that was Woodrow. Were we given any information that is worth? So Jonathan thinks maybe it's Gemini. Gemini is on the stock's webpage, but not on our physical chart. And she tells us she was getting into astrology. I mean, I'm willing to try it. I'm willing to try Gemini because it's a quick try. It doesn't sound like it would be sufficient clues for it, but let's try it just to rule things out as we go. Let's try Gemini. Gemini for the barn. And the basis for trying Gemini is that she says she's gotten into astrology and palm reading. And Gemini is our one constellation, which we think is related to astrology, and it is on the website amongst the photos. So is it this one that we're working on? I'll type this in, but I'm going to do it again. Gemini. Okay, here we go. No. Let me just make sure we did that right. We scanned the barn. I just want to make sure I put it in for the right password. I'll probably close the others up. So updated barn reveal. No, I don't think we... Updated barn reveal. Cancel. Let me go. Updated barn reveal. So that was the wrong one. Barn reveal. Okay, let's try Gemini now. No. Okay. All right, returning back. So we went here and we got Woodrow, I guess. I mean, let's make sure we understand. If we're doing a proper recap, let's make sure we understood what all these are. Photo of buried hand. Okay, photo of buried hand. The password there was Woodrow. Combine reason, passion, intuition, and overall good fortune, then take away health. What do you get? Okay, so we did that. That's how we got the number that led us to figuring out one of the answers. Okay. Next up, going through our evidence. Let's look through our dead people and see, or all of our people, and see if they give us any clues. Abigail died. She had a ring with a flower. Jake wants everyone to think that going to the Montgomery farm was his idea. It's not true. I'm the curator of the museum. It was my idea. I wonder if that means Jake, who we haven't found yet, is our bad guy. Do a little exploring, see if we can obtain some items for our exhibit. Also my idea to bring in the ghost hunters. They even mentioned putting a section up on their website devoted to the investigation of gravediggers' killings. They're starting to get famous. Mention from them would be a boost to our museum. Okay. Not really helpful for us. Next up, Gene Temple died. I've been a tour guide since it opened. I wouldn't say bizarre fascinates me, not like it does for others, but it beats working at the factory. The stories of the gravedigger are part of our local culture. My grandmother used to tell me that the bodies of Montgomery women were found at the orchard, smokehouse, grain silo, and the barn. Must have snapped. Okay, that's not useful. Ash died. Abigail Reese. Ash died. We found his phone. The strangest thing to me about the gravedigger is no one seems to know who got Alice Montgomery pregnant. Okay, we do. How could her family not know who she was seeing? Time is different back then. It's not like she could text the guy without her folks knowing. She must have had a really good hiding place in order to keep something like that a secret. Yes, it was in the storm shelter in the cornfields. In my opinion, investigating Alice is the key to figuring out who the father of her unborn child was. It may even shed some light on the rest of the gravedigger mystery. But what do I know? I'm just the tech guy. Alice Montgomery. So you could try to do a web search on Alice Montgomery to see if there's some information there. Okay, and then Carly White and Jake Parker are both missing, but let's see what their thing says. I'm not much of a hands-on person when it comes to this stuff. I'm the museum manager. Hands-on, reference the hand. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. In this case, that means heading out to nowhere, middle of nowhere, to look for serial killer paraphernalia that we can show to the curious in exchange for their money. Museum isn't doing well right now. We need a big exhibit to bring people in. Otherwise, I'm not sure what might happen. That would be another reason for this guy to try to make the museum famous by killing people. I take that back. I know exactly what will happen. We will close the doors on the place and be forced to go find jobs at the mall. I think this guy may be our killer. What are we told? the last name of the modern day killer and the buried nickname for the original killer. I wonder if Parker isn't our modern day killer. Let's see what he says. Ever since I was a kid, I've been fascinated by the story of the gravedigger. There's an urban legend around these parts. When I started the Museum Nocturnus, this story was definitely one I wanted to showcase in one of my exhibits. I'm pretty sure there are details about this case that the authorities and the newspaper got completely wrong. I intend to find out what those details are and expose the truth about this case in a way no one ever has. Something like that will put us on the map for sure. Yes, it will, but okay. Okay, so nothing relevant for our barn that we can see here. Here is the family photo. She's looking away. They're all looking at the camera. Other than that, I don't see anything very interesting. Margaret, Annie, Ellie, Jackson, and Alice. Okay. There's the barn. Constellation from this photo. I don't see how we're pointed at any of it. Okay, what else have we not examined yet? Here's my favorite one. She says, I've had some success getting answers from the spirit world in the past with automatic writing. Give it a shot. Allow a person to produce writing words without consciously writing. They come from the subconscious, spiritual, or supernatural. Start, I write down a series of questions before and allow myself to slip into a trance. Okay. Tell me your name. Hello. And this is written in Alice's writing, we think. She wants to go to the cornfields and apologize. Maybe she wants to apologize to her father. That's why she wants to go there. Here's Margaret. Death, don't blame. I need to know what happened here. Can you tell me? Death, don't blame. Don't know what that means. And then, hi, it's me. I mean you no harm. The secret was buried. Where should I look for answers? Alice says I want to help. This person, who might be the father, says in an unmarked grave. Is there a constellation that could be an unmarked grave? And why is it 3 times and all gone crooked? In an unmarked grave, in an unmarked grave, in an unmarked grave. And then it looks like Margaret's writing, the truth is beneath the soil. Doesn't really help us. Tell me something no one else knows. Alice says, I wish you could go to the cornfields and apologize. That's not very helpful, Alice. The mother says, Jackson doesn't know this, but I was fascinated by astrology and palm readings. I even did palm readings for some of our friends out in the barn. Sometimes. I knew he would never check there. What a weird thing to say. And then he says we lost everything, or someone says that. I think it's him. That's our biggest reference to the barn. Okay, let's look at our brochure here. Most prominent and successful group of ghost hunters attempted to contact the long-departed spirit of Jack Montgomery, who buried alive every member of his family during the Great Depression. See the evidence they gathered. Here is a sneak peek of what they learned when trying to speak with Ellie, the youngest Montgomery child. She's the girl that likes codes and tricks. Triangle, square, pentagon, circle. We use that to decode stuff. There's the website. And then these are just other stuff from the other cases. The owner and founder. Who are we? More stuff unrelated to our case. All right, what about this card, the Gravedigger? What, anything on his card that helps us? And this is like the legend of him, so he's just got his grave, his shovel and skulls. Not very useful. Urban legend, born out of the tragedy in 1930, 4 wives. The entire family is buried alive, and he vanished. Branded him as the killer. Again, whispers still, they say he still lives in the nearby woods, waiting to dig the premature graves of any trespassers. Not useful. Okay. All right, here's our introduction. Let's read this. This had lots of useful information. So we get to the Montgomery farm, and none of the Museum Nocturnus folks are here. Their stuff is here, but there's no trace of them. After reading the note on the door, I have a bad feeling about all this. I don't think it's a joke. We already did some investigating of this place a week ago in preparation for the museum exhibit. We will review our findings and see if what we discovered might help in figuring out what happened to our friends. We will also do some more investigating in case any of the Montgomery spirits feel like lending a hand. It's another case of hand, since they know the place better than we do. At this point, the only thing that's clear is that whoever wrote the note on the door is flesh and blood, not an apparition. That scares me even more. We spent the night in the house recording a variety of phenomena. We numbered each room and then used the Stock scale to determine which room in the house is the most haunted. Cold points are 1 point. Movement captures are 1 point. EVPs are 2 points. Objects moving are worth 3. Room with the highest total is considered to have the highest amount of paranormal activity. Let's make sure that I labeled that correctly. I don't know, knowing a different room wouldn't really help us. So, cold is 1, movements are 1. Cold is 1, movement is 1. EVP 2, and objects moving are worth 3. I did that wrong. I did the scoring wrong. Inanimate objects moving, I scored 1, and captured movement, I did 3. What does this say? This says movement captures are 1. Okay, I scored the rooms wrong. That's interesting. Does that mean we're going to get it? How is that going to help us? Is this going to tell us? How come no one caught me? All right, so there's 2 movements things. Let me just make sure I read this right again. Movement captures are 1 and objects moving are worth 3. So this is our 3 and this is a 1. I had that reversed. So now that we redo that, let's score these rooms. This has got a 2. This one's got 4 plus 6 is 10. Jesse, why do you have to write so sloppy? Annie's room is a 10. Alice's room is a 3 plus 4 is 10. Okay. No, that can't be right. 4 plus 6 is 10. 4 plus 3 is 7. You guys got to be on top of me here. Okay. 3 plus 1 is 4. 1 plus 2 is 3, plus 3 is 6. Wow, is it going to be Annie? Could it really be Annie? Annie's room? That would be fascinating. Because we've mentioned how little a role she's played in all this. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here we've got 2, 4, 5. Here we've got 3 plus 3 is 5. 5. All right, let's see if the dining room is high like it was before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow, it's Annie's room. All right, that's fascinating now. So why is Annie's room highest? Okay. All right, so now, okay, so this is good. This is good. The chat says, now that makes sense because Annie is in bedroom 2. Annie's in bedroom 2. And when we did the witch's sigil, we could have known from that number 2 Annie is the person who's giving us the message in the witch's sigil. So we should pay attention to line 2, which is Draco. It gives us more confidence, I guess, now that the only one of those messages was relevant, right? Is that what, are we all on the same page? Basically, now we know how we should have known to look at line 2 and ignore the rest. Okay. So this doesn't help us, except it makes us think we don't need this. We probably don't need this document anymore. So that means we probably don't use that for this last clue, which is nice if that's true. Okay, good. So that was a lot of effort to get that little thing cleared up, but that's the way it goes. Okay. Now he says we tried something new in that room, in Annie's room. Person number 2. Taped off the pentagonal shapes, witch's sigil. The dead use the witch's signal to communicate. It's broken into triangles, pyramids, number each one. Wait for the spirits to write letters in spaces beneath. Each number corresponds to a specific member of the Montgomery family. The main thing you need to know is which number to focus on, i.e. focus on number 2, Annie. Once you know that, you can use the sigil to see if they have left a message of any sort. Strangest thing happened while we were setting this up. There was smoke, hickory smoke, so that's the smokehouse, which we didn't really need but did connect it. As quickly as it showed up, smell disappeared. Documented cases of phantom smells, first time any of us have experienced it. We found some notes in Montgomery's own handwriting, which I have here, as well as some old photographs of the hall. That's those photographs of each different location. And an original sketch by Alice Montgomery. We aren't sure what to do with any of it, but I'm sure if we ever find the Museum Nocturnus gang that they will happily add these things to the Gravedigger exhibit. Strange how things that chronicle the complete destruction of entire families serve as entertainment for some. Okay, so we've done that. Something did occur to me. This seems rather simple, but do one of these look like a farm? Look like this barn? Like in this shape? Because is this? like we know they gave, I guess it could be this too, but it kind of looks like this. Although it doesn't have as sharp a point like the barn does. I mean, we know they gave nicknames to these places. We don't know on what basis they did, but it kind of either looks like this one or this one. Seems pretty thin, though. None of the others were named in that way that we could tell. Although Smoke was dragon. What is Auriga? A-U-R-I-G-A. Can someone look up that one? A-U-R-I-G-A? Otherwise, okay, let's continue though. We don't have too much more to go. Let's read the stock page. The year is now 2019. The legend of the Gravedigger has grown. Numerous paranormal investigation groups have investigated the Montgomery farm in hopes of finding evidence left over from the killings, but to date, no one has been able to determine what really happened. Earlier today, a group of adventure seekers from Museum Nocturnus decided to explore the Montgomery farm in hopes of securing Gravedigger memorabilia for a serial killer exhibit they plan to open in the near future. You and the other members of Stock Valley Falls Premier Ghost Hunting Outfit were set to help with the exploration and do some additional paranormal investigating. Cedric received a cryptic photograph texted from Jake Parker's phone that apparently shows him with a bag over his head with his hands tied behind his back. I think this is our killer. He's taken this photo of himself. His hands aren't really tied. Just my theory, okay. However, when you get to the farm, you discover Science Museum Nocturnus team is there, although you're unable to locate anyone. I'm sure of what's going on. You and the members of Stock must explore the Montgomery farm, determine what happened to them, uncover the truth. Montgomery home has long been condemned and unoccupied. Aside from the Museum Nocturnus vehicle parked in the driveway, the only trace that anyone's been there recently is Ash Stinson's locked phone, which you find in the dirt, and a note nailed to the door. The moment you read that note, you immediately take a second look at the photograph you received earlier and wonder if, impossibly, the Gravedigger has made a return. Okay. Brief. And it says, Auriga is the charioteer. Jonathan says, Jesse, if you want, I could take a peek at the hints just to make sure we don't have to go into some external site. Then I'll restrict myself from helping solve this final puzzle. I'd rather not have Jonathan not be able to participate in the final puzzle. Why don't you try to resist a little bit, Jonathan, until I finish, at least until we finish rereading everything. Because you're going to have to sit through that anyway. Okay. Here's the barn, by the way, and it looks a little different than this barn. Just a little bit. Not in a meaningful way, though. It looks like clip art. During the Great Depression, the citizens of Valley Fall were hit just as hard as everyone else by the economic downturn. However, not everyone dealt with hardship the same. Burdened by overwhelming debt and impending foreclosure on his farm and the shock of his unmarried daughter Alice becoming pregnant, Jackson Montgomery finally snapped under the pressure. In the middle of a drunken summer night in 1930, it was reported that Jackson drugged the 4 other members of his family, buried them alive in different locations scattered around the farm. They were all found in shallow graves, dead from asphyxiation. After the deed was done, he was freed from the responsibilities that went along with being the sole breadwinner in a time of extreme poverty. Jackson disappeared without a trace, never to be seen or heard from again. Dubbed the Gravedigger by the papers, Montgomery's legend grew as the manhunt for him intensified. Stories were whispered around the campfires that Montgomery still lives in the woods, surrounding his farm and would attack anyone who trespassed, burying them alive just as he had done with his own flesh and blood. Soon it became a rite of passage for teenagers and curiosity seekers to try to spend the night on the grounds of the Montgomery Place, or the Body Farm as it was called by the locals. Okay, and here's our notes. Here's from the father. Alice has been studying the stars at night and finding messages in the heavens that just aren't there. He's talking about his daughter, now the pregnant one. She's become fascinated with palm reading, fortune telling, and astrology. This was a weird thing because we know this is the mother, and we were wondering, why does he think the daughter it has been? I know she's been through a lot lately, but Margaret and I always taught her to seek God first. I don't know where this devilish influence has come from, but I suspect that it comes from the same person who has caused her to stray and become a mother at only 16 years of age. Alice has changed so much in the past few months. She's grown distant, embraced philosophies I never would have imagined, and turned towards witchcraft. My daughter's disregard for the family, and I continue looking upward for help, not to the stars, but to their creator. I still await his response. The baby is still several months off, but Alice won't reveal who is responsible. Of all of us, she's the one who had the brightest future. I thought her art would take her places. When I asked her yesterday who the father was, she sat down, drew a picture of corn, told me the answer was there in her drawing if only I knew where to look. She's become so cryptic with me as of late. I nearly ripped the drawing in half, but I thought better of it at the last moment. Maybe I can find her message yet, and when I do, I'm going to find the boy who's to blame and make him sorry he ever touched my Alice. And that's that. And then finally, here's Alice's notes. August 2nd. I'm writing to you from my favorite place, the cornfields. I know it seems weird, but this is the only place where I can go to escape my problems, to think about the future. My father is so disappointed in me, and that breaks my heart. He and I have always been so close, but that's gone now. Things are different. Everything changed when I told him the news. I came out here sometimes to the abandoned storm cellar on the edge of the cornfields when I feel like crying, like I feel right now. How did things go wrong? Falling in love is supposed to cause this much pain, is it? When I first met the boy I would give my heart to, we came out here to be free, to gaze up at the stars, to dream about my future, to be with each other. We would look at the constellations and imagine how they might correspond to various parts of the farm, and joke about using constellation names as code for where we wanted to meet up. Now I come here to hide from everyone and hang my head. Looking up is the last thing I want to do. The baby's father is apprenticing with a locksmith in town. He's not old enough to be out on his own yet, not just like me, but he's determined to learn a trade. He's even more determined to succeed now that he knows he has a child on the way. For the last few weeks, I've been hoarding things from the house, money, food, and jewelry, and storing them inside the storm cellar just in case things get too bad at home and I need to make a run for it. I'm not worried about my father finding it, period. Since I have my own personal locksmith now, I was able to get a lock of special design that uses my paramour's first and last initials and the name of his favorite constellation. Daddy will never be able to open it. And a couple days later, in the beginning, I thought what I had found was love. Now I know it wasn't. I've seen what kind of person he really is. I've seen behind the mask. I don't like what I saw. We agreed that we would each tell our parents about what kind of trouble we're in. I told mine, he hasn't told his. My family's angry with me. His are completely oblivious to it all. I told him I was going to talk to his parents, and he told me if I said anything to them that I would be sorry. I feel so long. I have no intentions on marrying this boy, but none of that matters now. The damage is done. Update. I'm even a little afraid for my life. I told the baby's father that I needed to end things with him, and he flew into a rage. I'm frightened to tell my father who he really is because I don't know what might happen. My father might kill the boy, or the boy might kill my father. Either way, I don't see it ending well. What am I going to do? I'm thinking of running away. It's not what I want to do, but I don't know what other choices I have. For now, I guess I will go to the cornfields and think about things for a while. All right, no help. None of that was any help. All right, so the only thing we haven't done is gone to the website, which was there. We get to the website, connecting or who we are, their stock, that's us. We go to the menu, Body Farm. Our friends from Museum Nocturnus have gone missing at the Montgomery farm. We've split up and are looking for them now. I don't have time to give a complete account of everything, but I'm going to post some of my findings here so members of stock can access the info. Here are some observations. 1, we found some strange constellation artwork that may tie into the legend. I'll post it below. We found some strange, okay, the hall is the term. We don't know how to make sense of number 2, so we should dwell on this. The hall is the term that Jackson Montgomery gave his farm originally because of his favorite piece of music was Grieg's In the Hall of the Mountain King. He often jokingly referred to him as the Mountain King, himself as the Mountain King, so the hall became another name for home. Strangely enough, most people don't know the estate as the hall anymore. They refer to it as the body farm because he planted bodies instead of crops. We also found a strange note in the room that used to belong to Jackson Montgomery. The message is a repeating series of letters. Manual typewriters skip over them. Could he be trying to give us some information about what he did to his family? And we know from that note that what he said was, dig deep to find the truth. Not all are dead. Okay, and then let's look at this constellation artwork because it was quite relevant to us. In fact, maybe, let's see, what if we go like this? All right, let's take a closer up view here. So most of the constellations here were useful for us. There's the Swan, there's the Lyra, Wizard. Remember, we're looking for something that would tie into Barn. It is interesting that the mother said she did palmistry. And that she knows the husband would never find it, but then in the husband's writing, he's like, he thinks the daughter's into it. That's weird. These don't seem to be that helpful to us. Anything look like barn to you? Anything jump out as being related to barns? What do you put in a barn? Horses, hay, horses. And it says, how did we use the clue that we got on the phone and needed the palmistry chart? Yes, we did use the palmistry chart. We used it to get numbers. We used the palmistry chart. We used all of these numbers. We used these numbers only to calculate like this plus this minus this. That gave us a number. We never used these. Are any of these symbols of a constellation? Because if so, does she mention any of these? Or maybe her number? Barn. What number is barn? 6? Number 6 for the barn does not have any symbol in it. Just this fate line. Fate line doesn't help us. Margaret's number is 4. If you look at 4, 4 has this symbol. Does any constellation have this symbol? This arrow down? Unfortunately, we're not told. Astrology, we would need to know astrological symbols. That would seem to be like Jonathan's theory of Gemini, but we tried Gemini. So we never made use of water, earth, fire, air, or intuition, ambition, mysticism, love, willpower, or balance. Or any of these symbols. It is interesting that the mother's number was, but the mother didn't give herself the number 4 back in these days. We labeled those rooms. Logan says, it feels to me that we are missing something that won't come easy, either not from comprehend or not having complete information. I feel like we're overlooking something simple, but just to get back to Anna. Anna is saying, how did we use the number that we got after adding and subtracting? Okay, so we looked up on the phone. It's sort of harder now that I moved everything around. We looked up on the phone. We got this calculation. We ran this calculation and we got the number 7, I believe. And 7, I believe what happened is 7 gave us a map, one of our map locations. I think that 7 gave us the smokehouse. Yes, I think 7 gave us the smokehouse. But maybe this is an interesting theory. Let's think about this for a second. When we built this stack of clues, we got the dummy, we got into his code. His code told us how to use this to calculate a number. We calculated the number 7, which was the smokehouse. So we took the smokehouse, we clipped it to this, and then we went looking for how do we find the password to the smokehouse. We put smokehouse with this because it was number 7. And the smokehouse on the map is number 7. Then we got the message from the sigil where smoke came into the room. That gave us Draco, the smoke-breathing dragon, which was the password for this. But Anna might be suggesting something interesting, which is, what if, let me see if I'm following you, Anna. What if we decode this, we get the number 7. And what if we don't jump to the conclusion of looking up 7 as smokehouse? Instead, we just say, this is 7, this pile, and we put this aside. Then we work on the witch's sigil. The witch's sigil, we know, gives us Draco. And then from the story, we know they found smoke in the room when they did this thing. So then we say, okay, smoke is smokehouse. The sigil is Draco. So this pile, on its own, with the witch's sigil, becomes Draco. So maybe we should not have jumped to the conclusion that this pile and this pile, the Draco and witch sigil, it's actually Draco, witch sigil, and report. So then what if that's true, and I love this theory, then that means this solved the smokehouse sigil, but this clue of 7 is not related to the smokehouse, but is related to our barn somehow. Let's recalculate this number and make sure I didn't make a mistake. So we need this again with Woodrow. Logan says I'm fading. Well, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Let's see. We'll do the best we. What's happening here? Oh, because I turned it. Let's go back. Okay. I like this theory a lot, Anna, that we jump to the conclusion that this is related to that, but it's probably not. Okay. Was it this one? It's certainly, if this number is wrong, wouldn't be the first time. This reopening this page is a bit of a pain. Am I even showing you what I'm doing? No. Re-download, because otherwise we've done this like 3 times. I wish these passwords didn't need to be typed in each time. Okay, let's combine these better. Or maybe in different ways. Combine, I just added them, but maybe you don't add them. Let's see what we've got. Combine reason, passion, intuition, and overall good fortune. We just added fortune. I wonder if we need to rethink this a little bit. Okay, reason is 2. Passion is 3. Logan, come back, go to sleep. You'll come back and you'll watch the rest of the stream when you wake up. Intuition is 5. Okay, so combine these, we're told. Combine. So we added them, which is a natural thing. That gives us 10. Oh, and then, but also good fortune. But it's not good fortune. It's overall good fortune. Let's look at this. What do we think this means? Overall good fortune. That's interesting. John says, I I like it not recognizing the symbol for 7. Found it. The symbol next to 7 is Jupiter, so probably not just the symbol in 7. Jonathan is saying if you look at the star chart. All right, let me redo this. Let me do this first. Okay, fortune is 6. So fortune could be 6, which would give us 16 if we add them. And then we take away health, minus 9 does give us 7. Okay, but overall good fortune, could that be anything else? Overall good fortune? Overall good fortune. Is that just a play on words, or is it something else? I was saying over fortune, then I was thinking maybe it was the numbers above it. But if it's still what we thought, 7, then if we look at 7 on the palm chart, we get this symbol here, which looks like a 4 on our palm chart. And Jonathan's saying that's the symbol for Jupiter. If you search for Jupiter constellation, do you get anything, Jonathan? I think this approach is right. That this is for the farm puzzle. This is for the barn puzzle. Her palmistry, she's the one in the barn. This is our barn puzzle. All right. What if we search for Jupiter constellation? Do we get anything? Jupiter is in the constellation of Pisces. Currently, though. Well, that's not very helpful, is it? Really? Position of Jupiter in the sky. How about constellation Jupiter 1930? This is overthinking it, but boy, would that be cool, huh? 1930, zodiac moon sign. Cetus the whale, and then Pisces. Cetus sounds familiar. No, we had a Cygnus. And Pisces isn't even in our list either. It would be really fascinating if we had a nice report about constellation of Jupiter in 1930 of April is Taurus. How frequently does it change? Anna says, this seems too involved. I agree. Logan says, I'll see you again tomorrow. Watch your work in the early afternoon. Good night and good luck. At least we can save one of the folks. Okay. All right. I agree. This is getting crazy. I will point out something interesting. So let's go back. I like that idea though, that it was Jupiter. Can I point out something? If we look at this constellation chart, something I just noticed. Here's Lyra. Here's Draco. Here's Ursa. Here's Lynx. Like, they're all connected in a line. Like, if they're up staring at the stars, Lyra, Draco, Ursa, Lynx, or Ursa Major, Lynx. So the ones on the way would be like Hercules, Cephas, Camelopardalis, and Auriga. Like Cephas would be the one you might normally pass, and there's a building looking one. But then why would you need to know the number 7? Well, Hercules has 7 stars in it. Good fortune overall. I'm still thinking of ways to get a different number than 7. You have to subtract health, so it has to be a number. Good fortune overall. What if it's numerator over denominator? What if it's numerator over denominator? Hold on a second. Combine 2 plus 3 plus 5 with good fortune overall. That would be 6 over 10, which is... No, that doesn't work. It has 3/5. Okay, boy, I thought that was going to work. All right. Try 7 equals heart. Why would we take away health? That gives us the number 7. You're saying heart. That makes no sense. It would be you're saying it would be the one place of all 5 of these, one of them is not marked by a constellation? I don't believe it. I refuse to even try it. I'm okay with saying heart and then finding where the heart is here and then finding the constellation that refers to a heart. But the password is going to be a heart. I mean, the password is going to be a constellation. It must be a constellation. Combine reason, passion, and intuition, and overall good fortune. Why would it say overall good fortune? That makes no sense to me. Why would it all of a sudden add overall good fortune? Then take away health. Passion, intuition, and overall good fortune. The problem is, no matter what number we get, we don't know how to use that number. Even if we said it could be any of the numbers on the hand, none of these numbers make sense to us. These symbols, we don't know how to get constellations out of these symbols. Is anyone else troubled by this overall good fortune? Anna says, I was saying that it's not a constellation, but I'm willing to try anything at this point. I mean, we could certainly try it, but I refuse to accept it. I mean, I refuse for it to not be a constellation. So we could work backwards. In that logic, it's got to be one of these. Now, what could it possibly be? We have to, if the theory is right that it's a number, it's a number. It's probably the number 7, but subtract, take away health. Combine passion, intuition, combine them. Maybe combine is supposed to be multiply. Let's try that overall. Let's try numerator, denominator, but multiply them instead of adding them. So if we multiply, we would get 2 times 3 times 5, which equals 30. And then fortune overall, that still gets us a small fraction. And even if you did it this way, it doesn't help us. Let's say we get some good number, 5 minus health, 9, nope. Nope. But even if we short circuit all that and say we know this is giving us a number between 1 and 9, we don't know how to use that. We don't know how to go from any number here. How do we get a constellation out of it? A couple of these numbers have constellations. That's the symbol for woman, man. I mean, are we just supposed to be able to search the web? Or is it just supposed to say, oh, let's search the web for some symboled constellation? I always turn this off when I go here in a search just because I don't know what's going to happen here. But I mean, how unsatisfying is this concept that we would try to search for what constellations are made up of men and women symbols? All right, zodiac constellations. Okay, this is actually a little bit more promising. Maybe we need to look at this because if she liked zodiac, let's think about this for a second. Let's look on this hand. So we were saying number 7 is that Jupiter 4 symbol. You guys can see this, right? Okay, well, I don't see that here. But what else we got? What if on the hand, what other hands or symbols are near things? 7 is near the 4. I don't see that. 3 is near the male symbol. I don't see that. Or female symbol. 4 is near the male symbol. I don't see that. That's it. That's it. Male symbol, female symbol have next to a number. The Jupiter symbol is next to a number. That's it. So puzzling. John says, do you want me to peek at hints? No. No. Where? Oh, it is almost 7 a.m., but no. This game is almost over. We're just missing something simple. And we've made a breakthrough. We've made a breakthrough in realizing that this palmistry and astrology is going to be related to our barn. I feel like we're close. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius. Constellations of the zodiac. That's what they're going to be. It's going to be one of the constellations of the zodiac. Is it by month? Is it the 7th? We need to know. Block. Seven is associated with the symbol. And it's that symbol. We think that's the symbol of Jupiter. "12-year cycle of Jupiter." Oh, sorry. It's Pisces, then enters Cetus, You think that's too complicated, huh? All right, let's see what the chat says. I look, and Tina says, I'm looking at the hints. I looked. Is it simple? Did we miss something? Yes, it is simple. I would not have picked it, but it is. No external sites. Do not make further connections that are not there. All right, well, let's do your heart just to make sure I'm not crazy. This drives me crazy though. Barn, what is the file name? Updated barn reveal. Updated barn reveal. Okay, so you were thinking of heart. Oh my God, it's heart. Oh my God, it's heart. I can't believe it's heart. I swore it couldn't be heart. H-E-A-R-T. And why is it heart? Because number 7 on the palmistry is heart. So we got the number 7. That was as we thought. And instead of being a constellation like everything else, it's just the password heart. All right, we'll talk about that later. John says, you never should have doubted Anna. Never doubt Anna. Okay. You find Carly's dead body beneath the hay in the barn. You were too late to save her. A single letter has been drawn on her forehead with a message under it. N, move 2 to the right. All right, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later. All right, well, that's the kind of hint. Thank you, and Tina, for taking the bullet and looking that up for us. That's the kind of thing that's the kind of thing one peeks for, to see if it's something that you would consider unfair, right? That's what you want. When you peek at a hint, you want to find out, is it unfair or isn't it? And you're happy when you find out it's unfair because you don't want to waste more time on it. Okay, N to right. So N goes to L, M, N, O, P. N goes to P. All right, so let us clear our way here and lay out our notes. Where's our pen? So everything is consistent. N goes to P. All right, so we had, before we got into this fugue state where we were working, everything was neatly arranged. But then we have these, and we realized, hey, Robert's back. Okay, he couldn't stay away. Okay, then we realized that this actually spells links, which we've concluded is the final place and that guy's name. But the password didn't work, but now we know why. You have to translate it. So LYNX goes to JVPS, and we know his initials. So we're ready to open up the storm shelter and rescue someone. But I think he's going to be, okay, let's remember, Carly just died, right? Carly just died. Drawn on her forehead. So the only person left is Jake Parker. Now, we are either going to find Jake Parker. Well, I think we're going to find him tied up, but I wonder if he's he's our real killer too. He's going to pretend like, thank you, you saved me. But that's, it makes so much more sense now. It's not that he's going to cut, it's not that he's going to be revealed as the killer and on the run. He's tied himself up to be rescued. He's going to be the star of this story. And he's going to be alive and claim to be a victim. Very sneaky. Somehow I didn't make that connection. Like I made the connection that he would be the killer, but I thought it was going to be like he was going to be revealed as the killer in the story, like standing there with the knife. But he's got a much more devious plan. His plan is to be rescued. He set these clues up for us to find him and him to be like, oh my God, thank you, you saved me. I'm the last survivor of the gravedigger, and then become famous and his museum became famous. That's amazing. Okay, but before we can put in our answer, you know what's going to happen. We need to take a break. So I'll see you in 8 minutes and we'll wrap this case up. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've been playing for 8 hours. Everyone's getting a little exhausted. Let's look at where we are here. We've got 4 of the members of Museum Nocturnus have been found dead here. The last one we found at the barn, Carly White. We've got 1 more missing and 1 more place to check. Jake Parker, the owner of the museum, is still missing. There's our original family from 1930s. Jackson, the father, Margaret, Annie, Ellie, and Alice, who was pregnant at 16. So we are now ready to go to the cornfield. This last clue was very cleverly hidden from us so that we couldn't get to it until we found the other bodies. So here we are. We're going to now open up the cornfield. We know how to do it. 6 letters, first and last initials of the real killer, and then his nickname Constellation, which we believe is Lynx, but encrypted. So let's do it. Is everyone here and everyone ready? So N2 to the right, which is P, which is what I've got. Okay. So we're going to do it here. John says ready. Anna says ready. Okay, here we go. Cornfield. We're going to say updated Jackson reveal. I've downloaded these so many times, but updated Jackson reveal. It's just, okay. Here we go. So what is our password? Travis Carter is his name. This doesn't tell us how to form the password, but her diary does. She said first 2 initials of his name. That's TC, Travis Carter. We found his name written in the cornfields. And then Lynx, the password to the constellation. And we know it's Lynx based on several reasons, just to belabor this point here. One is it's the only other 4-letter constellation, but the other thing is these all form a straight line, like they all form a clean connected line. Lyra, Draco, Ursa, Lynx. So that also tells us that it's got to be Lynx. Did I lose lighting in here? This is just it wanting to be more atmospheric. Okay, Lynx, but converted, given our converting. So JVPS. JVPS. Okay, here we go. Travis Carter, JVPS. Enter. All right. There's got to be some. There's got to be something simple like the subtraction I didn't do right. Maybe. How about let's check these out. This said L 2 spaces left. So JKL. That's right. L goes to J. This one was Y 3 to the left. So V to be V, W, X, Y. Move 3 to the left. Could it go the other way? No. Okay. N 2 to the right. So N, L, M, N, O, P. Okay. And then this one was X 5 to the left. Gives us S, S, T, U, V, W, X. Where's our Travis Carter? link. Let's make sure we see this. TravisCarter. Travis Carter. What I wrote TR, but that's not what we've been doing. We've been typing TC. TC. Okay, Travis Carter. Travis Carter. Could it be Carter Travis? First and last for Travis could be TS. How do you figure that? First and last for Travis could be TS. You mean first and last letters of his first name? Let's read what she says she did. Okay. I was able to get a lock of special design that uses my paramour's first and last initials. First and last initials. Well, you're right that... Hold on, let me just see what's going on with this light. Did it switch off? Okay, so you're right, that's a bit ambiguous. First and last initials. All right, let's try it. I mean, Anna has not been wrong about anything yet. It's reasonable. It's a reasonable try. So, TS for Travis Carter, and then his favorite thing, encrypted. So, JVPS. No. His first and last initials. Maybe it's the first initial of the first name, and then if you put it all a bit in it, it would be R. Like Travis Carter would be T and R. TR, and then JVPS. It must be something about human nature that you always think, of course, that's it. Let's try TC links to keep it simple. Maybe the translation have to do with something else. Well, that's a good idea. All right, so Travis Carter, and then we don't encrypt the links. No. Travis Carter links. No. This was 2 to the right. This one was 3 to the left. This one was 2 spaces left. And this one was 5 to the left. Well, they're all unique. How bizarre. Do we need to make sure we're dealing with the right file? Let me just close all these up. All right. Let's scan this again. This is, well, you can't get mad at it drawing this out a little bit. So we want updated Jackson reveal body form. Updated Jackson reveal body form. Let's just make sure we're playing with the right file here. Updated Jackson reveal body form. It should be Travis Carter JVPS. What's happening here? Anna says N to P is to the right. It says go 2 to the right, unless I misread it wrong. We can redo it and make sure. I might have to redo all of these, which is unfortunate. Poor Robert woke up just for this and assumed it was just, hold on, it barn reveal, yeah. All right, so this one was the Barn reveal. I do not like how this doesn't go to the right file. Barn review is heart. Move 2 to the right. 2 to the right from N is P. But something's troubling me. I think it's still on this file. I think barn is, we might have been on the wrong file because it's the only file that's open. I think it's just a problem of what PDF file might be open. Let's try not barn. We're going to do this again. I think it's loading the wrong PDF file is what I think. I mean, I think I'm confused about selecting the right PDF file. Let's try it again. Here's what we want. Jackson Reveal Body Farm. Let's make sure we're getting that same file. Jackson Reveal Body Farm. Jackson Reveal Body Farm. Yes, download it again. I have to download it a million times just to make sure it's the most recent one. Okay. Now there should be 2 PDFs open. Okay, I think we were on the wrong file. I think we were on the wrong file. So I think this is going to work now. What are your votes about what the proper 2 initials of his name is? Because I maintain it should still be Travis Carter. And then JVPS. Ready? Come on, it can't be. It can't be. It's got to be TC JVPS. It's got to be. All right, Travis Carter. JVPS. Travis. JVPS. All right, try original links without encrypting it. TC links. Or Travis links, or Travis R links. Well, I've tried them all now. What is happening? Come on, Alice, what's happening here? She's got a lock, first and last initials, and the name of his favorite constellation. And we're told that it's an old lock, 6 letters to open. It's recently tampered with. Okay, so one thing, I do not have an answer for this, but let me make one thing clear. It's been tampered with. It's been encrypted, changed. So I do think it's the changed version that we have the information about. It's been tampered with. In other words, he modified the codes a little bit, and that's why he wrote them on their foreheads. So I believe we should be looking for, I believe it's the encrypted version. I suppose it's possible that when he says 2 to the right, we should go in the opposite direction, but that will require us to roll over some letters. Okay, I think the first thing to do is reread the letter movements to make sure we didn't write anything wrong down. L, 2 spaces to the left. I don't know if this was the silo. This is what's troubling me a little bit, but all right, I don't see any way to avoid doing this. I apologize. You guys are welcome to take a break. I mean, to go to sleep and come back. Download again the silo. And if I've got this right, it's Lyra. That's not the right one. This is what's going to kill me. This is what's going to kill me. That I don't remember that we didn't take good enough notes about. What got put into each. I wrote down Lyra, but maybe that wasn't what we put in for silo. This is going to be frustrating. What was the Lyra one is the one that I didn't seem to reconstruct well enough when I tried to rebuild our notes. Let me move. What page are you looking at that had the clue? I don't. I'm not sure what you're asking. My brain is at its capacity. The orchard one. I'm trying to reconstruct the letter moving instructions to make sure we didn't write anything down wrong. The orchard one, according to my notes, did I write down how we unlocked it? This one I wrote down we unlocked with Ursa, U-R-S-A. And now we're only one page open in PDFs. What's happening with this PDF reader? You can't see it, but it's like it's closing. All right, Jesse, relax, relax, relax. Okay, so the orchard went for Abigail. She's Lyra. Okay, L, one left. Oh, one left. We got it. 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 L was supposed to be only one to the left. I wrote down two to the left. Now, why did someone not stop me? L was only supposed to go one space to the left. That makes it K, not J. Why is no one here stopping me when I make mistakes? Abigail, shame on you for not speaking up from the dead to tell me. All right, so I have our new, and Tina asked, was L 1 or 2 to the left? All right, well, I looked it up on my paper. Someone had to stop me earlier than now. Okay, let's see if we can rescue these people. Imagine how frustrating this must be. Well, it's not frustrating to watch someone make mistakes and find their mistakes. That's the way these games work, and that's how life works. You can't not make mistakes. We catch our mistakes. That after 8.5 hours, we have still had the energy to go back. Anna says we should have taken screenshots. You're right, we should have taken screenshots. We will learn that skill for next time. But we are now ready to go back, assuming I haven't made any other translation errors. We are now ready to go back and try again. Scanning the cornfield. Re-downloading. Making sure that we're at updated Jackson reveal. Updated Jackson reveal. Not updated Jackson body farm, but updated Jackson reveal. And here we are, and it's time to place your bets again about whether it's going to be TC or TR. It's going to be, I still predict, Travis Carter TC. And now we translate, but this time L goes to K, Y goes to V, N goes to P, X goes to S. Are you ready? Enter. We got it. Entering the storm shelter, you see a pile of dirt in one corner of the small room. After moving only a little dirt, you find a cheaply made box with a body inside. Based on the condition of the body and the note found beside it, you know this has to be the body of Jackson Montgomery, the father. There are scratch marks on the inside of the coffin. It seems he was buried alive too. But that makes no sense. If he didn't kill his family, who did? He wrote a note. Whoa, he wrote a note. He's trapped alive in the coffin, the father of the entire family, wakes up from being drugged, just like the rest of his whole family. And he's got a lighter and he's writing his last notes, his last moments of life. I don't have long before my lighter runs out of fuel and my oxygen is gone. I have only this scrap of paper and a pencil to write down my last thoughts. Nobody may ever find me down here. But if they do, I want the world to know who killed me and my family. It's the same fiend who corrupted my daughter and convinced her to give up her chastity, Travis Carter. Or thief, as I now think of him. He stole everything from me. He jumped me from behind and knocked me out with a shovel. The next thing I know, he's hammering the lid down on this coffin. I struggled and fought, but he nailed the lid down good. I'm a goner, and I have accepted my fate. I just hate the reason for all of this. He told me why as he covered me up with dirt. Travis Carter is in the process of being adopted by John and Rachel Parker. Good folks by all accounts, and rich too. However, if the Carters find out that my sweet Alice is pregnant and he's the daddy, they will abandon the adoption process for sure. So he's decided to bury the truth, literally. I told him it didn't have to be this way. He ignored me and just kept on hammering. If someone does see this, please know that my family means the world to me. I love them more than I love my own life, and I would do anything to save them right now. All I can do instead is to pray and ask God to help us all find each other on the other side. Jackson. So he was being adopted by the Parker family. And that's the note, the end of the note we found. Which brings us back to current day. So, interestingly, it wasn't as we thought Parker was going to be in there pretending to be tied up, but I think he is going to come out of the woods at some point pretending to have escaped. So we haven't finished the case yet, but we're down to this now. We're ready to solve it. So when we're ready to solve it, we use the last name of the modern day killer. The modern day killer still wasn't told to us, but we've deduced that it's Parker. And the buried nickname for the original killer. We now know that's Thief. Thief was the nickname that the father gave. He says, I call him Thief. So here we go. Body Farm Solution. Sorry, you need to see that too. Okay, the last name of the modern day killer is Parker. That's our surmise. The buried nickname for the original killer, he calls him Thief for stealing his daughters and his life. Enter. You have successfully completed the body farm. We did it, 8.5 hours. After you dig up the undiscovered body of Jackson Montgomery and read the note he scribbled inside his makeshift coffin, you realize that history has falsely convicted him for crimes he didn't commit. Jackson Montgomery never killed anyone. Instead, the true killer was Alice Montgomery's secret paramour, Travis Carter, who is set to be adopted by the Parker family and committed the murders as a means of keeping his girlfriend's pregnancy a secret. Although you initially received a photograph of Jake Parker with a bag over his head and his hands appearing to be tied behind his back, you have yet to find his body. You found the other 4 members of the Museum Nocturnus team all buried in shallow, premature graves, all dead. Which means only one thing. Jake Parker staged the photo to make himself look like just another victim. Yes, we figured this out. Because of his heritage, Jake had access to a trove of family documents, including several things belonging to his great-great-grandfather, Travis Carter, who later became Travis Parker after his adoption. As a result of reading Travis's diary, Jake knew about the dark secret that his ancestor harbored. At first, Jake wanted to capitalize on what he had discovered, then thought better of it because he didn't want to drag the family name through the mud. But gradually, as his museum started to fail, an idea formed that became too powerful for him to resist. Desperate to keep his failing museum open, and even more desperate to keep the legend of the gravedigger alive because of the ticket sales it would generate, Jake concocted a plan to revisit the original killings, using his friends as new victims. The public would be enthralled, and the exhibit opening would provide a much-needed shot in the arm to his finances. Because Jake's friends never suspected that they might be in any danger, he was able to easily subdue each of them while they weren't looking and drag them to one of the original locations where a member of the Montgomery clan had been buried alive. After locating Jackson Montgomery's remains and realizing that nothing about this story is what it seems, you and your team quickly leave the farm, calling the authorities on your way out and alerting them to your findings. Within half an hour, the Montgomery farm is teeming with law enforcement. It takes most of the night, but eventually, after a thorough search of the property, they find Jake Parker. He had returned to the old storm cellar to collect the bones of Jackson Montgomery and all evidence tying him to the original gravedigger. He never anticipated that you or your team would actually find the bodies he left behind. Jake also never expected that Jackson Montgomery's body would be found along with a note revealing his heritage. He's taken into custody without incident. Jake Parker is currently awaiting trial in the Thornmire County Jail for the premeditated murders of his 4 friends. Case closed. And there you have it, the body farm. All right, well, you know how this works. Everyone is exhausted. It's been 8.5 hours, but we must take a short break and then give our final thoughts. So you think about your final thoughts. If you have to go to sleep, that's okay. You can paste your thoughts in here. We'll take a little break. We'll come back and tell you what we thought. All right, we're back to give our final thoughts on The Body Farm by Deadbolt Mystery Society after 8.5 hours. Let's check in with chat comments first before they scroll up out of view. Jonathan says, overall impression, like the story, like the aesthetic of the documents, like the puzzles were not just ciphers this time. Ending was probably weaker than the cabins. One non-constellation answer was bad. Anna says, that cursed barn. First we thought the palm clue linked to another location, and the password didn't make any sense, but the other clues were great, I think. John says, it was rated lower difficulty, and it probably was, but I think we felt more confused throughout this than during the cabin. Anna says, the story was mostly good, wanting to be adopted, making you a serial killer too far-fetched. John says, I did enjoy reinvestigating the cold case to find the truth. Maybe you would have enjoyed having at least one more suspect in the past, kind of a nitpick. Okay, let me talk about my thoughts. I loved it. I thought it far exceeded my expectations. I mean, The Cabin was rated as one of their best games of the year by someone, by the players. So I sort of had a little bit higher expectations for it. But I thought it was very good. In that case, it was almost all ciphers, but the story was compelling. It was framed really interestingly. And then this case, Jonathan, we haven't talked about, but Jonathan, before I bought The Cabin, quite a while ago, said, hey, The Body Farm is the case that looks interesting to me. And I read it. It was paranormal, investigators, ghosts. And I was like, this does not sound that interesting. And then, so I kept giving Jonathan, then I sent Jonathan a reply. I was like, hey, here's the best of. And he's like, yeah, those are good, but Body Farm still sounds interesting. I was like, all right. And then came back. And I was like, all right, I'll buy The Body Farm. We'll give it a try. It'll be like, I thought, okay, here's going to be a bad case from this company, and we'll see what a badly designed case looks like. I thought it was going to be a lazy ghost story thing that wasn't going to be very good. Instead, what we got was interesting character, interesting settings, good puzzles that were completely different from The Cabin, told in a again, like The Cabin, things happening in the past and in the present and interleaving and being connected. And boy, does that work as making it engaging and interesting as a storytelling system, but also they do it very well in these games. In these two games we've played, we've been interested in the past case. We've been very interested in what really happened in the past, and there being surprises and twists and things that were gotten wrong in the past case. But then what's currently going on is connected to that in an interesting way, and we also don't understand that case. So you don't understand what's going currently, you don't understand what's going on in the past, and you're sort of interleaving while you're figuring out about them. The fact that we got stuck a few times was very enjoyable, I thought. It's a little dangerous because, if you got stuck too much more, we wouldn't be able to finish it in one session, etc. But the place we got stuck that was completely fair and very cool was when we were matching up multiple clues to solve each puzzle. And that's something that this company does a lot of, it seems, and they do it very well. Jonathan was talking about, in this case, it was rated more easier than The Cabin, but we felt like we were banging our head more on this one. And I think part of that reason was, with The Cabin at least, an individual puzzle might have been more difficult, but at least we knew it was fairly clear, like, these 3 items go for this puzzle. Here we got really thrown off track there, and we made a mistake in associating items with puzzles, and we associated the palm reading, even though we had correctly identified it as this probably belongs to the mother, and the mother is involved with the barn. We made that connection, but we had already sort of divvied up that palm chart onto the wrong puzzle. And there was a click there where we said, aha. It was Anna that suggested it. And then we said, aha. That palm thing, even though we were able to use it for this puzzle, we probably didn't need it for that puzzle. So there was a case where we thought, oh, this puzzle's a little overdetermined, but that's okay. It wasn't the case. It went with something else. And then there was several mistakes we made this game that when we fixed them helped make sense out of things. Like the scoring up these were all mistakes I made, but the scoring up of what room was the most haunted room. And I had wrongly annotated points, and then we got the dining room, and we spent a lot of time thinking, why is the dining room, why is that significant? And we talked about, is this one message the only message that's relevant? We chewed on that, we walked around it, and then when we finally circled back while we were looking for clues to the barn, we corrected our mistake. We realized the most haunted room was Annie's room. That meant that clue made sense and got assigned to that puzzle. It made sense of knowing then, therefore, that the other messages we weren't supposed to decode. So that's what I want in these games. For the mistakes to lead eventually to bottlenecks, to failure modes, and then us to have to go back, clean up our mistakes, make more sense, and be rewarded for our diligence. And that's what happened. The only one that we really struggled with that I would consider unfair, slightly unfair, was that barn that wanted heart as the password. Every other place had a constellation as password, and even when Anna said, try typing in heart, if it was the number heart, I was like, I refuse to do it because it's so illogical that this one place, it would be so wrong for it. And we did eventually try it. So I think it's not that people won't get it. And of course, if we did the barn last, that was part of our problem, because by then we had done all three others that there were constellations. And so we were convinced it had to be a constellation. But if by chance we had tried to solve the barn first, we would have tried heart. It was just that we had locked in that pattern. So that's not going to affect most groups. But I would put that in the pile of things to fix about this case. Just find a way for that number 7 to look on the palm to match to a constellation. There has to be a way to do that. Have number 7 not say heart. Have number 7 say lizard, right? Or something. And then let them leap from that to which constellation it was. That's a very easy fix. A little odd that wasn't done. There were also some cool story moments here where we realized that that guy really was faking his photo, that he was behind it all, that he was going to make himself come out at the end safe. Now, one thing that was weird was that we were pretty sure how the ending was going to go. We thought we were going to burst in, at least I was. I thought we were going to burst in. He was going to be like, thank you for saving me. And then he was going to get the publicity. And it looks like the designers ratcheted it up to 11. And they're like, no, let's make him a relative, an adopted relative of the family. That felt like unnecessary overkill to me. I think it would have been sufficient. I think our ending was a little better and more subtle and believable. But within this world, fine. I mean, that's a minor tidbit. Very generous epilogue. I think I would probably disagree with Jonathan that the cabin ending was better. I think I like this ending better, even though I disagree with this part about him being the serial killer, the adopted person, I mean. I liked the generous ending of this long newspaper story telling us the epilogue of what happened, and I loved that when we got into the storm shelter, we found the father's body, and he had written a note. That was very compelling to me and very satisfying. Like, that's what you want at the end of the game, a sort of locked box opens up. We'll have more to talk, but Robert says, I'd like to tell you what was different in the old version. I'd love to hear what was different in the old version. While you're doing that, let me just read about some of these other things. John says, I did enjoy reinvestigating the cold case. One more suspect in the past. Yeah, maybe. Robert says, overall, I like the story experience. Anna says, always go for the easiest answer. Sometimes it's right. Yes. Jonathan is saying the other fix would be add a zodiac constellation to the chart and matching the symbol on the hand at page 7. Yes, that's right. Okay. You can undelete a message, I believe. I don't think so. Okay. Let's hear. Jonathan says, I like that we came face to face with the killer. This had more of a wrap-up ending than our previous, than the cabin. The cabin had a, well, we can't spoil it. We shouldn't talk about that. All right, Robert's going to tell us what was different. What else should we say? I mean, I think 8.5 hours, really enjoyable. You could say the puzzles were easy, but they weren't. As a total group, this is still medium, easily medium for me, and you could easily get stuck. I think there was lots of places to get stuck. Maybe that's a different kind of difficulty rating that needs to be put on some of these games. Like, how easy is it to make a small mistake and get stuck? I also loved the dark adult nature of this game. We started playing, we're like, is this all a hoax? And then quickly we're finding buried alive, dead, buried alive, dead. Oops, it's not just a clean hoax. This is, again, a real murderous case in this Deadbolt Mystery Society. But I was saying, for price, like even at full price, $28, I think this is great. For me, I would be very happy to pay $28 for this experience. But can you imagine you get this on sale for $10? That's one of the best bargains of any of the games we've played on the channel. That's got to be at the top. And I loved reading the letters, like the notes from the father and the daughter. And I love how they're not sort of family friendly, right? The father's talking about killing the kid. She's worried about telling the father because he's going to kill the kid. Just very enjoyable. Okay. Robert says, box is bigger. Some of the double-sided pages in your box were single-sided in my box. The drawing of the cornfield was not green on the back. But the most important difference is, wait for it, says Robert. Well, let's wait for it. While we're waiting, Jonathan Jank says, I get frustrated with the PDFs, but it works better. I get frustrated with the PDFs too, and they cause some trouble. I think when I click not to download, it opens the previous one, and it closed some. That was unpleasant. But I think we know the solution to that. The solution to that in the future is screenshot and never reopen a PDF. When we open a PDF, screenshot what it says and then leave it. Robert says, the most significant difference was all 5 of the photos of the location had a photo on one side and the QR code on the back. There was no sentence on the card. So, interesting. You mean it didn't say silo it didn't say this was the cornfield. It didn't say this was the orchard. You just had to figure that out. This was the silo. This was the smokehouse. Is that what you're saying? You had to figure those parts out? That's interesting. I think you'd still figure those out, but that is interesting. John says, I think he means no sentence about the seller in the cornfield on the card. It doesn't have this sentence? You find a storm shelter door in the middle of the cornfield. It's locked with an old lock that needs 6 letters to open. Are you saying that when you open this up, does it say anywhere else that it's 6 letters? Or, I mean, she tells you it's the first and last initials of his name and his favorite constellation. But this is what tells us it's 6 letters, and this is what helped us know that the cornfield was not one of our places where bodies were buried. That would make it substantially harder. Yeah, I mean, you could still get it. You could still figure out that by process of elimination, this has to be the place locked with her code, but that would make it harder. That would absolutely make it harder. I did love the gate system where there was no way, really, no fair way for you to jump ahead and know the password, even if you knew his favorite constellation, because we needed the translations, N goes to L and so on. That was a very clever way to gate it. And not only that, but it didn't even tell us it was gating it that way. It didn't even tell us. I love that it didn't tell us that it was encrypted. In fact, one of the ways we knew that the farm had to be solved and could be solved independently was when we realized that L, Y, X were the letters were the letters carved into their heads. Then we know, okay, we're right about the links and we're right about doing the farm first. Okay, so it's actually pretty cool that they go to the trouble to improve these games after they're released. Right? So they release it a year later. They make some small tweaks when they re-release them. That's pretty cool. I've developed now a very good impression of the Deadbolt Mystery Society, which is bizarre given how many games they're putting out. Like before we played this, I just assumed that these games were going to be bad. I assumed that the Deadbolt Mystery Society were going to be lazily developed games with puzzles and minimal story, and not have custom websites built, and not have all these different clues. Like there's a website in this related to this game where we went to and we got separate additional little puzzle. That is not lazy. That's very generous. These boxes are very generous. And I just assumed, given the number of games they've made, right? They've made out like more than 20 boxes. And it's just bizarre that they're this high quality. Robert says, I see you got the Copycat Saga on your shelf. The Copycat Saga is now on sale at the website. You can find a link to the sale on the Board Game Geek Guild for Co-op for Two, which you can find a link to under the community tab of YouTube. If you want to buy that and play along with us, that's 4 cases in one, sort of connected. It doesn't even have to be as good as this, and we'll play it. So if anyone wants to buy the Copycat Saga and play it along with us, I think it's like $35 for a box. It's the same small box, but it's got 4 games inside it. Maybe they're a little bit smaller. And Tina said, not such a clever killer leaving clues for us. Well, I think he wanted us to figure it out so that he would throw suspicion off himself if someone else figured it all out. Did the ghost carve the updated code into the bodies' heads? Did the killer? Why give us the code? Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. I mean, that does lead us back to talk about the supernatural elements, which I think we should talk about. John says, Jang says $10 for a game in this series is a steal. Yes, absolutely. Some people like these ghost shows where there's a ghost investigating team walking around the dark room, or these movies. I don't like them. I much prefer a game where you think there's a supernatural thing, but there isn't. Like, once there's a supernatural ghost in the story, I very quickly lose interest. I much prefer a real killer pretending there's a supernatural thing. But both of the games we've played from this company have been very clever about playing off that idea of whether the supernatural is real. And they're both sort of have it, both of these games by this company have had it both ways and gotten the advantages of both of them. So in this game, it's like, was the killer real? Is he this mythical thing? Has he come back? And are these people from the dead talking to us? And basically it said, well, a little bit of both, right? And the other game was a little bit like that too. So in this case, we really were talking to the spirits from the past. And yet it was a very human person playing off of beliefs in the supernatural, taking advantage of that to advance their own personal financial interests. And I really liked the way that the supernatural element was handled in this game, much more than I thought. I would absolutely play more of these stalker games. It wasn't all about the supernatural. It was more like, we're going to treat this like a scientific thing. They did their scientific stuff, which they've annotated in the rooms. It made the puzzles sort of interesting and different. No complaints at all for me. Didn't take away any of the interest in the game for me. Another home run. And I think I like this one better than The Cabin. I wouldn't be able to objectively say it's better, or one is better, or the puzzles were better, but I think as a totality, the pacing, the arc, the uncovering the past, to me this was very compelling. I really liked it. Any other final thoughts? There were a bunch of little aha moments while we played this too that were very enjoyable. Jonathan Warner says, yeah, they were both good. What else did I write down? I guess that's it. We have to learn to handle those PDFs better. Okay, Robert's signing off. Good night, everyone. Robert, it was great to have you here. It was great to have a full team here. We needed it for this game. I think we really did need it for this game. Anna says, it was interesting playing with so many people in the chat. I wonder if they can't all be this good, but can a majority of them be this good? Can a good chunk of them, can more of them be this good? Here's something else that is interesting. Guys, you guys should feel free to just leave and sign off the channel anytime you want. You don't have to sit here and listen to me talk. This is more like for posterity. I'm giving my thoughts. But here's another thing that's interesting to me. We've talked about these Sherlock Holmes consulting detective games that really hit the mark for us sometimes when we play it. And one of the things we talk about is the quality of the writing, being subtle, humorous, sort of moving, the dialogue feeling right. And I think what we're seeing here is that it's interesting these games are not credited to a writer. But I got the impression at some point that there's one person who's the mastermind of Deadbolt Mystery Society. Maybe a couple. Because here's what I noticed. On their website, there are a couple of books. There are fictional books set in this world. I believe there's a book for Museum Nocturnus, and Museum Nocturnus is one of the boxes as well. Now, the writing in these games is a completely different kind of thing than the writing in the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective books. In the writing in the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective stories, they're evocative scenes of a time and a place and dialogue with humor and subtlety, and really crafted. When you read the good writing, you just sort of admire it, and the writing quality is really very good. I think we're seeing something very different but similar here. I think what we're seeing is someone or a couple of people who are really good at crafting these kind of horror stories, horror short stories. And it's not the sentence by sentence high quality writing. It's not that the dialogue is so perfect, but it's an unusually well crafted little snippets of story that are working to create these very compelling, well-paced, short stories of horror and serial killer stuff. And these are unusually well-crafted little compact stories. The letters that the family is writing, that the father and the daughter were writing, like, it's just a little bit. It's just a page or two here, a page here, a thing here, but they really work. And they don't sort of draw attention to themselves as being amazing writing, but it's very compelling. The father's note in the coffin, very compelling writing. And so the writing is good, but the crafting of the story is very good. Jonathan Yang says, I think those books are from the creators' brothers, maybe and they started writing about Valley Falls to build out the story. They talked about it in the podcast network. They did an episode on Deadbolt. Yeah. So I am very impressed. I mean, I've got a whole bunch more of these, so we'll play a bunch more. Jonathan Yang says, I think they can get a bit redundant. Well, I do think that's worth mentioning. These are puzzle games, and if you got stuck, you could get frustrated, and you don't want to play only these kinds of games, and you probably want to take a little bit of a break between them. But I'd be very happy to keep playing these games on a regular basis. If anyone wants to start a YouTube channel and really loves puzzle games more than anything else, you could build your YouTube channel off just playing Deadbolt Mystery Society. They come out with new ones so frequently, you could almost just make a channel of that. Why you would want to do that, I don't know. Why it's not why I do this, we don't know. Jonathan Yang says they talked about it on the podcast that I mentioned earlier this week. Jonathan, you need to give us a link to these podcast episodes so that we can follow up on these. All right. Well, 9 hours. This is approaching one of our longest streams. Very unusual. Any other comments anyone has to make about the game, the experience, their thoughts? We should start voting on which Deadbolt Mystery Society box you want to play next. If you care about having the game with you while you play, you might want to stop on the website and see which ones are on sale. I bought the ones that are currently on sale. The Watcher was $10. The Copycat Saga was like $35. And the Collector Saga, which is 2 games, the Collector Bundle was like $20. So I bought whatever's $10 each, and then I bought a couple others earlier that you see behind me. Jonathan Jang says, as an aside, I recommend The Inheritance. I don't have The Inheritance, right? I don't have The Inheritance, but I read that it was good too. I read that A Dark and Stormy Night was good, which I got, which I think I might be interested in playing next. Jonathan Warner says, thanks again, everyone, for joining in. Hope everyone has enjoyed the creepy content during October. Looks like we've got one more Dracula's Heir on Friday. Wait, today's Friday. On Monday, on Halloween. Yeah, I think we've done really well for ourselves in October. Played a bunch of creepy, scary stuff. The biggest surprise being this, Deadbolt Mystery Society. All right, Inheritance. Well, I have a new strategy for Deadbolt Mystery Society. When it comes on sale for $10, I'm going to buy it. So when a box comes on sale at their website for $10, then I'll purchase it. I'll purchase a bunch. Maybe if you want to support the company, purchase one at full price and another at the $10 sale. Okay, Anna's signing off. All right, Anna sounds like she's going to join us for Dracula's Heir on Halloween. That's going to be a very different experience. I think it's going to be mostly me just reading, but it sounds like an interesting story. All right. And Tina, Anna, Robert, Jonathan, both Jonathans, Matt, everyone who joined us, probably someone I'm forgetting, Logan. All right. A pleasure, as always, to play with everyone. This was a team effort on this one. I think we needed to work together. It's not just a team effort, to solve the puzzles. That helps. That helps always. But I think more than anything, it's a team effort in terms of everyone giving me and giving each other sort of the encouragement to not give up and to keep going on and provide enough sort of enthusiasm that it doesn't become frustrating or that the frustrations are fun. All right, so we'll sign off. See you in a couple days. See you for the next Deadbolt. A pleasure as always. Good night.